5 at Sioux Falls. Once again at 2 p.m. at Fargo, light rain was falling, and the temperature was 67. At Moorhead, it was cloudy, and the temperature was 72. You're listening to NOAA's National Weather Service radio station WXK-42, operating at a frequency of 162.475 MHz, transmitting from tower facilities near Amenia, weather radio for the Fargo and Moorhead area. The current time is 2:59 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Here's your area weather outlook. Thunderstorms will continue in southeastern North Dakota over the next several hours. Additional thunderstorm development remains likely this afternoon, especially in northwest Minnesota. Severe thunderstorms are possible, with hail up to the size of hen eggs, 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, and the possibility of a few tornadoes. Quiet weather will return once these thunderstorms roll through this evening in Minnesota. The forecast for Fargo, Moorhead, and the surrounding area. Rest of today, mostly cloudy early this afternoon, then mostly sunny. A chance of showers and thunderstorms. Highs in the mid-70s. West winds around 5 miles per hour. Chance of rain 50%. Tonight, mostly clear.
Who is that man?
Low 60 to 65. West winds 5 to 15 miles per hour. Monday, sunny. Highs in the mid-70s. Breezy. Northwest winds 15 to 25 miles.
Yeah, I turned off Nightbot for now. Yeah, Nightbot's a little sensitive. I guess I got some learning to do there. All right, everybody. Hello. Welcome to Region Weather Live, the severe weather coverage for Minnesota. Nothing quite yet. We just got a little bit of rain and some thunderstorms in kind of west central parts of Minnesota at this point. Nothing severe. In fact, nothing even really. There might be just a little bit of small hail associated with some of this stuff in through west central, kind of in that Ada, Borup area. It's probably the heaviest. Mostly what we're dealing with, at least at the early going, is just some heavy rains in some of this. And that's really all we're starting with, is just some of this heavy rain. Really, we're not expected to start the severe stuff until a little bit later, the way it's looking, because of all these just these storms and everything going on. We'll flip over to the satellite here and just give you an idea what what we're looking at overall. And look at all the cloudiness in the area. It's kind of holding things down for just a little bit. Some of this low clouds. Now it is starting to eat away, so that's good. When it comes to severe weather anyway, if that's really what you're looking for. But eventually we do need this line to move a little bit further to the east. This is just some stuff that's kind of reacting to a bit of an upper level part of the disturbance, but the front lags just a little bit back just yet. And like I said, we have to get rid of some of this stuff in here. Now, when it breaks, and you can see some of this starting to kind of break in through southeast North Dakota, west central Minnesota, northeast South Dakota, we're starting to get some break in there. And the other thing you might notice is take a look at how these clouds are kind of streaming in. You've got this kind of coming up like this. You've got the upper level clouds kind of coming in that sort of direction. And so guess what, folks? That's kind of where the concern, at least today, is for the possibility of just a tornado or two. Perhaps discrete, maybe more likely embedded within probably a line that's going to be moving through across Minnesota throughout the afternoon and evening. Now, I said on the, if you kind of read the description of the live feed, I said we're starting at 3, but like I said, the storms might be starting just a little bit later than that. So I've got the stream up, and we'll kind of let it roll for a little bit. until things kind of get going, and then I'll make sure and pop in and be on consistently. Last night, had a big snafu. Had a just yep. I guess all I'll say is I had my cake and I wanted to eat it too, and it just, boy, it didn't work out, and that was horrible timing on my part as these storms went through Minneapolis last night. So with business, man, you learn some things, and you learn through mistakes, that's for sure. And I think last night I got a big lesson. There's some things I need to figure out just because I'm trying to balance a number of different aspects that are going on. So we'll see what we can do. Hopefully we learned a little bit from last night. But at the very least, with that said, we're here today. I'll be watching this today throughout and just monitoring monitoring the situation as it develops. The latest model run, we'll take a look at that. And see how that's developing and kind of give you all an idea there. There's some of those storms kind of roughly, that's kind of out there now. Nothing real big. You can see as the next couple hours go away, they're really not doing a whole lot with that. And it's really not until maybe 4, 5 o'clock, at least this is the latest model run, as to when some of these stronger storms get going in through Northwest, and I think especially into west central parts of Minnesota. This is going to be kind of the area I think I'm going to be concerned with the most, at least to start. And then as these storms continue to develop, and probably develop just a little bit further south than maybe what this model is going to be showing as well. But by and large, I think this stuff right in the middle here is going to be the main area, the main batch to sort of watch, especially when we're talking about that possibility of large hail, damaging winds, and some tornado threat as well. Now, mind you, this model at this point, what we're looking at, we're already looking at 9 p.m. already, so it could take just a little bit. This is 6, 7, 8, and 9. Again, just the timing of the model. It could be a little earlier if some of these clouds kind of clear out just a little bit quicker than maybe what this particular model is showing. But just be mindful, this is kind of where we're looking right now for the time frame. And here we are about 10 and 11. And by midnight, at least down in the central part of the state, it kind of starts to get into Wisconsin. We've got some strong storms, possibly a line of storms yet across the Arrowhead region that has yet to exit out. And that probably won't diminish until after midnight, 1 o'clock, and then we'll probably still see some rumbles of thunder running across until 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning up in the far northeast, up in the Arrowhead region. And then once that runs through, that's it. I mean, it clears out, and it will, I mean, just take a look at the dew points behind this system. 50s, 40s, 30s way back in the western parts of the Dakotas. And that continues to just clean things out. Here we are Tuesday, and much of the area, 30s, 40-degree dew points. So guess what? Our evenings are going to get a little cool with the temperature or with the dew points that low. But first, before all this, you can see how the dew points really begin to come up. They pool up right in through here. That's about where the warm front is sitting. And again, that's kind of the main area that we're going to be watching this afternoon for the development of the severe thunderstorms. The other thing to note as we take a look, just, like I said, we've got that pooling going on in through there. And we've got the warm front sitting right about there. And we've got just the slightest southeasterly winds. And that's a lot of times when we talk about a triple point, when we're chasing and such, that's kind of what we're looking for. We're looking for that, just because along the warm front, you got just a little bit of a southeasterly component, and then that just allows for a little more backing, a little more rotation to go with that. So there's sort of our focus, and that's a little bit of the reasoning behind it. Taking a look at some of the other severe weather parameters as we go through the afternoon and evening hours. Here's our surface-based CAPE. By about 6, 7 p.m., you can see kind of south of that front, we're talking over 4,000 joules per kilogram. That's a lot. That's that's quite potent. So the fact that that the model doesn't show any storms a little bit, any further south than that is sort of surprising to me. I think there's enough instability going on in the southern parts of Minnesota that we'll likely see some storms a little bit further south than what that model is showing. Now, once you get beyond that, it starts to become a little murky once you get into Iowa and Nebraska, and that's just due to some of the upper level temperatures and cap conditions. But by and large, the bulk of the upper level support that's along with this really kind of runs, is dipping and digging in through here. So that's why Minnesota is sort of the main area that the Storms Prediction Center has sort of pinpointed for today. So let's see what else I can show you. Those are the main things, I guess, for now. That's sort of the timing of it. We can take a look at a different model run just to give you an idea of what that one is showing. And again, here we are about 5 o'clock, maybe a little bit before that, 4 o'clock. Some storms just get going in west central Minnesota, 5, 6, 7. And there's those storms that really blow up across central parts of Minnesota at 7 o'clock, 8. This model carries those storms just a little bit further south. I think we've got the possibility, if these storms kind of bow out a little bit beyond what they're showing, that some storms will continue on further to the north. And the reason why I say if these storms bow out just a little more, because that way they're able to still tap into some of that moisture out ahead of this. Now, if they start to lag behind a little bit, these storms down in the south kind of suck up some of the energy. So in that case, this, it might rob some of the energy further north after about 7 or 8 o'clock in the evening. But if these storms are able to bow out just a little bit, that will help maintain the north end as well. And then, of course, we're going to be dealing with some severe winds as they track into the Arrowhead region. So a lot of different things to keep an eye on. Not a clear-cut forecast at all, other than, boy, that potential is there, obviously. Just we've got some high capes. We've got high dew points forecasted across southern parts of Minnesota. So it absolutely bears watching, and so that's why we are going to be on this afternoon, obviously. Appreciate everybody for checking in. Hello, Grace, Scott, Crazy Viking Lady, Coyote, Northern Grace, Scott, Coyote. Appreciate everybody tapping in here this afternoon and following along. Mayville Radar, like I said, not
Moix
not
Equipment
much
and
really
Toy Company in Conway has the outdoor equipment brands you trust, like Coyote. Moix ETC's large Coyote selection includes zero-turn mowers, UTVs, front loaders, tractors, and implements. Needs.
Get rid of that. There we go. That's a little distracting. But just some heavy rains out there right now. Nothing more than that. Maybe an isolated pocket of some very brief small hail, but that's really about all that's out there. The frontal boundary resides just a little bit further back from those particular storms, so we'll continue to watch and see how those kind of develop, but just a little bit further back from what some of those storms are out there currently. So the front looks like it's just let's see here. Just kind of sitting in this manner. So probably fixated, probably lines up a little bit more with this. Maybe not that quite far west. Probably something more like this. So once this front kind of gets more into Minnesota, kind of the triple point of the North Dakota, South Dakota, Minnesota border there, I think that's really when things are going to start to take off. So that's the area we're really going to be watching. Keep an eye on the satellite. That'll be the main thing. Keep an eye on some of this clearing. If more clearing is able to take place, especially across central parts of Minnesota, obviously that's going to be a problem. That's going to just kind of ramp things up that much more. So, and then also, obviously, that's kind of the first little thing you can kind of watch. Sometimes you can see these little clouds begin to develop, and you might be able to just pick out even just that boundary line that's out there. And as I look at this right now, it's probably sitting right in through here. That's probably a really good indication right there is about where that boundary line is. So here there's some of that clearing. We need this to move just a little bit further east. So we've got just an hour or two yet before possibly things really get going. So we're not quite there yet, but it bears some watching. Boy, I hope everybody made it through. Those of you down in the Twin Cities, man, if you were down in down at the State Fair, that got a little crazy last night. There's some crazy videos. One in particular here, I'll try to show you here if I can find it again. Yeah, there it is. This is from Tanner Verstegen Weather WX. Actually, I didn't retweet that yet. There we go. Apparently, coming in for a landing into Minneapolis, into MSP last night. Not sure if this is verified or what, that this is real. But supposedly this is taken from a plane that was landing in Minneapolis. And basically what you're seeing there is power flashes from the storm to the south, down in kind of that Lakeville area. So, boy, if this is a true video, that's pretty amazing. Pretty amazing. They're coming in for a landing as these storms are coming in too, man. I've been on a plane when that was trying to happen. And that was scary. That all of a sudden the one wing dipped and the pilot said, nope, we're not doing this. And we wound up diverting. But I was looking out the window and all of a sudden I was looking straight down at the ground for just a bit. And that was all it took for us. And we were out of there. So when I see stuff like that, that's pretty crazy. Absolutely massive tree down in Apple Valley. This one landed on an apartment right near the Minnesota Zoo. Yeah, that's a large tree. Good thing that's a brick apartment. Probably smashed through some windows, obviously. Thanks. Yeah. There was a lot of people without power. That's for sure. Continue to scroll through some of this and just see if I can't find anything else. Right now, the Storms Prediction Center is saying 60% chance of a severe thunderstorm watch. Scattered storms are expected to develop after 4 p.m. with large hail and damaging gusts as the most likely severe weather parameters. Mixed mode with cells and line segments along the front, increasing mid-level winds will result in primarily straight photographs, although modest values of lower. Results should be both, so again, it's, just reading off the Storms Prediction Center, results should be both large hail and damaging winds, but a brief tornado may also occur with portions of broken lines, especially near the weak surface low moving from South Dakota into Minnesota, so basically that area that I was kind of highlighting earlier. Though that's going to be the main threat area, but they're saying basically large hail and damaging winds are going to be the bulk of the damage. We're talking about the possibility of tornado, I mean, if we get one or two reports out there, reports. Now, we might get a couple of warnings. I would say we'll probably see at least one tornado warning out there if this develops the way I think. But just the main threats will be the large hail, 2-inch hail, and 70-mile-per-hour winds will be causing the bulk of the damage. So, but they're looking at this probably, they're saying closer to 4, so just a little under an hour at this point. Oh, I lost my radar. Lost my satellite. As always, if anybody's got any questions, please feel free to add them to the chat. I'll try to get to them as much as I can. Depends how busy it is. Depends how busy I am. Depends how busy the chat is. I will try to get to them as much as I can today. And yeah, it'll turn out to be an interesting day eventually here. So there's our Aberdeen radar, there's our Mayville radar, and that's as you can see, not much really going on at this point. If you haven't already, just hit the like button, hit the thumbs up button down below. That helps my channel get discovered. The more people that hit the thumbs up button, hit the like button. If anybody's looking for weather information across the Dakotas and Minnesota, that will help them find this page. That will help YouTube basically suggest my particular page, so that if anybody's out there and is looking for, is concerned about the weather, they've got somewhere to go. This is kind of, the potential there is kind of running through a part of Minnesota that doesn't always get served, kind of through that lakes country. Not a lot of television stations out there, not a lot of, coverage sometimes. So this, and I think more and more people cutting cable, this becomes YouTube. More and more people are looking for different ways to find the weather, not only on apps, but I'm glad people find me on YouTube as well. So, but yeah, just simply hitting that like button is the best thing you can do. If you haven't done so already, hit subscribe. I'm going to be on here through the winter. I'm going to be on here next year, and again, just for the Dakotas and Minnesota. So once the white stuff starts flying as well, we'll be talking about winter, and we'll be keeping track of that throughout the winter as well. So, I'm not going to be ditching when the severe weather goes away. I'm going to be around when the ugly white stuff comes around as well. So just make sure you subscribe. I also issue out weather forecasts, especially during the weekday. And so that'll help you kind of get an idea of what we're looking at, what I'm thinking as far as the forecast goes. And that way, if you do hit subscribe and hit the bell button, you'll be alerted when I upload a video as well. Not only will you know when I'm on live, but you'll know when I've issued a forecast. So, yeah, and I'm only 74 away from 1,000. 74 away from my goal of 1,000. That's awesome. And I appreciate everybody who has subscribed, who's been there from the start. That I'm so happy to have you with. Means a lot to me. Really, really does. So I appreciate it. We're getting close, and it's thanks to you guys. It's thanks very much to you guys. So we had a couple people join on last night, new subscribers, so that's good. And hopefully we can pick up a few more today. Yeah, I was trying to take a look at some of the, there was quite a bit of wind reports. Most of it was 60-mile-per-hour winds, and obviously just, a bunch of wind, trees down and power outages that went along with it. As I take a look at the map right now, the power outage map, it looks pretty good. Obviously, everything's been put back online. Just a few in Dakota County yet. About 1,700 still out in Ramsey County. Hennepin still has about 800 out. So not bad. Everything's coming back. So that's good. So, but yeah, it was crazy. I saw some of those pictures, some of those videos of the people running away from the rain out in the fair, and it got a little crazy for them. So hopefully they had some kind of advance notice. I know we were talking about it even the night before that this was going to be a possibility, so that if anybody was heading out that direction, heading down to the fair, to just kind of have a plan in place. Same thing today, guys. You're not down on the fair. You're not completely out of the woods. So make sure if you're planning on heading down to the state fair, that you have a plan in place, especially if you're going to be there for a concert or later on in the evening into the nighttime hours, given the timing of what's expected to roll through, that just keep an eye on the weather. Have a radar handy, and maybe have me up on YouTube on your phone if you want, and we'll get you through it. Ads. Got to get through ads. Maybe I should just break down and subscribe to YouTube someday. I think that's the plan at some point. Just subscribe to YouTube, then I can get rid of the ads. Yeah, all good. I don't know. It's been a number of years since I've been down to the Minnesota State Fair. It's been a long time. I guess I heard a lot of the traffic was bad this year, at least so far, from everything that I've heard. So, man, I don't know. It doesn't sound like a lot of fun. Doesn't sound like it'd be a great time when you're dealing with the traffic. So, but I mean, I get it. It's the Great Minnesota Get Together, right? So you got to go. It's just a tradition for a lot of people. YouTube Premium is nice. Yeah, someday. Anybody got YouTube TV? How about that? What do you think of that? Yes, thumbs up, thumbs down. YouTube TV. Oh, I kind of mentioned it last night. I've got different logos kind of scrolling through down below as well. Some of them are just slightly variant. Just maybe you don't notice a lot of difference. Most of it's just the color scheme a little bit. Some of it's the actual logo. So, pay attention to that. And if there's one you like in particular, let me know. I'm just trying them out for now. I wish I was a little more. Wish it was better graphic artist and knew how to do that stuff a little better. I'd make it look a little nicer than that, but this is what I've come up with for now. Just poking around to see if there's any. I'm trying to see if there's any storm chasers I can keep track of today. Well, yeah, you're going to spend a lot of money at the fair. Yep, it's crazy. And I know you can park somewhere and get a bus. I don't know exactly how that situation works anymore. Like I said, it's been a long time since I've been down there. So, man, I can't imagine when the storms came through that getting out of there was going to be easy. Does anybody know who was performing? That's the one thing I didn't hear. I didn't hear who was performing last night. Brandon Kopic he's scheduled. I'm looking through the live feeds here and see who's scheduled. I guess I'm not finding Brandon. Someone's in Illinois. That doesn't do me any good. Well, we'll see if anybody pops up on my feed after a while. One second here. Slayton, you're going to be on the cusp down in that Slayton. You're down in the far southwestern parts of Minnesota as I see it. And it's just some storms could just be popping up right kind of over you right before they push eastward. So man, you're going to be close. You're going to be real close. Some of it might actually develop a little bit further to the north before some of the storms develop further south. So, oh, there's my dog. So you're going to be close down there. We'll have to keep an eye on, but you're going to be real close. And if it does develop over you, you're looking at obviously some large hail and some damaging winds. So, yeah, keep an eye on it, at least until probably about 7 p.m. or so. And then we'll know for sure if you're going to be out of the woods. You miss it or you're just barely going to make it. It's going to be that close. Yeah, down in Slayton, it'll be close. So not completely out of the woods, but most of it's going to be east of you. Oh, my dog's name? Oliver. Oliver, or we call him Ollie for short. Yeah. He was supposed to be a Springer Spaniel and a Terrier. Supposed to be. But he kind of turned out to be more of a Basset. So he's a short, stubby-legged looking thing. All right, let's see here. Actually, I'm going to turn it back here. Okay, this just isn't. I was hoping I wouldn't have to skip the ads every time. All right, we're just going to do an update here for what we're looking at Blue Healer Saturday evening. I know what Blue Healers are. Take a look at some of the possibilities. Those are good farm dogs. Storms for Sunday. Had those. So we're just going to take a look. Oops. Jesus. Yeah, I know what Blue Healers are. We've had those before. Sorry about that video. Still working. They're good. Yeah, they're good farm dogs. So, I don't know if you live out in the farm, but that's what we've used them for. They're good cattle dogs. Anybody planning on going to the fair? Anybody planning on going to the fair at all? Or maybe I should be asking, what's the plan for Labor Day? I'm already looking forward to next weekend on Labor Day weekend. I know I'm looking forward to some golf. Hopefully the weather behaves, which right now it looks like it should. I don't golf a lot, but that's kind of my one weekend when I do. Just kind of adjusting a few things. Oh, yeah, those blue healers, they can get a little rough sometimes. If that was the reason, I guess. I'm just taking a look at the Mesoanalysis page here, and here you got those high cave values starting to push northward. 5,000 down into South Dakota and southwest Minnesota, nosing northward. Right about here is that frontal boundary at this point, and then the cold front kind of sitting down in through here. Here's the surface, if you can kind of visualize some of this. Here's kind of that nose of the warmer air. Obviously, all in through here, we've got some higher dew points, but we also got some high dew points nosing in along the Minnesota and South Dakota border. And then we've got, like I said, we've probably, the way it's looking, warm front probably is sitting right in through there. And so we're going to continue to watch that move northward. Now, the cold front at the same time is basically kind of in through there. So this frontal boundary will continue to kind of lift northward, and then once this frontal boundary kind of taps into a little more, I guess what do I want to call it? A little more cape values, or not even that, but just allows some of that daytime heating to take place just a little bit more, and then we'll see some of these storms develop across the central parts of Minnesota. So the other end of that is we've got this low that's digging in here, and so we've got these stronger winds that's going to be eventually nosing into that part of the region as well. So a couple of things still has to come together. We're waiting for this trough to make it just a little bit further east in order for it to have an influence on some of these storms taking off. Darn webcam. I had to figure out something else there. Just frustrating. There. Could be a long one tonight. Yep. And I think kind of for that matter, as you say that, I'm just sitting here thinking, could be a long night. There's nothing going on other than just probably some heavier rains, maybe just a little bit of hail in around Ada and Gary, some small hail yet, but mostly just some heavy rains out there. So I think what I'm going to do, just to make sure I don't completely go crazy, I'm going to kind of shut down for a little bit, or not shut down, but walk away. I'm going to walk away and have a drink of water and a couple little snacks here. And then that way, when things do get going, I'll be good and set and ready to go. Like Scott says, maybe I should have a drink. I don't know. Who knows? Yeah, nothing yet. Nothing developing yet. There's just some. This is the only thing in town. So at this point, I'll just kind of step away. I will be back. I will be back tonight. I will be watching all night. And then I'll be taking care of you. So make sure you stay tuned in. All right, I'm just gonna step away for a little while, and I'll check back in. We'll say at the top of the hour.
For the Fargo and Moorhead area. The current time is 3:40 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Here's your area weather outlook. Thunderstorms will continue in southeastern North Dakota over the next several hours. Additional thunderstorm development remains likely this afternoon, especially in northwest Minnesota. Severe thunderstorms are possible, with hail up to the size of hen eggs, 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, and the possibility of a few tornadoes. Quiet weather will return once these thunderstorms roll through this evening in Minnesota. The forecast for Fargo, Moorhead, and the surrounding area. Rest of today, mostly cloudy early this afternoon, then mostly sunny. A chance of showers and thunderstorms. Highs in the mid-70s. West winds around 5 miles per hour. Chance of rain 50%. Tonight, mostly clear. Low 60 to 65. West winds 5 to 15 miles per hour. Monday, sunny. Highs in the mid-70s. Breezy. Northwest winds 15 to 25 miles per hour. Monday night, clear. Lows in the mid-50s. Tuesday, sunny. Highs 80 to 85. Tuesday night through Thursday, clear. Highs 80 to 85. Lows in the mid-50s. Thursday night through Saturday, mostly clear. Highs in the mid-80s. Low 60 to 65. At 3 p.m. at Fargo's Hector Field, light rain was falling. The temperature was 68 degrees, the dew point 66, with a relative humidity of 93%. The pressure was 29.57 inches and rising. At the Moorhead Airport, it was cloudy. The temperature was 70 degrees, the dew point 66, with a relative humidity of 88%. The pressure was 29.58 inches and rising. Elsewhere across North Dakota, it was 70 at Prosper, 75 at Pillsbury, 68 at Hillsboro, and 70 at Mado. At Jamestown, it was partly sunny, with a temperature of 69. At Grand Forks, it was cloudy, with a temperature of 71. At Bismarck, it was fair, with a temperature of 80. In Minnesota, it was 66 at Pearly. It was cloudy, with a temperature of 73 at Detroit Lakes, 73 at Park Rapids, 77 at St. Cloud, and 76 at Minneapolis. Elsewhere over the region at Winnipeg, it was partly sunny, with a temperature of 79. It was fair, with a temperature of 80 at Aberdeen, and 87 at Sioux Falls. Once again at 3 p.m. at Fargo, light rain was falling, and the temperature was 68. At Moorhead, it was cloudy, and the temperature was 70. You're listening to NOAA's National Weather Service radio station WXK42, operating at a frequency of 162.475 megahertz, transmitting from tower facilities near Amenia, weather radio for the Fargo and Moorhead area. Now here is the hazardous weather outlook for portions of eastern North Dakota and northwest Minnesota. For this afternoon and tonight, the probability for widespread hazardous weather is low. And now the extended outlook for the period Monday through Saturday, the probability for widespread hazardous weather is low. Spotter information statement. Spotter activation is not anticipated. The current time is 3:44 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Here's your area weather outlook. Thunderstorms will continue in southeastern North Dakota over the next several hours. Additional thunderstorm development remains likely this afternoon, especially in northwest Minnesota. Severe thunderstorms are possible, with hail up to the size of hen eggs, 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, and the possibility of a few tornadoes. Quiet weather will return once these thunderstorms roll through this evening in Minnesota. The forecast for Fargo, Moorhead, and the surrounding area. Tonight, mostly cloudy, then mostly sunny early, then partly cloudy. A chance of showers and thunderstorms early this afternoon. Low 60 to 65. West winds 5 to 15 miles per hour. Chance of rain 50%. Monday, sunny. Highs in the mid-70s. Breezy. Northwest winds 15 to 25 miles per hour. Monday night, clear. Lows in the mid-50s. Northwest winds 5 to 15 miles per hour. Gusts up to 25 miles per hour in the evening. Tuesday, sunny. Highs 80 to 85. Tuesday night, clear. Lows in the mid-50s. Wednesday through Thursday, clear. Highs 80 to 85. Lows in the mid-50s. Thursday night through Saturday, mostly clear. Highs in the mid-80s. Low 60 to 65. Saturday night and Sunday, partly cloudy. Highs 80 to 85. Low 60 to 65. At 3 p.m. at Fargo's Hector Field, light rain was falling. The temperature was 68 degrees, the dew point 66, with a relative humidity of 93%. The pressure was 29.57 inches and rising. At the Moorhead Airport, it was cloudy. The temperature was 70 degrees, the dew point 66, with a relative humidity of 88%. The pressure was 29.58 inches and rising. Elsewhere across North Dakota, it was 70 at Prosper, 75 at Pillsbury, 68 at Hillsboro, and 70 at Mayville. At Jamestown, it was partly sunny, with a temperature of 69. At Grand Forks, it was cloudy, with a temperature of 71. At Bismarck, it was fair, with a temperature of 80. In Minnesota, it was 66 at Purley. It was cloudy, with a temperature of 73 at Detroit Lakes, 73 at Park Rapids, 77 at St. Cloud, and 76 at Minneapolis. Elsewhere over the region at Winnipeg, it was partly sunny, with a temperature of 79. It was fair, with a temperature of 80 at Aberdeen, and 87 at Sioux Falls. Once again at 3 p.m. at Fargo, light rain was falling, and the temperature was 68. At Moorhead, it was cloudy, and the temperature was 70. You're listening to NOAA's National Weather Service radio station WXK42, operating at a frequency of 162.475 megahertz, transmitting from tower facilities near Amenia, weather radio for the Fargo and Moorhead area. The current time is 3:48 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Here's your area weather outlook. Thunderstorms will continue in southeastern North Dakota over the next several hours. Additional thunderstorm development remains likely this afternoon, especially in northwest Minnesota. Severe thunderstorms are possible with hail up to the size of hen eggs, 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, and the possibility of a few tornadoes. Quiet weather will return once these thunderstorms roll through this evening in Minnesota. The forecast for Fargo, Moorhead, and the surrounding area. Tonight, mostly cloudy, then mostly sunny early, then partly cloudy. A chance of showers and thunderstorms early this afternoon. Low 60 to 65. West winds 5 to 15 miles per hour. Chance of rain 50%. Monday, sunny. Highs in the mid-70s. Breezy. Northwest winds 15 to 25 miles per hour. Monday night, clear. Lows in the mid-50s. Northwest winds 5 to 15 miles per hour. Gusts up to 25 miles per hour in the evening. Tuesday, sunny. Highs 80 to 85. Tuesday night, clear. Lows in the mid-50s. Wednesday through Thursday, clear. Highs 80 to 85. Lows in the mid-50s. Thursday night through Saturday, mostly clear. Highs in the mid-80s. Low 60 to 65. Saturday night and Sunday, partly cloudy. Highs 80 to 85. Low 60 to 65. At 3 p.m. at Fargo's Hector Field, light rain was falling. The temperature was 68 degrees, the dew point 66, with a relative humidity of 93%. The pressure was 29.57 inches and rising. At the Moorhead Airport, it was cloudy. The temperature was 70 degrees, the dew point 66, with a relative humidity of 88%. The pressure was 29.58 inches and rising. Elsewhere across North Dakota, it was 70 at Prosper, 75 at Pillsbury, 68 at Hillsboro, and 70 at Mado. At Jamestown, it was partly sunny, with a temperature of 69. At Grand Forks, it was cloudy, with a temperature of 71. At Bismarck, it was fair, with a temperature of 80. In Minnesota, it was 66 at Purley. It was cloudy, with a temperature of 73 at Detroit Lakes, 73 at Park Rapids, 77 at St. Cloud, and 76 at Minneapolis. Elsewhere over the region at Winnipeg, it was partly sunny, with a temperature of 79. It was fair, with a temperature of 80 at Aberdeen, and 87 at Sioux Falls. Once again at 3 p.m. at Fargo, light rain was falling, and the temperature was 68. At Moorhead, it was cloudy, and the temperature was 70. You're listening to NOAA's National Weather Service radio station WXK42, operating at a frequency of 162.475 megahertz, transmitting from tower facilities near Amenia, weather radio for the Fargo and Moorhead area. The current time is 3:52 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Here's your area weather outlook. Thunderstorms will continue in southeastern North Dakota over the next several hours. Additional thunderstorm development remains likely this afternoon, especially in northwest Minnesota. Severe thunderstorms are possible, with hail up to the size of hen eggs, 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, and the possibility of a few tornadoes. Quiet weather will return once these thunderstorms roll through this evening in Minnesota. The forecast for Fargo, Moorhead, and the surrounding area. Tonight, mostly cloudy, then mostly sunny early, then partly cloudy. A chance of showers and thunderstorms early this afternoon. Low 60 to 65. West winds 5 to 15 miles per hour. Chance of rain 50%. Monday, sunny. Highs in the mid-70s. Breezy. Northwest winds 15 to 25 miles per hour. Monday night, clear. Lows in the mid-50s. Northwest winds 5 to 15 miles per hour. Gusts up to 25 miles per hour in the evening. Tuesday, sunny. Highs 80 to 85. Tuesday night, clear. Lows in the mid-50s. Wednesday through Thursday, clear. Highs 80 to 85. Lows in the mid-50s. Thursday night through Saturday, mostly clear. Highs in the mid-80s. Low 60 to 65. Saturday night and Sunday, partly cloudy. Highs 80 to 85. Low 60 to 65. At 3 p.m. at Fargo's Hector Field, light rain was falling. The temperature was 68 degrees, the dew point 66, with a relative humidity of 93%. The pressure was 29.57 inches and rising. At the Moorhead Airport, it was cloudy. The temperature was 70 degrees, the dew point 66, with a relative humidity of 88%. The pressure was 29.58 inches and rising. Elsewhere across North Dakota, it was 70 at Prosper, 75 at Pillsbury, 68 at Hillsboro, and 70 at Mado. At Jamestown, it was partly sunny, with a temperature of 69. At Grand Forks, it was cloudy, with a temperature of 71. At Bismarck, it was fair, with a temperature of 80. In Minnesota, it was 66 at Pearly. It was cloudy, with a temperature of 73 at Detroit Lakes, 73 at Park Rapids, 77 at St. Cloud, and 76 at Minneapolis. Elsewhere over the region at Winnipeg, it was partly sunny, with a temperature of 79. It was fair, with a temperature of 80 at Aberdeen, and 87 at Sioux Falls. Once again at 3 p.m. at Fargo, light rain was falling, and the temperature was 68. At Moorhead, it was cloudy, and the temperature was 70. You're listening to NOAA's National Weather Service radio station WXK42, operating at a frequency of 162.475 megahertz, transmitting from tower facilities near Amenia, weather radio for the Fargo and Moorhead area. The current time is 3:55 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Here's your area weather outlook. Thunderstorms will continue in southeastern North Dakota over the next several hours. Additional thunderstorm development remains likely this afternoon, especially in northwest Minnesota. Severe thunderstorms are possible, with hail up to the size of hen eggs, 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, and the possibility of a few tornadoes. Quiet weather will return once these thunderstorms roll through this evening in Minnesota. The forecast for Fargo, Moorhead, and the surrounding area. Tonight, mostly cloudy, then mostly sunny early, then partly cloudy. A chance of showers and thunderstorms early this afternoon. Low 60 to 65. West winds 5 to 15 miles per hour. Chance of rain 50%. Monday, sunny. Highs in the mid-70s. Breezy. Northwest winds 15 to 25 miles per hour. Monday night, clear. Lows in the mid-50s. Northwest winds 5 to 15 miles per hour. Gusts up to 25 miles per hour in the evening. Tuesday, sunny. Highs 80 to 85. Tuesday night, clear. Lows in the mid-50s.
All right, we're just going to do an update here for what we're looking.
Highs 80 to 85. Lows in the mid-50s. Thursday night through Saturday, mostly clear. Highs in the mid-80s. Lows 60 to 65. Saturday night and Sunday, partly cloudy. Highs 80 to 85. Lows 60 to 65. At 3 p.m. at Fargo's Hector Field, light rain was falling. The temperature was 68 degrees, the dew point 66, with relative humidity of 90%. The pressure was 29.57 inches and rising. At the Moorhead Airport, it was cloudy. The temperature was 70 degrees, the dew point 66, with a relative humidity of 88%. The pressure was 29.58 inches and rising. Elsewhere across North Dakota, it was 70 at Prosper, 75 at Pillsbury, 68 at Hillsboro, and 70 at Mayville. At Jamestown, it was partly sunny, with a temperature of 69. At Grand Forks, it was cloudy, with a temperature of 71. At Bismarck, it was fair, with a temperature of 80. In Minnesota, it was 66 at Pearly. It was cloudy, with a temperature of 73 at Detroit Lakes, 73 at Park Rapids, 77 at St. Cloud, and 76 at Minneapolis. Elsewhere over the region at Winnipeg, it was partly sunny, with a temperature of 79. It was fair, with a temperature of 80 at Aberdeen, and 87 at Sioux Falls. Once again at 3 p.m. at Fargo, light rain was falling, and the temperature was 68. At Moorhead, it was cloudy, and the temperature was 70. You're listening to NOAA's National Weather Service radio station WXK42, operating at a frequency of 162.475 megahertz, transmitting from tower facilities near Amenia, weather radio for the Fargo and Moorhead area. The current time is 3:59 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Here's your area weather outlook. Thunderstorms will continue in southeastern North Dakota over the next several hours. Additional thunderstorm development remains likely this afternoon, especially in northwest Minnesota. Severe thunderstorms are possible, with hail up to the size of hen eggs, 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, and the possibility of a few tornadoes. Quiet weather will return once these thunderstorms roll through this evening in Minnesota. The forecast for Fargo, Moorhead, and the surrounding area. Tonight, mostly cloudy, then mostly sunny early, then partly cloudy. A chance of showers and thunderstorms early this afternoon. Low 60 to 65. West winds 5 to 15 miles per hour. Chance of rain 50%. Monday, sunny. Highs in the mid-70s. Breezy. Northwest winds 15 to 25 miles per hour. Monday night, clear. Lows in the mid-50s. Northwest winds 5 to 15 miles per hour. Gusts.
All right, just a quick little thing here that I've just popped up on the Twitter feed. Survey teams have found an EF0 tornado damage in southern Ramsey County. Additional brief EF0 tornadoes occurred in Dakota County and Burnsville, Apple Valley, Egan, and West St. Paul. Info on those tornadoes will be available shortly. So there you can see the branch kind of down, but basically they're saying NWS survey team found damage consistent of an EF0, a tornado with max wind speeds near 75 miles per hour in southern Ramsey County. Tornado tracked from southeast of I-94 and Highway 10 and Highway 61 past near Hardin High School and through the east side of St. Paul and ended near Goodridge Golf Course. So 75 mile per hour winds, path length was about 3.4 miles. So there you go. There's the first survey that from last night from these storms that ran through the Twin Cities, kind of the southern suburbs, Saturday night. So a small, weak tornado, but nevertheless, obviously did damage to downed probably plenty of trees and caused plenty of power outages. So 75 mile per hour winds, you're starting to get to that 80, you're starting to get to that, causing some roof damage and all that kind of fun stuff as well. But yeah, that was quite the storm. It blew up, absolutely blew up just to the southwest of the Twin Cities metro area and ran just right over everybody down there. So, all right. So our latest to what we got going on right now. Take a look at the Mayville radar, and still just plenty of heavy rains, kind of still over that Ada, Gary, Fertile, Winger now into Bayou, Foston. But some of these areas, man, I gotta believe there's some flooding concerns starting to happen here. This has been going over Ada for quite some time. Gary as well, and those areas kind of in between, just east of Lockhart, west of Borup, east of Pearly. Man, this is there's been a lot of rain falling in through here, so I gotta believe there's we're we're going into a flooding concern here northeast of Fargo, just east of Hillsboro in northwestern parts of Minnesota, and that's obviously always the other concern with these things. I mean, we'll talk about the hail and the damaging winds. Very much, farmland. We've got plenty of crops up there. It's weed harvest going on. Not what we need. We don't be needing flooding rains to occur at this point. A 1-inch rain maybe would help. But not several inches. That's not what we're looking for. So if you're in that Ada Borup area, Fertile, just be mindful. Keep an eye on the roads. So you might be having some flooding conditions there. But otherwise, the severe weather, just, obviously it's not quite there yet. We're not there yet. There's no watch issued at this point. Take a look at the current Mesoanalysis. We continue to have the high surface base capes in through here. We've got that frontal boundary right sweeping in like that. So we're waiting just a little bit. Some of the convective inhibition has now tapered back just a little bit. That's this blue area, and that's kind of what's sometimes helps hold back the storms. So some of this is starting to eat away a little bit as we take a look at the satellite. And I think still in through here is kind of our boundary roughly. We continue to have some of this area just, decrease at least a little bit in the lower level cloud cover, allowing the temperatures to warm up. Going back to the Mesoanalysis page here. And the temperature and dew points. Yeah, we're starting to, again, there's our frontal boundary. We've got our dew points nosing up in through here. And we've got our higher temperatures also kind of nosing in through here. And that's always a good indicator. When you look at kind of the nose of the dew points, the nose of the higher temperatures, and that's a lot of times where we kind of it sort of points to where that first little bit of initiation might be. So again, we're just going to keep our eye on roughly that area here, at least in the early goings when it comes to any storms that are going to be developing this afternoon. Again, no severe thunderstorm watch issued just yet. The main threat, as I said a little bit before, is going to be large hail up to 2 inches, and hen-sized eggs. Dale, yep, that's 2, maybe. Hen size is that 2 or 2.5 inch diameter hail. And then 70 mile per hour winds possible are going to be the most likely scenario with this. But given the possibility of some rotation that's going to be going on, I can't completely rule out the possibility of a tornado. Here's kind of where we've got our best kind of spin going on. Not great just yet. As we take a look at the forecast, there it kind of starts to pick up a little bit. Here we're looking, this is about 8 o'clock and 9. So it begins to increase a little more, at least according to this, as we get a little bit deeper into the night. But still, I think the initiation, when we get these storms that just begin to blow up, and especially when we've got Cape values nosing in of 3,500, 4,000 joules per kilogram, that initiation, when those storms just fire, always a concern in an environment like this. So that's why, like I said, we're going to keep a close eye on this particular part of the of Minnesota. So just make sure you stay weather aware. We'll go over to the latest model run and see what that's got for us at this point. As far as timing goes, here we're looking. Don't have a latest one? No, I guess that's it. That's not. Oh, I see. Get to the right model. How about that? This is 6 and 7. Yeah, still, at least according to this, just a little bit later. It's going to take just a little bit more time for that cap to break down. Just takes a little bit more time for that cap to break down. We got to get that frontal boundary just a little bit further to the east before some of these storms finally get going. And then, as you can see, they continue to move eastward. This is actually about 11 o'clock by that point. And then let's back this up a little bit. So this is 11 at midnight, and they just begin to exit out into Wisconsin, western Wisconsin, when it comes down to the south and east central parts of Minnesota. Still up in the Arrowhead region, where we're going to be looking at the possibility of maybe some hail and some 60-mile-per-hour winds running across the Arrowhead region past 1 a.m., maybe 2 a.m. by that point. I think for the most part everybody's going to be in the clear, where we won't be dealing with any storms beyond that. So that's just roughly the timing. The latest timing might take just a little bit, at least according to what some of these the very latest model run that we have is showing. It's 4 o'clock right now. I'd say give it about another hour. Has been my kind of feeling here. 5, and then we'll really see how things get going and how they're starting to shape up by that point. When we can take a look at the forecast according to the wrap on, when we take a look at the Mesoanalysis page, and this again is 6 p.m. and you can see just some storms just beginning to develop in west central Minnesota. This is roughly about 8 p.m. and the storms running through central parts of Minnesota by that point. And 10 p.m. just starting to kind of reach some of that east central parts of Minnesota by 10 p.m. this evening. So might be just a little bit yet, folks. But we're here. We're keeping an eye on things just to keep you updated and give you roughly an estimate of some of the timing. Keep an eye on that satellite as always. Always a good little indicator. We're continuing to watch this area here just for the potential of flooding. We've got, you take a look, like I was kind of talking about earlier, you take a look at how these clouds are moving. You got the low level clouds kind of coming in like that, and then you see this upper level clouds kind of moving in that type of direction. So that's where you have the spin in the atmosphere. You have that rotation that goes on. You got the low level, and it's pretty interesting when you can see it on satellite. You got the low clouds moving in like this, and some of those higher clouds moving in a little bit different directions. So that's where we're always concerned about the possibility of seeing some rotation in there. I'd say right in through here is probably our boundary that we're continuing to watch. Overlay the Cape values on top of this. So this is how much energy is in the air. So once these storms get going, the higher the numbers, especially once you get above 2,500, especially, the higher these storms, or the more likely these storms could be explosive if they're able to develop. And the other thing that's, I guess, again, somewhat concerning is just sometimes along this gradient of Cape values is also an area to watch. So just a lot of things, I guess, pointing to somewhere in through here that bears some watching here through the late afternoon and evening hours. Thankfully, I think, good thing to plan just a little bit ahead, just to make sure, I guess, depending on where you live. Have a bit of a plan in place, eat a little earlier if you need to, just because in case you need to watch some of these storms in case they do develop. And you need to be taking shelter, but looks like it's just going to take just a little bit longer here. We gotta let this frontal boundary continue to push east. We've got definitely some convergence starting to show up. So we'll see, folks. We'll see here in the next hour and see how things continue to develop. The other thing, just to note, or interesting to take a look at this, look at these Look at the clouds on the back end just streaming in from the northwest. I'm going to guess if I overlay some station plots. Yeah, it's a little windy out there. Sustained winds of 30 miles per hour. So this is a big old system running through, and as I was showing you guys earlier, dew points are going to drop drastically behind this for a couple of days. So this is really going to dry things out. It's going to feel a little bit like fall once this system rolls through. I don't know if y'all can hear it. I gotta have a fan in here. It gets so warm in here. Boy, I hope obviously the winter months are going to be a lot different, but if you can hear the fan, if it's annoying, let me know and I can try to adjust it. But whew, it gets warm in here. It gets hot. All right, Mayville radar. Yeah, man. See if Grand Forks has said anything about flooding. Not yet. Just taking a look at a handy dandy little app that I've got, and they're saying showing about 3 inches of rain basically from Ada northeastward, kind of in between that Sundahl and Fertile area. So they've picked up over 3 inches of rain with these batch of storms right now. I think this is the same area that kind of ran through southeast of Valley City. Looks like they picked up about 2-3 inches down there as well, southwest or west of Castleton, North Dakota. Well, what was that? Huh. Okay. Hold on a sec, guys. I guess we have a severe thunderstorm warning out. Yeah, this thing popped up all of a sudden. All right, yeah, we got a little bit of hail now, northeast of Foston. Severe thunderstorm located near Foston, or 38 miles southeast of Thief River, moving northeast at about 50 miles per hour. 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-sized hail associated with this storm. This will be near Olga and Trail around 425. Weem and Gully around 430, Gonvick, Clearbrook, and Berner around 435 as well. Other locations include Southwest Lower Red Lake, and Island Lake in Beltrami counties. So for your protection, move to an interior room and lowest floor of a building. As these storms now develop, yeah, this one, let's see here, tracking, yeah, kind of all of a sudden just blew up, got tapped into a little bit of extra juice here as it moves to the northeast. So I guess if you're in that Gully, Gonvick, Clearbrook area up to Leonard, this storm is heading your way. Yeah, some gusty winds to 60, maybe 65 miles per hour possible with this storm as well, as it moves to the northeast at about 50 miles per hour. Just a little bit, just enough of clearing, just enough instability out ahead of the main band of showers. Even though we've got some rain out there, looks like it's able to tap into a little extra juice just north of Mahnomen, kind of in that Bagley area. Eventually, Bemidji will have to be watching out. I mean, these storms are expected to develop further to the south, so nothing imminent at this point in that Bemidji area, Solway area. But that's not to say that you're completely out of the woods either. So I'd say over the next couple hours here, just bears watching some of these storms out in the west. This is probably just the start. First little severe Warren storm. We'll see what kind of happens. It looks like some of this is now finally on the move a little bit more. Yeah, they're finally starting to move just a little bit. So we'll see what continues to happen on the south edge of these storms here. So we'll probably start to see some additional development over the next hour, further to the south, and then those storms will move eastward throughout the nighttime hours. Deer River, about Grand Rapids, so you're kind of close to that Grand Rapids area. Yeah, you wouldn't. You're not going to be completely out of the woods either. I would say. I mean, it's looking later in the night. Let's see, 20. What are we at? 21Z. I mean, by the time it gets there, it's probably going to be closer to 8, maybe. Probably actually after 9 o'clock is probably the better chance when you're talking about that Grand Rapids, Deer River area. So it'll be a little bit later, and you're going to have the possibility of some large hail and some damaging winds. I think the tornado threat will be south of you. I mean, can't completely rule it out, but I think if I was a betting man, I'd say the better chance would be south of Highway 2. So eventually, yeah, I mean, St. Paul will be in the path of these storms. At least that's what is expected. It's probably going to be late. It's going to be probably after 10 p.m. for sure. Might be closer to 11 by the time these storms reach the metro area. Again, just the potential of some large hail, damaging winds. Can't completely rule out the possibility of a tornado at that point. It's getting kind of late in the night. So that threat diminishes some as we get later into the night. But the main threat, yeah, we're looking at some hail and some damaging winds possible for that for the Twin Cities metro area. We'll say kind of be on the lookout starting at probably about we'll say 10 o'clock. Might be closer to 11 by the time it actually moves in. Looks like Brandon Kopic is out there live. Looks like he's in Alexandria, going through McDonald's, as I see him. So he's fueling himself up. Looks like he's not concerned for anything immediate, as he's rolling through McDonald's still. So. Webcam. So yeah, that's we've got our first little warning out there now. So again, up in northwestern parts of Minnesota, mainly due to there was a report by Foston of 58 mile per hour winds. Gusts ongoing. Continue to have, looks like hail right around an inch. And yeah, close to 60 miles per hour. Coming up to Clearbrook, Gronvik, Leonard. Moving to the northeast at about 50 miles per hour. So they're saying 60 mile per hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail possible with these storms as they move off to the northeast. So Leonard, Clearbrook, Gronvik, you're right in that path. So if you're outside, make sure you are taking cover. Don't want to be caught outdoors with these storms with this particular storm as it moves quickly to the northeast. It's going to be on you real fast. Just to put it on a storm track here, and you can see this is about. Let's see here. This is 15 minutes, about a half hour from now. So 440 and roughly 455 by the time that storm kind of hits the Red Lake area there. Just kind of roughly timing that out, given how quick these storms are moving. But yeah, they're moving pretty fast, and it's got some hail and probably more so some 60-mile-per-hour winds that you're going to be associated with. So as long as you're inside, as long as you're indoors, you're going to be just fine. Just make sure you're not outside. Appreciate everybody tagging along. Hello, Rebe, Tristan, Blue Moon, Carla, Bendu. Good seeing you. Good seeing you back, Bendu. Dale was on here earlier. Appreciate everybody on. That's awesome. If you haven't done so, just hit the like, hit the thumbs up button. I know people would love for you to subscribe, but before you do anything, just hit the thumbs up button, hit the like button. That helps gets my channel discovered, and that way, if anybody out in the Clearbrook, Gonvick area is looking for weather information, perhaps YouTube will suggest my channel and say, hey, for those of you out there looking for weather information, check this awesome guy out. He knows what he's talking about. But, and all you got to do is just thumbs up, hit the thumbs up. Would very much like if you subscribed, obviously. Would love to have you with me and following me along whenever I am on covering live severe weather. I cover exclusively the Dakotas and Minnesota. I am a degreed meteorologist out of the University of North Dakota in Grand Forks. Worked down in Minneapolis for a number of years for Northwest Airlines, if anybody remembers Northwest Airlines. Worked for them for a number of years, came back to Grand Forks and worked for a professor. So, grew up in North Dakota, always lived, worked around here. Obviously traveled to South Dakota plenty of times just because there's always plenty to see down there. So, love this area. So my thing right now, my business model right now, I guess, if you want to call it that, is just I'm sticking with the Dakotas and Minnesota so that, and the other thing is, people are getting rid of cable. They're turning more towards, online type of information to find their stuff. And not only that, but of course, being up here, up in the Dakotas and Minnesota, there's a lot of open country and a lot of areas that just kind of get a little overlooked. And I guess I've always felt that in a way growing up. So that's why I'm sticking around here. I'm sticking for the Dakotas and Minnesota. So if you are around here, if you work, live, play, make sure you subscribe, follow along. I'll be here through the winter months as well. I will issue forecasts. You got your guys on TV you can follow. You can follow me and put everybody together. And I guess I pride myself on my forecasts, especially when it comes to the winter. I get a lot of people saying, well, how are you always so much more accurate? I don't know. I guess, part of the reason is kind of the thing that is happening with the chat. You're asking me a question. Okay, now I can really hone in on that area and, well, what time are you looking at? And all that kind of stuff helps. So that's why I always say, ask questions on the chat. Be happy to help you guys as much as I can. So, but yeah, that's kind of my spiel. So I'm glad everybody's with. If you haven't, I'd love to have you as a subscriber. But at the very least, just hit the thumbs up button. I got to remember to retweet some of these severe thunderstorm warnings out there. If you've got any pictures, any video, if you got anything interesting, if you're seeing anything, if I've missed anything, on the Twitter machine, Region WX is my handle. I'll put it down in the chat here. That's my Twitter handle. So go ahead and tag me if you've got any pictures or video, if you got any good weather out there. Well, there's the question. Out in Wisconsin, I get Wisconsin and Iowa questions a lot, and I'll happily answer them as much as I can. Mukwanango, Mukwanango. I gotta see where exactly Mukwanango is. Milwaukee. Okay. Not obviously as familiar with Wisconsin. Yeah, let's see here. Looks like you got 60-mile-per-hour winds and 1-inch hail heading your direction. Boy, if it isn't on top of you already. I think the way this is looking very much to me, this is wind damage. You're looking at 65-mile-per-hour winds associated with these storms. Down southwest, kind of the Milwaukee area. So these are what they look like. They're moving quickly, moving east at about 55 to 60 miles per hour. So they're going to be through fast. So it's very much, yeah, probably a wind damage, 60, 70 mile per hour winds running through you, and they're going to be through quick. And then beyond that, I think the threat for severe weather up there will be over in the meantime. So, yeah, once those storms roll through, there's nothing until, well, that's for quite a while actually. Looks like you got a chance for Monday again of some storms down in Milwaukee. So again, we got this one severe thunderstorm warned area. Looks like the hail is diminished a little bit, at least according to the radar. So it looks like the hail probably isn't as big a concern. And I'd probably, let's see, put this back into motion. Yeah, probably might still see some 60 mile per hour gusts out of this as well. I think that's possible. I think at this point that's going to be the main thing to sort of watch as you're in that Clearbrook-Gonvick area. Heavy rains, not to say that you won't get any hail. You're very likely going to see some small hail with it, just not the 1-inch hail. It looks like that part of it's a little bit below severe levels, but you might see some small brief hail associated with it. Maybe more so just some wind gusts running through that Gonvick, Clearbrook, and running up to Red Lake here shortly. The other thing I guess I'm finding interesting in a way is this stuff is moving now. This batch is finally kind of moving out of the way and lifting to the north. And I think what that tells me is things are getting ready a little bit further to the south. So it's maybe looking like we're priming the handle a little bit here. So we'll see how things get going. So again, if you weren't on here at the top of the hour, they did find some EF0 damage across the southern suburbs of Minneapolis, kind of Ramsey County, Dakota County, passed near Hardin High School and through the east side of St. Paul and ended near Goodridge Golf Course. So 75 mile per hour winds were associated with this particular little tornado that went through last night. So we'll keep an eye on the possibility of Just some more damaging winds, the possibility, the tornado threat here as we get deeper into the afternoon and in the evening hours. Probably in about, we'll just watch here and see how this continues to develop. This severe thunderstorm warning is valid until 5. I think, yeah, just mainly, yep, very much more just a wind event. These storms kind of moving out of the way a little bit and making room. Making room for possibly the additional development of some storms to the south. We've got the main part of the trough running through, and it's always out ahead of this is where the best lift is. So if we actually take a look at the upper level wave, the water vapor loop, maybe actually back off just a little bit, get a little wider view. And yeah, you can see this is kind of where some of the better lift is taking place. So this needs to get pushed just a little bit further to the east before some of this kind of takes place. You know, can't maybe completely rule out southeast North Dakota as well, far northeastern South Dakota. Just depending on the timing of some of this. You know, maybe the initial development possibly could be in through here. So not completely out of the question. But what we're looking at is the water vapor loop, and we also have the lightning showing up with the positive with these little marks that are flipping all over the place. So a lot of, obviously plenty of lightning showing up, and got kind of our jet streak pushing in through this way, helping spark some of these storms right now. But eventually it's going to also move just a little bit further east into the higher Cape values that are further south that are still trying to move northward. We're also looking at some of that lower level cloudiness starting to clear out in through here as well. So we'll see. Well, we just got to continue to monitor here over the next hour. Looks like Brandon made it through. Brandon Kalpick, the storm chaser, made it through McDonald's. I think he's trying to get back on the interstate, the way I'm seeing it. Looks like he's heading south of Alex at this point. So he's setting up somewhere down in here, the storm chaser Brandon Kopic. Always good to have them. I don't. You know, there's people that have contracts with some of these guys to be able to have them on live. I don't have that with these guys, so I will not show them. I would rather, just because I don't want to infringe on them. They're trying to make a living. They want you to go over to their YouTube and watch them, and understandably so. I wouldn't. I wouldn't discourage you from doing that either if you're looking for some interesting coverage, interesting vantage point, and just maybe, you know, give him a little money. Obviously he's out there doing what he loves, but gas prices aren't cheap, you know that, and so just give him a little extra love, maybe give him a little extra cash just to help him continue storm chasing. It helps, you know, as I'm watching and just seeing, trying to get a feel for what he's seeing out there. I don't think we have a whole lot. I'm not finding a whole lot of guys out there storm chasing today, unfortunately, that are live. Hopefully more and more of these guys are able to do this. The bad thing is, it's hard for them to get in the right spot at the right time, and, it's a tricky game. So you don't always see the best stuff on there, and you got to be patient, you got to be vigilant. For me, it's nice just to see, get a bird's eye view of, even if they're not seeing a tornado, just what else they're seeing out there. Is it picking up a lot of dust? Is the dust getting ingested into the storm? Is there a lot of hail? Is there just different things we can be looking out for, obviously. All right. Well, yep. Yes, sir. There's our watch. Severe thunderstorm watch has been issued for parts of Minnesota until 11 p.m. Central Time tonight. Severe thunderstorm watch. Couple tornadoes possible. Scattered hail up to 2-inch diameter possible. A scattered gust up to 75 miles per hour possible. So this extends from basically, the Fergus Falls, Detroit. Detroit Lakes, Bemidji, Grand Rapids, Virginia, Duluth, Moose City, Pine, Brainerd. So they're going in response to that little severe thunderstorm warning that took off just a little bit ago. Actually just along the border of this particular watch, I believe. And so that's essentially in response to that. I would suspect we're going to get one a little bit later on, further to the south. And we'll see what type of watch they issue for that, if that's also going to be a severe thunderstorm, or if they decide to go with a tornado with that one or not. Again, that's until 11 p.m. Central Time, so a 2-inch hail and 75 mile per hour wind gusts possible with that. Always interesting is this little part population, a little over 600,000, 363 schools, and 39 hospitals involved with this particular watch in northern Minnesota. So that's up and through here, and they're looking at some of these storms continuing to develop and move eastward throughout the overnight hours. Again, wouldn't be, definitely still thinking we're going to see some development a little bit further to the south. Current radar out of Mayville has just the one warning running through Clearbrook and Gonvick and heading towards Red Lake and Redby and Panoma. And it's looking like the winds is definitely the problem at this point. Was a little bit of some heavier hail, some larger hail earlier. Has just a little bit of rotation in with this as I'm seeing this. But for the most part, it looks like, it's just a wind event at this point. But I don't know if you can kind of tell on some of this. Yeah, there's just the tiniest bit of rotation, but nothing significant. So that's the latest one out there. That's the only one out there. And now we've got, and it's just on the edge of that tornado, or excuse me, severe thunderstorm watch. Looks like Vince Welty is also going to be on in about a half hour. So there'll be another storm chaser I can keep an eye on. Looks like Vince is just setting up just south of Alexandria, or excuse me, Brandon Kopic. Appreciate the heads up there, Baldy. I'm looking, you start to look at so many things and then, you know, it's easy to miss things. The only thing we're really missing is just the good, I mean, you know, when you're talking about severe storms and the potential for rotating storms is just the good kind of low-level winds. You know, typically you want 25 knots or greater, and we're kind of in that 15, 20 knot range out of the south. So when we're talking about the potential for tornadic activity, obviously the threat is still there, but thankfully we don't have the real strong southerly winds at the lower levels. So, you know, any, I guess, widespread or areas of, you know, wider concern, bigger concern is not there just because we have, we just don't have as good as, you know, strong, we don't have the good, strong, southerly low-level winds associated with this. But the threat's still there, obviously, but it's just, that's one thing to note, I guess, and why we're just saying maybe a tornado or two. Otherwise, you know, on a day like today, man, if we get some stiff south low-level winds, then we're not just talking about a tornado or two, but we're talking about 3 or 4 or 5. Appreciate everybody for who's out there. Appreciate the thumbs up and all the likes. It's awesome. Hello to anybody who has just subscribed. Looks like Cheryl Camacho. Appreciate you tagging along there, Cheryl. Maybe I should just stop trying to pronounce last names. That's not a good idea on my part. I'm going to butcher them every time. But yeah, at the very least, just to give me the old like, give me the thumbs up button out there. And that'll help YouTube find my page and basically suggest it to other people who are looking for weather information such as this. So I cover the Dakotas and Minnesota. So if you're looking for weather out there in those 3 states, I've got you covered. Okay, we've got, it's about 4:50 roughly. We've got the one little warning out there. Severe thunderstorm watch has been issued for northern parts of Minnesota. So I think what I'm going to do at this point, I got to step out for a bit. Again, give myself just a little breather, take a drink. I'll let you guess as to what I'm drinking. It's water. It's water. I wish I was drinking other stuff, but it's water. Hey, look at that. The webcam didn't go to a commercial. What do you know? That's awesome. Things are looking up. It's the little things. All right, guys. I'm just going to step away again, and I'll be back at the top of the hour.
Fair, with a temperature of 83. Once again at 4 p.m. at Fargo, it was cloudy, and the temperature was 69. At Moorhead, drizzle was falling, and the temperature was 68. You're listening to NOAA's National Weather Service radio station WXK42, operating at a frequency of 162.475 megahertz, transmitting from tower facilities near Amenia, weather radio for the Fargo and Moorhead area. The current time is 4:50 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Here's your area weather outlook. Thunderstorms will continue in southeastern North Dakota over the next several hours. Additional thunderstorm development remains likely this afternoon, especially in northwest Minnesota. Severe thunderstorms are possible, with hail up to the size of hen eggs, 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, and the possibility of a few tornadoes. Quiet weather will return once these thunderstorms roll through this evening in Minnesota. The forecast for Fargo, Moorhead, and the surrounding area. Tonight, partly cloudy early, then clearing. A chance of showers and thunderstorms early. Low 60 to 65. West winds 5 to 15 miles per hour. Chance of rain 50%. Monday, sunny. Highs in the mid-70s. Breezy. Northwest winds 15 to 25 miles per hour. Monday night, clear. Lows in the mid-50s. Northwest winds 5 to 15 miles per hour. Gusts up to 25 miles per hour in the evening. Tuesday, sunny. Highs 80 to 85. Tuesday night, clear. Lows in the mid-50s. Wednesday through Thursday, clear. Highs 80 to 85. Lows in the mid-50s. Thursday night through Saturday, mostly clear. Highs in the mid-80s. Low 60 to 65. Saturday night and Sunday, partly cloudy. Highs 80 to 85. Low 60 to 65. At 4 p.m. at Fargo's Hector Field, it was cloudy. The temperature was 69 degrees, the dew point 67, with a relative humidity of 93%. The wind was southeast at 7 miles an hour. The pressure was 29.53 inches and falling. At the Moorhead Airport, drizzle was falling. The temperature was 68 degrees, the dew point 66, with a relative humidity of 94%. The pressure was 29.57 inches and falling. Elsewhere across North Dakota, it was 73 at Prosper, 68 at Pillsbury, 72 at Hillsboro, and 73 at Mayville. At Grand Forks, it was partly sunny, with a temperature of 73. It was fair, with a temperature of 70 at Jamestown and 81 at Bismarck. In Minnesota, it was 68 at Pearlie. It was cloudy, with a temperature of 73 at Detroit Lakes, 74 at Park Rapids, 78 at St. Cloud, and 77 at Minneapolis. Elsewhere over the region, it was partly sunny, with a temperature of 88 at Sioux Falls and 79 at Winnipeg. At Aberdeen, it was fair, with a temperature of 83. Once again at 4 p.m. at Fargo, it was cloudy, and the temperature was 69. At Moorhead, drizzle was falling, and the temperature was 68. You're listening to NOAA's National Weather Service radio station WXK42, operating at a frequency of 162.475 megahertz, transmitting from tower facilities near Amenia, weather radio for the Fargo and Moorhead area. The current time is 4:54 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Here's your area weather outlook. Thunderstorms will continue in southeastern North Dakota over the next several hours. Additional thunderstorm development remains likely this afternoon, especially in northwest Minnesota. Severe thunderstorms are possible, with hail up to the size of hen eggs, 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, and the possibility of a few tornadoes. Quiet weather will return once these thunderstorms roll through this evening in Minnesota. The forecast for Fargo, Moorhead, and the surrounding area. Tonight, partly cloudy early, then clearing. A chance of showers and thunderstorms early. Low 60 to 65. West winds 5 to 15 miles per hour. Chance of rain 50%. Monday, sunny. Highs in the mid-70s. Breezy. Northwest winds 15 to 25 miles per hour. Monday night, clear. Lows in the mid-50s. Northwest winds 5 to 15 miles per hour. Gusts up to 25 miles per hour in the evening. Tuesday, sunny. Highs 80 to 85. Tuesday night, clear. Lows in the mid-50s. Wednesday through Thursday, clear. Highs 80 to 85. Lows in the mid-50s. Thursday night through Saturday, mostly clear. Highs in the mid-80s. Low 60 to 65. Saturday night and Sunday, partly cloudy. Highs 80 to 85. Low 60 to 65. At 4 p.m. at Fargo's Hector Field, it was cloudy. The temperature was 69 degrees, the dew point 67, with a relative humidity of 93%. The wind was southeast at 7 miles an hour. The pressure was 29.53 inches and falling. At the Moorhead Airport, drizzle was falling. The temperature was 68 degrees, the dew point 66, with a relative humidity of 94%. The pressure was 29.57 inches and falling. Elsewhere across North Dakota, it was 73 at Prosper, 68 at Pillsbury, 72 at Hillsboro, and 73 at Mayville. At Grand Forks, it was partly sunny, with a temperature of 73. It was fair, with a temperature of 70 at Jamestown, and 81 at Bismarck. In Minnesota, it was 68 at Pearlie. It was cloudy, with a temperature of 73 at Detroit Lakes, 74 at Park Rapids, 78 at St. Cloud, and 77 at Minneapolis. Elsewhere over the region, it was partly sunny, with a temperature of 88 at Sioux Falls, and 79 at Winnipeg. At Aberdeen, it was fair, with a temperature of 83. Once again at 4 p.m. at Fargo, it was cloudy, and the temperature was 69. At Moorhead, drizzle was falling, and the temperature was 68. You're listening to NOAA's National Weather Service radio station WXK42, operating at a frequency of 162.475 megahertz, transmitting from tower facilities near Amenia, weather radio for the Fargo and Moorhead area. The current time is 4:58 p.m. Central Daylight Time. The forecast for Fargo, Moorhead, and the surrounding area. Tonight, partly cloudy early, then clearing. A chance of showers and thunderstorms early. Low 60 to 65. West winds 5 to 15 miles per hour. Chance of rain 50%. Monday, sunny. Highs in the mid-70s. Breezy. Northwest winds 15 to 25 miles per hour. Monday night, clear. Lows in the mid-50s. Northwest winds 5 to 15 miles per hour. Gusts up to 25 miles per hour in the evening. Tuesday, sunny. Highs 80 to 85. Tuesday night, clear. Lows in the mid-50s. Wednesday through Thursday, clear. Highs 80 to 85. Lows in the mid-50s. Thursday night through Saturday, mostly clear. Highs in the mid-80s. Low 60 to 65. Saturday night and Sunday, partly cloudy. Highs 80 to 85. Lows 60 to 65. At 4 p.m. at Fargo's Hector Field, it was cloudy. The temperature was 69 degrees, the dew point 67, with a relative humidity of 93%. The wind was southeast at 7 miles an hour. The pressure was 29.53 inches and falling. At the Moorhead Airport, drizzle was falling. The temperature was 68 degrees, the dew point 66, with a relative humidity of 94%. The pressure was 29.57 inches and falling.
Very well, looks like they got rid of the severe thunderstorm warning that was out there a little bit ago. Dropped below severe levels at this point in time. So looks like there's not even, I don't even see a advisory out for that particular area. The main threat, the main concern probably will continue to be just probably the heavy rains in the near future. There's just a tiny bit of hail here and there, just a little bit down south of Little Rock, southwest of Red Lake. Not just maybe just a little bit there. Wind-wise, starting to pick up a little bit here south of Foston, perhaps. So we'll see how that this line continues, if it continues to push eastward, if they're see if we get some stronger winds associated with that and start to push eastward towards that Bagley, Bemidji area. But for now, there is everything's below severe limits, and it's just a lot of heavy rain. But there's some indications here going on, kind of in the Mahnomen area, Beiju up to Foston, that maybe some of this might start gusting out a little bit more, start to push east into Bagley and Bemidji. So just something for you guys to keep an eye on. Let's see, what is that? It's Mahnomen, Clearwater counties, Beltrami, Hubbard. For those of you in those counties right now, up in northwest, north central parts of Minnesota, we'll keep an eye on that area. Other than that, nothing else just quite going on yet. We're still waiting for some additional development further to the south, eventually down into more west central Minnesota, possibly far southeast North Dakota, northeast South Dakota as well. That's kind of the main areas we're really concerned about, at least for the potential for an isolated tornado. So we'll just see if things get developing, if things get rolling down here. That's going to be bear some watching as we get a little bit later into the evening now. Latest satellite. And just take a look at what we've got. We've got this line of convergence still going on, just kind of crossing the Dakotas at this point. Well, it looks like we got a little boundary out in through here as well. That might also be a little bit of a focus, but I think here's our main line pushing eastward. And yeah, let's see here. I think in through here will be a bit of a concern at this point. As I take a look at the radar, or look at the satellite, you can see how the lower clouds kind of continue to push northward. We've got this band of clouds that's kind of pushing in like this, and starting to maybe bow some of this line out, bow that boundary out just a bit. Looking at the mesoanalysis, see where our cape's starting to continues to be, I guess south of sort of I-29 or I-90. I-94 is the real stronger, higher cape values. Same with the, obviously that's going to line up with the temperatures and the dew points. So that warm frontal boundary is still continues to be right in through there roughly. Our cold front sags in like that. It's roughly where the cold front is at. I should probably make the warm front maybe some sort of color of red just to indicate warm. And so that's, and then, you know, this is oftentimes, you know, when we talk about the triple point, that's the area that we often watch when we're concerned about the most, you know, most concerning part of severe weather would be in there. In the immediate future or in the immediate time frame, you know, we're looking at these storms continuing to push eastward. They're going to be tapping into some higher Cape values as well. We've got over 2,000 joules per kilogram in through there, so that's really pretty good. The convective inhibition, the cap, continues to erode up further to the north as well. So that's we've got that severe thunderstorm watch out in through here essentially until 11 p.m. tonight. So these storms are expected to tap into some of the higher Cape values, higher dew points, and move eastward throughout through the overnight hours. Bulk shear continues to look really good further to the south. Best rotation continues to be down there. Downdraft Cape, way down to the south. Really good down there, but let's see here. A hail parameter. Derecho composite. Yeah, everything obviously is really good, kind of a good setup further to the south. But we do have some quite warm temperatures in the upper levels. We've got this 10 degree C line in through here, Celsius line, and that's the cap. You know, basically we talk a lot of times about a cap, and we're trying to break the cap. So things continue to warm, and either this is going to hold, or once this takes off, it's going to take off like a bandit. And so that's why these storms really are just having a harder time going a little bit further to the south at this point. Generally, that 10 degree Celsius line at the 700 millibar level, so about 10,000 feet up in the air, that's generally where we start to, you know, delineate between that capping inversion. Then we've got the 12 degree C a little bit further to the south, and that's why areas a little bit, you know, down and through here, more so why we're really thinking that's probably going to have a harder time for some of these storms to develop. It's going to be closer to this 10 degree C line, where at least a better potential is going to be for these storms to develop, just because the cap isn't quite as great down there. You know, always, like I said, interesting to note, this is a deep system. We've got some strong northwesterly upper level winds here. You could see it pushing in here, just even on the satellite loop, nosing in and helping develop some of this up in the north. This is obviously continues to push down to push eastward, and as it does so, we'll see if we can get anything else to pop a little bit further to the south. So again, we got this severe thunderstorm watch out for northern parts of Minnesota. until 11 p.m. with main problems going to be 2-inch hail and 75-mile-per-hour winds. Can't rule out the possibility of a tornado up in the North Country, but I think the better chance is going to be down in the South. But this includes, obviously, Detroit Lakes, Bemidji, Wadena, Brainerd, Grand Rapids, Moose Lake, Pine City, Virginia, Ely, and Duluth, as well as International Falls. So we sit and we wait, right? We continue to wait. We continue to wait and see if these storms are able to bust the cap further south. And if they do, it's going to be a little concerning, especially in the early going. So if you are in that, if you do live in kind of this region in particular, we'll overlay a map here just to get a better, overlay some counties so you can get a little better idea. Right there's Fargo. Fargo, Alex, Fergus is roughly in through here. St. Cloud down in through here. So basically north of St. Cloud, but you're going to be including that Fergus Falls, Alexandria, Brainerd, Aitken area. This is kind of be the main concern as far as just watching the potential for the large hail, damaging winds, and just the possibility of a tornado or two. Again, the main threat's going to be the wind and the hail associated with these storms, but it's just, we're just not ruling out the possibility of, just given the possibility of rotation in there, that an isolated tornado would be embedded with some of these storms as well. The latest HRRR model at this point. This is 6 p.m. and we've got those storms running across northern parts of Minnesota. 7 p.m. we finally sparked some storms a little bit further to the south into west central parts. 8. These really start to get going and start heading towards the I-94 corridor. 9 and 10 p.m. they're just starting to run into possibly the far west metro. 11 p.m. they're running across the metro area, and then by midnight they're just starting to get into western Wisconsin. Meanwhile, we continue to have some stronger storms running across the north or across the Arrowhead region beyond the midnight time frame. This is 1, and I know these storms are expected to continue to push eastward. This model hasn't completely come in yet, but that's what the latest runs are showing. This is the very latest model run, convective model run, just to give you an idea of what this is thinking as far as timing and location. Now notice, again, it doesn't quite develop any further south, and that's because of that capping. That's because those warm temperatures aloft are going to be holding some of those storms are going to be from forming, and that's why most of this is forming further to the north. It's a little bit cooler. Obviously, it's cooler to the north, so that's allowing the potential for these storms to develop. Yeah, the kidney shape bean. Yeah, on the little bit of a kidney bean shape to it. We definitely have seen better in other scenarios, especially down in the south. We've seen them in here before, up in the northern plains. And what they mean by the kidney bean, obviously, it's got that little bit of a curve to it. Got that little bit of a hook that we look for when we're talking about the potential for tornadoes. And so when you've got that kidney bean look, you know, that's would indicate the potential for tornadic activity. But yeah, they do just a little bit. I think the concern for me, I think, might be just because I think once these storms fire up, they're going to fire up fast, and it's going to become more of a linear event. And so what you're going to find yourself is tornadoes embedded into a line, and that's always concerning because obviously then they're so much harder to see, and they can happen quickly and without much warning. So. We'll see how they do develop, but that is a bit of a concern with mine. This would look like would indicate a little more discreet. I think it's probably going to be a little more of a line taking place as they head eastward. All right, we got some heavy rains, maybe some little bit of tiny hail possible. Probably more so just dealing with some gustier winds running through Clearbrook and Bagley at this point, right along Highway 2. Still taking its time. I was thinking maybe there was something starting to develop there as far as the stronger winds. But it continues to move more in a northeasterly direction, not really advancing eastward too fast just yet. So we've got just some heavy rains running through Bagley, Monoman at this point, and maybe some gusty winds, but that's about it. We've got this nice line, thin line, pushing eastward. So we've got a boundary running through Hillsborough, Crookston at this point, running through Cass County. We'll see if this helps spark anything a little bit down the road, down and further to the south. Yep, the rain wrap. That's what I'm concerned about. Just embedded QLCS tornadoes. Quasi-linear convective system. QLCS. Quasi-linear. Not quite linear, just quasi. Vince is up and running, Vince Welty. I'm not sure where he's at. Oh, I don't know. Let's see. I'm not sure where he's at. Oh, there. Okay. He's kind of north of Alex. So Brandon is south. He looks like Vince is north a little bit. So Alexandria, we got a couple of storm chasers bracketing you right now. Otherwise, hope everybody's having a good day out there and enjoying the weather. It's going to cool down a little bit here at night. We're going to get rid of some of the higher dew points. You're really going to notice a difference in the dew points after today. Strong thunderstorm will impact portions of Beltrami County. Gusts to 50 mile per hour in pea-sized hail. The strong thunderstorm will be near Swam around 5:25, Shotley at 5:30, Otto at 5:35, Waskish and Big Bog State Rec area at 5:45. It's basically that area around. Yeah, this is what county? I think they said Clearwater or Beltrami, East Central Beltrami County. Oh. So they're still watching this area running across Red Lake at this point. So it looks like there's some stronger wind gusts associated with that. And unfortunately, these storms are kind of getting into no man's land. It's in between this Mayville radar and the Duluth radar, and it gets a little harder to see exactly what's going on out there. But yeah, if you're in, I think Bagley, you're just going to be dealing at this point just with maybe a little bit gustier winds, some heavier rains. Bemidji, just keep an eye on this. It doesn't look like anything just yet. Solway, I think there was somebody out there from Solway as well. Probably just at this point looking at some heavy rains, maybe some gusty winds, but it doesn't at this point look like anything severe is developing. Might be more east of the Bemidji area by the time this really gets going. Fifty mile per hour wind gust at Red Lake Station right around 5 p.m. Bring it back to the summary here. You just pot up weather radio.
Miles an hour. The pressure was 29.53 inches and steady. At the Moorhead Airport, it was partly sunny. The temperature was 70 degrees, the dew point 66, with a relative humidity of 88%. The wind was southeast at 7 miles an hour. The pressure was 29.54 inches and falling. Elsewhere across North Dakota, it was 73 at Prosper, 72 at Pillsbury, 72 at Hillsboro, and 72 at Mayville. It was fair, with a temperature of 70 at Grand Forks, 76 at Jamestown, and 80 at Bismarck. In Minnesota, it was 68 at Pearlie. At Minneapolis, it was partly sunny, with a temperature of 78. It was cloudy, with a temperature of 73 at Detroit Lakes, 73 at Park Rapids, and 79 at St. Cloud. Elsewhere over the region at Winnipeg, it was partly sunny, with a temperature of 79. It was fair, with a temperature of 85 at Aberdeen and 88 at Sioux Falls. Once again at 5 p.m. at Fargo, it was cloudy, and the temperature was 71. At Moorhead, it was partly sunny, and the temperature was 70. The Fargo, North Dakota climate summary as of 4 p.m. Sunday, August 28th. Today's high temperature was 70 and the low was 64. The normal high is 79 and the normal low is 55. The record high is 100, set in 1984. And the record low is 36, last set in 1965. 0.02 of an inch of rain fell today. The monthly total was 2.44 inches and the total precipitation for the year was 18.05 inches. The normal high temperature for Monday is 78 degrees and the normal low is 54. The record high for Monday is 99, which occurred in 1961. And the record low is 39, which occurred in 1915. The sun will set Sunday at 8:14 p.m. and will rise Monday at 6:43 a.m. Now here is the hazardous weather outlook for portions of eastern North Dakota and northwest Minnesota. For this afternoon and tonight, the probability for widespread hazardous weather is low. And now the extended outlook for the period Monday through Saturday. The probability for widespread hazardous weather is low. Spotter information statement. Spotter activation is not anticipated. You're listening to NOAA's National Weather Service radio station WXK42, operating at a frequency of 162.475 MHz, transmitting from tower facilities near Amenia, weather radio for the Fargo and Moorhead area. The current time is 5:25 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Here's your area weather outlook. Thunderstorms will continue in southeastern North Dakota over the next several hours.
Brooklyn Park tonight. Probably we're looking at after 10 p.m. By the time it runs through the Brooklyn Park area, we're looking at the possibility of winds of 70 mile per hour winds. Hail by that point, inch, maybe 2 inches in diameter. Might be closer to the inch mark, and by that time, by the time it kind of runs into the Twin Cities area, Brooklyn Park, probably looking more of a threat of wind by that point in the night, just because we're getting to that 10, 11 p.m. The larger threat for hail will be more in the beginning of the night, just because we still have the daytime heating taking place. And then it kind of transitions a little more as we get a little bit later. So probably closer to the 1 inch mark with the hail, but we're probably thinking about still the possibility of 70 mile per hour winds running through the Twin Cities tonight, sometime after 10 p.m.
Wednesday through Thursday, clear. Highs 80 to 85. Lows in the mid-50s. Thursday night through Saturday, mostly clear. Highs in the mid-80s. Lows 60 to 65. Saturday night and Sunday, partly cloudy. Highs 80 to 85. Lows 60 to 65. At 5 p.m. at Fargo's Hector Field, it was cloudy. The temperature was 71 degrees, the dew point 68, with a relative humidity of 90%. The wind was southeast at 5 miles an hour. The pressure was 29.53 inches and steady. At the Moorhead Airport, it was partly sunny. The temperature was 70 degrees, the dew point 66, with a relative humidity of 88%. The wind was southeast at 7 miles an hour. The pressure was 29.54 inches and falling. Elsewhere across North Dakota, it was 73 at Prosper, 72 at Pillsbury, 72 at Hillsboro, and 72 at Mayville. It was fair.
Sorry, I forgot to unmute. That'd be good, wouldn't it? Yeah. Brooklyn Park, no, I think the tornado threat is low. Just because by that point it's mainly a wind event now. With that said, kind of like what we saw last night, these storms went through Minneapolis. Yeah, you never know when something can fire up along those line of storms, along those wind gusts, and it's definitely the chance isn't zero. I would just say it's pretty low for any type of tornadic activity down in the Twin Cities. Just because I think we're mostly going to be a wind damage type of thing, but just be vigilant. That's the main thing. The other thing, I guess, if I didn't unmute my microphone here, it looks like there is this line, this convergence line starting to set up here and through western Minnesota. We do have some breaks going on. It looks like we're starting to push the upper level winds are starting to push nose in here through a little bit. So I think we're getting close. We've just got a little something trying to get going, but struggling a little bit. So we're getting closer here, and we're not there yet. So that's a good thing. Hopefully we don't really have to worry about it. That would be a good thing. We've dealt with a lot of cloud cover in with these storms today, and that's really held things back. We still have some warm upper levels further to the south, so that's kind of helping put that lid on that inversion, that cap. So we'll see if they're able to break them, see if these storms are able to break further south. It's starting to look like the ingredients are starting to come together in through here. We've got this convergence going on. And then we've got, you can see the low-level clouds continue to stream to the north and west. Meanwhile, if we took a look at the water vapor loop, yeah, and we're starting to get some of the stronger winds starting to nose in through here. Overlay the 500 millibar. Yeah, there's a little vorticity max now starting to show up, a little trough starting to move in. So we'll see here. I think we're getting close. But like I said, we're not quite there yet as far as initiation further south. Otherwise, no warnings out there. We've got a little bit some heavy rains kind of running through that Clearbrook, Gonvick area, continuing through Clearwater County. Maybe a little bit of hail, small hail. Some gustier winds starting to show up. Yeah, just north of Clearbrook. So some gustier winds just kind of starting to develop a little bit, moving to the northeast. Going to run into Beltrami County, kind of that area, the same area, Little Rock, Red Lake. Probably see another batch of gusty winds moving your way. But otherwise, just some pretty heavy rains. A strong thunderstorm will impact portions of west central Kuching County. .528 Doppler radar tracking strong thunderstorm over southeast upper Red Lake, moving northeast at 45 mile per hour winds and pea-sized hail possible. Kuching.
The wind was southeast at 5 miles an hour. The pressure was 29.54 inches and falling. Elsewhere across North Dakota, it was 75 at Prosper, 73 at Pillsbury, 72 at Hillsboro, and 72 at Mayville. It was fair, with a temperature of 70 at Grand Forks, 76 at Jamestown, and 80 at Bismarck. In Minnesota, it was 68 at Pearly. At Minneapolis, it was partly sunny.
Okay, I'm going to try to step away one more time here, just in case things do start rolling. And then pretty much my butt's going to be parked in the seat for the rest of the night. No warnings out there. There's just that advisory out kind of in that Red Lake area for some 40, 45 mile per hour wind gusts. But other than that, we'll continue to monitor to see if anything else develops further to the south. So I will be back after a bit, and for sure at the top of the hour at the very latest. If anything develops before that, I'll be on, obviously. But and if anybody's got any questions, please feel free to ask on the chat. If you haven't done so already, if you're just kind of got on here recently, hit the thumbs up, hit the like button. I would appreciate that as well. And also subscribe if you feel inclined to do so. But at the very least, just give the old thumbs up button. That helps the algorithm, the YouTube algorithm, find my weather channel. So that other people who are looking for weather information across Minnesota can find it. As we're just going to be sticking around Minnesota and seeing how things develop as the night goes along. Appreciate everybody following along tonight. And yeah, we'll see you after a little bit.
Set Sunday at 8:14 p.m. and will rise Monday at 6:43 a.m. You're listening to NOAA's National Weather Service radio station WXK42, operating at a frequency of 162.475 megahertz, transmitting from tower facilities near Amenia, weather radio for the Fargo and Moorhead area. The current time is 5:36 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Here's your area weather outlook. Thunderstorms will continue in southeastern North Dakota over the next several hours. Additional thunderstorm development remains likely this afternoon, especially in northwest Minnesota. Severe thunderstorms are possible, with hail up to the size of hen eggs, 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, and the possibility of a few tornadoes. Quiet weather will return once these thunderstorms roll through this evening in Minnesota. The forecast for Fargo, Moorhead, and the surrounding area. Tonight, partly cloudy early, then clearing. A chance of showers and thunderstorms early. Low 60 to 65. West winds 5 to 15 miles per hour. Chance of rain 50%. Monday, sunny. Highs in the mid-70s. Breezy. Northwest winds 15 to 25 miles per hour. Monday night, clear. Lows in the mid-50s. Northwest winds 5 to 15 miles per hour. Gusts up to 25 miles per hour in the evening. Tuesday, sunny. Highs 80 to 85. Tuesday night, clear. Lows in the mid-50s. Wednesday through Thursday, clear. Highs 80 to 85. Lows in the mid-50s. Thursday night through Saturday, mostly clear. Highs in the mid-80s. Low 60 to 65. Saturday night and Sunday, partly cloudy. Highs 80 to 85. Low 60 to 65. At 5 p.m. at Fargo's Hector Field, it was cloudy. The temperature was 71 degrees, the dew point 68, with a relative humidity of 90%. The wind was southeast at 5 miles an hour. The pressure was 29.53 inches and steady. At the Moorhead Airport, it was cloudy. The temperature was 72 degrees, the dew point 70, with a relative humidity of 94%. The wind was southeast at 5 miles an hour. The pressure was 29.54 inches and falling. Elsewhere across North Dakota, it was 75 at Prosper, 73 at Pillsbury, 72 at Hillsboro, and 72 at Mayville. It was fair, with a temperature of 70 at Grand Forks, 76 at Jamestown, and 80 at Bismarck. In Minnesota, it was 68 at Pearly. At Minneapolis, it was partly sunny, with a temperature of 78. it was cloudy, with a temperature of 73 at Detroit Lakes, 73 at Park Rapids, and 79 at St. Cloud. Elsewhere over the region at Winnipeg, it was partly sunny, with a temperature of 79. It was fair, with a temperature of 85 at Aberdeen, and 88 at Sioux Falls. Once again at 5 p.m. at Fargo, it was cloudy, and the temperature was 71. At Moorhead, it was cloudy, and the temperature was 72. The Fargo, North Dakota climate summary as of 4 p.m. Sunday, August 28th. Today's high temperature was 70 and the low was 64. The normal high is 79 and the normal low is 55. The record high is 100, set in 1984. And the record low is 36, last set in 1965. 0.02 of an inch of rain fell today. The monthly total was 2.44 inches and the total precipitation for the year was 18.05 inches. The normal high temperature for Monday is 78 degrees and the normal low is 54. The record high for Monday is 99, which occurred in 1961. And the record low is 39, which occurred in 1915. The sun will set Sunday at 8:14 p.m. and will rise Monday at 6:43 a.m. You're listening to NOAA's National Weather Service radio station WXK-42, operating at a frequency of 162.475 megahertz, transmitting from tower facilities near Amenia, weather radio for the Fargo and Moorhead area. The current time is 5:41 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Here's your area weather outlook. Thunderstorms will continue in southeastern North Dakota over the next several hours. Additional thunderstorm development remains likely this afternoon, especially in northwest Minnesota. Severe thunderstorms are possible with hail up to the size of hen eggs, 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, and the possibility of a few tornadoes. Quiet weather will return through this evening in Minnesota. The forecast for Fargo, Moorhead, and the surrounding area. Tonight, partly cloudy early, then clearing. A chance of showers and thunderstorms early. Low 60 to 65. West winds 5 to 15 miles per hour. Chance of rain 50%. Monday, sunny. Highs in the mid-70s. Breezy. Northwest winds 15 to 25 miles per hour. Monday night, clear. Lows in the mid-50s. Northwest winds 5 to 15 miles per hour. Gusts up to 25 miles per hour in the evening. Tuesday, sunny. Highs 80 to 85. Tuesday night, clear. Lows in the mid-50s. Wednesday through Thursday, clear. Highs 80 to 85. Lows in the mid-50s. Thursday night through Saturday, mostly clear. Highs in the mid-80s. Low 60 to 65. Saturday night and Sunday, partly cloudy. Highs 80 to 85. Low 60 to 65. At 5 p.m. at Fargo's Hector Field, it was cloudy. The temperature was 71 degrees, the dew point 68, with a relative humidity of 90%. The wind was southeast at 5 miles an hour. The pressure was 29.53 inches and steady. At the Moorhead Airport, it was cloudy. The temperature was 72 degrees, the dew point 70, with a relative humidity of 94%. The wind was southeast at 5 miles an hour. The pressure was 29.54 inches and falling. Elsewhere across North Dakota, it was 75 at Prosper, 73 at Pillsbury, 72 at Hillsboro, and 72 at Mayville. It was fair, with a temperature of 70 at Grand Forks, 76 at Jamestown, and 80 at Bismarck. In Minnesota, it was 68 at Pearlie. At Minneapolis, it was partly sunny, with a temperature of 78. It was cloudy, with a temperature of 73 at Detroit Lakes, 73 at Park Rapids, and 79 at St. Cloud. Elsewhere over the region at Winnipeg, it was partly sunny, with a temperature of 79. It was fair, with a temperature of 85 at Aberdeen and 88 at Sioux Falls. Once again at 5 p.m. at Fargo, it was cloudy, and the temperature was 71. At Moorhead, it was cloudy, and the temperature was 72. Now here is the hazardous weather outlook for portions of eastern North Dakota and northwest Minnesota. For this afternoon and tonight, the probability for widespread hazardous weather is low. And now the extended outlook for the period Monday through Saturday. The probability for widespread hazardous weather is low. Spotter information statement. Spotter activation is not anticipated. The Fargo, North Dakota climate summary as of 4 p.m. Sunday, August 28th. Today's high temperature was 70 and the low was 64. The normal high is 79 and the normal low is 55. The record high is 100, set in 1984. And the record low is 36, last set in 1965. 0.02 of an inch of rain fell today. The monthly total was 2.44 inches and the total precipitation for the year was 18.05 inches. The normal high temperature for Monday is 78 degrees and the normal low is 54. The record high for Monday is 99, which occurred in 1961. And the record low is 39, which occurred in 1915. The sun will set Sunday at 8:14 p.m. and will rise Monday at 6:43 a.m. You're listening to NOAA's National Weather Service radio station WXK-42, operating at a frequency of 162.475 megahertz, transmitting from tower facilities near Amenia, weather radio for the Fargo and Moorhead area. The current time is 5:46 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Here's your area weather outlook. Thunderstorms will continue in southeastern North Dakota over the next several hours. Additional thunderstorm development remains likely this afternoon, especially in northwest Minnesota. Severe thunderstorms are possible, with hail up to the size of hen eggs, 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, and the possibility of a few tornadoes. Quiet weather will return once these thunderstorms roll through this evening in Minnesota. The forecast for Fargo, Moorhead, and the surrounding area. Tonight, partly cloudy early, then clearing. A chance of showers and thunderstorms early. Low 60 to 65. West winds 5 to 15 miles per hour. Chance of rain 50%. Monday, sunny. Highs in the mid-70s. Breezy. Northwest winds 15 to 25 miles per hour. Monday night, clear. Lows in the mid-50s. Northwest winds 5 to 15 miles per hour. Gusts up to 25 miles per hour in the evening. Tuesday, sunny. Highs 80 to 85. Tuesday night, clear. Lows in the mid-50s. Wednesday through Thursday, clear. Highs 80 to 85. Lows in the mid-50s. Thursday night through Saturday, mostly clear. Highs in the mid-80s. Low 60 to 65. Saturday night and Sunday, partly cloudy. Highs 80 to 85. Low 60 to 65. At 5 p.m. at Fargo's Hector Field, it was cloudy. The temperature was 71 degrees, the dew point 68, with a relative humidity of 90%. The wind was southeast at 5 miles an hour. The pressure was 29.53 inches and steady. At the Moorhead Airport, it was cloudy. The temperature was 72 degrees, the dew point 70, with a relative humidity of 94%. The wind was southeast at 5 miles an hour. The pressure was 29.54 inches and falling. Elsewhere across North Dakota, it was 75 at Prosper, 73 at Pillsbury, 72 at Hillsboro, and 72 at Mado. It was fair, with a temperature of 70 at Grand Forks, 76 at Jamestown, and 80 at Bismarck. In Minnesota, it was 68 at Pearlie. At Minneapolis, it was partly sunny, with a temperature of 78. It was cloudy, with a temperature of 73 at Detroit Lakes, 73 at Park Rapids and 79 at St. Cloud. Elsewhere over the region at Winnipeg, it was partly sunny, with a temperature of 79. It was fair, with a temperature of 85 at Aberdeen and 88 at Sioux Falls. Once again at 5 p.m. at Fargo, it was cloudy, and the temperature was 71. At Moorhead, it was cloudy, and the temperature was 72. The Fargo, North Dakota climate summary as of 4 p.m. Sunday, August 28th. Today's high temperature was 70 and the low was 64. The normal high is 79 and the normal low is 55. The record high is 100, set in 1984. And the record low is 36, last set in 1965. 2/100 of an inch of rain fell today. The monthly total was 2.44 inches and the total precipitation for the year was 18.05 inches. The normal high temperature for Monday is 78 degrees and the normal low is 54. The record high for Monday is 99, which occurred in 1961. And the record low is 39, which occurred in 1915. The sun will set Sunday at 8:14 p.m. and will rise Monday at 6:43 a.m. You are listening to NOAA's National Weather Service radio station WXK-42, operating at a frequency of 162.475 megahertz, transmitting from tower facilities near Amenia, weather radio for the Fargo and Moorhead area. The current time is 5:51 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Here's your area weather outlook. Thunderstorms will continue in southeastern North Dakota over the next several hours. Additional thunderstorm development remains likely this afternoon, especially in northwest Minnesota. Severe thunderstorms are possible, with hail up to the size of hen eggs, 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, and the possibility of a few tornadoes. Quiet weather will return once these thunderstorms roll through this evening in Minnesota. The forecast for Fargo, Moorhead, and the surrounding area. Tonight, partly cloudy early, then clearing. A chance of showers and thunderstorms early. Low 60 to 65. West winds 5 to 15 miles per hour. Chance of rain 50%. Monday, sunny. Highs in the mid-70s. Breezy. Northwest winds 15 to 25 miles per hour. Monday night, clear. Lows in the mid-50s. Northwest winds 5 to 15 miles per hour. Gusts up to 25 miles per hour in the evening. Tuesday, sunny. Highs 80 to 85. Tuesday night, clear. Lows in the mid-50s. Wednesday through Thursday, clear. Highs 80 to 85. Lows in the mid-50s. Thursday night through Saturday, mostly clear. Highs in the mid-80s. Low 60 to 65. Saturday night and Sunday, partly cloudy. Highs 80 to 85. Low 60 to 65. At 5 p.m. at Fargo's Hector Field, it was cloudy. The temperature was 71 degrees, the dew point 68, with a relative humidity of 90%. The wind was southeast at 5 miles an hour. The pressure was 29.53 inches and steady. At the Moorhead Airport, it was cloudy. The temperature was 72 degrees, the dew point 70, with a relative humidity of 94%. The wind was southeast at 5 miles an hour. The pressure was 29.54 inches and falling. Elsewhere across North Dakota, it was 75 at Prosper, 73 at Pillsbury, 72 at Hillsboro, and 72 at Mayville. It was fair, with a temperature of 70 at Grand Forks, 76 at Jamestown, and 80 at Bismarck. In Minnesota, it was 68 at Pearlie. At Minneapolis, it was partly sunny, with a temperature of 78. It was cloudy, with a temperature of 73 at Detroit Lakes, 73 at Park Rapids, and 79 at St. Cloud. Elsewhere over the region at Winnipeg, it was partly sunny, with a temperature of 79. It was fair, with a temperature of 85 at Aberdeen and 88 at Sioux Falls. Once again at 5 p.m. at Fargo, it was cloudy, and the temperature was 71. At Moorhead, it was cloudy, and the temperature was 72. The Fargo, North Dakota climate summary as of 4 p.m. Sunday, August 28th. Today's high temperature was 70 and the low was 64. The normal high is 79 and the normal low is 55. The record high is 100, set in 1984. And the record low is 36, last set in 1965. Few hundredths of an inch of rain fell today. The monthly total was 2.44 inches and the total precipitation for the year was 18.05 inches. The normal high temperature for Monday is 78 degrees and the normal low is 54. The record high for Monday is 99, which occurred in 1961. And the record low is 39, which occurred in 1915. The sun will set Sunday at 8:14 p.m. and will rise Monday at 6:43 a.m. You're listening to NOAA's National Weather Service radio station WXK-42, operating at a frequency of 162.475 megahertz, transmitting from tower facilities near Amenia, weather radio for the Fargo and Moorhead area. The current time is 5:56 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Here's your area weather outlook. Thunderstorms will continue in southeastern North Dakota over the next several hours. Additional thunderstorm development remains likely this afternoon, especially in northwest Minnesota. Severe thunderstorms are possible, with hail up to the size of hen eggs, 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, and the possibility of a few tornadoes. Quiet weather will return once these thunderstorms roll through this evening in Minnesota. The forecast for Fargo, Moorhead, and the surrounding area. Tonight, partly cloudy early, then clearing. A chance of showers and thunderstorms early. Low 60 to 65. West winds 5 to 15 miles per hour. Chance of rain 50%. Monday, sunny. Highs in the mid-70s. Breezy. Northwest winds 15 to 25 miles per hour. Monday night, clear. Lows in the mid-50s. Northwest winds 5 to 15 miles per hour. Gusts up to 25 miles per hour in the evening. Tuesday, sunny. Highs 80 to 85. Tuesday night, clear. Lows in the mid-50s. Wednesday through Thursday, clear. Highs 80 to 85. Lows in the mid-50s. Thursday night through Saturday, mostly clear. Highs in the mid-80s. Low 60 to 65. Saturday night and Sunday, partly cloudy. Highs 80 to 85. Low 60 to 65. At 5 p.m. at Fargo's Hector Field, it was cloudy. The temperature was 71 degrees, the dew point 68, with a relative humidity of 90%. The wind was southeast at 5 miles an hour. The pressure was 29.53 inches and steady. At the Moorhead Airport, it was cloudy. The temperature was 72 degrees, the dew point 70, with a relative humidity of 94%. The wind was southeast at 5 miles an hour. The pressure was 29.54 inches and falling. Elsewhere across North Dakota, it was 75 at Prosper, 73 at Pillsbury, 72 at Hillsboro, and 72 at Mado. It was fair, with a temperature of 70 at Grand Forks, 76 at Jamestown, and 80 at Bismarck. In Minnesota, it was 68 at Pearly. At Minneapolis, it was partly sunny, with a temperature of 78. It was cloudy, with a temperature of 73 at Detroit Lakes, 73 at Park Rapids, and 79 at St. Cloud. Elsewhere over the region at Winnipeg, it was partly sunny, with a temperature of 79. It was fair, with a temperature of 85 at Aberdeen, and 88 at Sioux Falls. Once again at 5 p.m. at Fargo, it was cloudy, and the temperature was 71. At Moorhead, it was cloudy, and the temperature was 72. The Fargo, North Dakota climate summary as of 4 p.m. Sunday, August 28th. Today's high temperature was 70 and the low was 64. The normal high is 79 and the normal low is 55. The record high is 100, set in 1984. And the record low is 36, last set in 1965.
All right, yeah, we've got a tornado watch out. And we'll get that pulled up here. There we go. Tornado watch has been issued for parts of Minnesota until 12 a.m. midnight Central Time. Couple tornadoes possible, scattered hail up to tennis ball size, scattered gusts up to 80 miles per hour. So yeah, you could see that's west central Minnesota roughly to east central southeast Minnesota, including Alexandria, Marshall, Wilmer, Little Falls, St. Cloud, Hutchinson, Mankato, Minneapolis, Forest Lake, Northfield, just north of Rochester, Austin, and Fairmont at this point. And again, kind of interesting, you can see the population down here, 4 million schools, 1,782 hospitals. So severe thunderstorm watch out now for central and southern parts of Minnesota until midnight. Watches. That one's still coming up. So that's becoming valid here in a little bit by the time that comes in. So that's, let's see here. So there's the first watch. The other one's got to pull up yet, but it's a little bit further down to the south, including probably because this line continues to develop south of this current watch box. What I was basically showing a little bit earlier, we've got a line of convergence starting to develop west of kind of west of Fergus Falls, moving eastward, and so we're looking at these storms starting to develop now, also further south into southwestern parts of Minnesota. So this area now, right now, is under a severe thunderstorm watch until midnight. Just pull up the Aberdeen radar, just take a little bit further south look. Obviously, there's nothing currently showing up on there, but the that line of convergence is just a little bit, maybe just something a little bit right there. Just south of Elbow Lake and Morris, west of Alexandria. And so that's, I guess that's, I mean, if you're going to want to pick out a point onto the radar, that's about the area we're concerned with at this point. So yeah, it's kind of it's coming around the latest model now at this point. And we'll see what how many doesn't nothing too new. Again, just that cell kind of developing about where we're thinking southwest, west central parts of Minnesota, pushing eastward. This is 8 p.m. and 9 p.m. and it looks like it's kind of getting into that 10 to maybe 11 p.m. time frame by the time it runs into the metro area. So again, this is right around 10 p.m. where this particular line of storms are going to be developing. So large hail, 2 inches, hail, wind gusts 70 to 80 miles per hour possible, a few tornadoes as well. And then we also have the severe thunderstorm warning further north for large hail and some damaging winds. So here we go, folks. We got some things to keep an eye on now over the next few hours. So we will keep a close eye on the radars and see what eventually comes to be. Currently, there is obviously there is nothing. Severe thunderstorm watch is out there, but we'll have to keep an eye on that line that's starting to show up out there. This line right in through here, you can just kind of see it possibly on your screen that you're watching. Hopefully you've got a TV screen. Might be a little hard to tell on if you've got a phone, but yeah, definitely a good line of convergence. Something really kind of trying to pop down in through here. Well, just make sure you got a plan here in place for the remainder of the night. If you're in that, basically, if you're in this particular area for the remainder of the night, just to make sure you got a little plan in place and keep an eye on the weather as it's expected to track eastward. Make sure, especially if you're outdoors, that you have a shelter that you can get to as these storms are expected to approach your area. Heavy rain in Solway, Blue Moon, yeah. Yeah, so the rain's over you right now. I think then for the most part, I think the severity at this point is probably gone. So points east of Bemidji, we'll continue to watch in through Couchiking County, Itasca, Cass, Hubbard, Wadena, Crow Wing. You guys will have to keep an eye on some of these storms that are moving eastward and just see if they start to gust out at all. But largely the more concerning areas will be this area now further to the south. Appreciate everybody following along and watching this evening, and we're going to keep you updated and keep you on top of the severe weather as it develops, so make sure you're watching here. If you got any questions, feel free to ask, especially on the early going here, just because not much going on just yet, so I'm able to answer some of the questions a little better. But as things progress, as the night progresses and things get a little crazier, obviously that's going to change. But yeah, I appreciate everybody coming along. If you haven't done so already, make sure you hit the like button. If there's anybody new out there, for those of you that have been around for a while, sorry you have to keep hearing me say that. Hit the like button. Just hit the like button. That's all you got to do. Just hit the like button. That way other people can find my page. I do have Vince Welty up and Brandon Kopic. Brandon is... Where is he? One second. Brandon is northwest of Alexandria. Brandon Kopic is northwest of Brandon, just north of I-94, by Evansville-ish. And Brandon, actually, he's just right around Brandon, and he's keeping an eye on the development, some developing storms around there, the way it looks. So yeah, he's got an eye on this. A little bit of hail starting to pick up once again in Beltrami County, just east of Redby, so it looks like you might have hail up to near an inch heading eastward. Also a bit of a gust front starting to show up in that as well. So if you're in that Keeler, Black Duck, Funkley, Northholm area, possibly some windy or gusty winds and some hail heading your direction, heading northeast towards Couchiking County, up to Big Falls, eventually Little Fork and International Falls. So this little cell here has increased now in the last little bit. So some stronger winds starting to develop. A little bit of hail, larger hail. And again, these storms are moving pretty quick, moving northeast at about 50 miles per hour. Anyway, I was talking, Brandon Kopic is out there, Vince Welty. He continues to be north of I-94. What county is he in? He's in Long Prairie, the way it looks. He's somewhere around Long Prairie, Vince Welty is. So north of Sauk Center. Not real sure what direction he's heading. Perhaps west. And yeah, I don't interact. And otherwise I don't I don't have contracts with these storm chasers. They help me. I do watch them just to see what they're seeing. Continue to watch this area by Brandon in Evansville develop. So right in through here. Actually getting picked up just a little bit better by the Mayville radar. Which is a little, they're about equidistant. The Mayville radar and the Aberdeen radar. This is about as in between those two as you can get. But for some reason, the Mayville radar picking it up just a little bit better at this point. So we will switch over to that. So this is where Brandon Kopic is. But as I was saying, I don't like to show them just because I don't have contracts with them. I don't have the authority. If there's something significant they're finding or they're seeing out there, I might put them on for a little bit. But like I said, I wouldn't discourage you to go find them either on the YouTube. They've got a live feed going. And just throw a little money their way. They're out there, and they're burning their gas, obviously, in the high gas prices that are going on. So just, help them out a little bit, give them a couple bucks. I'm sure it'd be appreciated. If you've got anything worth noting up there that you're seeing, clouds, interesting weather that's worth noting, go ahead and, let me know on Twitter as well. I'll put the handle down there on the chat, Region WX. That's the way you can get a hold of me, or tag me on Twitter, and be happy to show it online, especially if it's of interest, if it's a good little picture or video. Redby, special weather statement for Redby, Minnesota, Keeler, and Washkish until 6:45 with 40-mile-per-hour winds and nickel-sized hail. That's up in that Red Lake County area again, or Red Lake area. See if you can see this or not. Nope. Yeah, and report to the National Weather Service. Absolutely. Tag the National Weather Service. Let them know first, and then if you got more time, let me know. So probability of 2 more tornadoes, 30%. Probability of 1 or more strong tornado, you have 2 or greater, is low at 20% with this severe thunderstorm watch. Probability of 10 or more severe wind events at moderate, 50%. Probability of 1 or more wind events greater than 65 is moderate. Hail, large hail, moderate as well. High risk of 6 or more combined severe hail and wind events. So they're saying a 30% chance of seeing a couple tornadoes, low chance of a strong tornado. So that's kind of the area that's just bears a little bit of watching right now. This is Douglas County, right around Brandon, just west of Alex. Seems like you guys are used to seeing that type of weather. I'm watching Brandon Kopic as well. He looks like he's in a good spot, kind of in that Brandon area. And so you might hear him a little bit in the background. I'll turn up his mic on the other computer on the other screen. Just to listen to see if he's got anything worth noting there.
You guys know the frequency? You know the frequency around here for, what are we, Minneapolis? We're probably too far from a tower to hit anything. I'm just looking for the weather radio, not one of their repeaters.
Grand Forks, Brandon, I think that's the one.
I'll just start scanning.
He's looking for NOAA weather radio is what he's looking for, so that he can hear the tones. Oy vey. After I hit 1,000 subscribers, which I'm at 932, getting there. I might, yeah, I think I might seriously consider purchasing premium YouTube, so we don't have to deal with the annoying commercials. What we've got up above me is Perham, Minnesota. So Perham's a little bit further to the north, actually, up in through here. I don't think I have anything further south other than Alexandria, so maybe I might just switch over to that. Okay. This might be worth changing. You see the guys on the bottom of the screen? They're all dressed up like they're celebrating Oktoberfest. That's in Alexandria, by the way. Little do they know they're on a live stream for weather on top of it. That's funny. So continue to watch this line of storms here that are trying to get going. You can see that line develop more and more here on the satellite in western parts of Minnesota, trying to get some of these cells to fire. Looks like in particular down on the, a little bit further down to the south and west. Probably around Barrett, Hoffman, Morris, somewhere about in there. Kind of in that, like it says, Stevens County, Swift. Have to keep an eye on as these storms are trying now to get going. All right, Oriana, you gotta calm down on the chatting there. I see ya. I feel ya. You're there. We know. Just chill out, and we'll watch this throughout the night. So yeah, just ease up on the chat a little bit. That's all I ask. I know you're there. I know you're watching. Unfortunately, the Alexandria page there likes to point towards the Viking, but they are the ones that are kind of in the area of these potential storms. So we're really not going to see anything until the storms are on top of them. And as far as I'm aware of, I don't have anything closer. Wadena, yeah, boy, it's actually, Wadena might be a little better, maybe. You can see on the Mayville radar, these storms now starting to develop further south from that big batch, that big bulky area further north. We're starting to get some stuff now trying to develop along that line, now heading southward. I'm just going to keep Alexandria up there for now, just because I like the guys posing. The German folk. Appreciate everybody for watching. At the very least, just hit the old thumbs up button. If you're getting tired of me saying that, then just do it. Just do it. So then I'll stop bugging you. I'll stop bugging you if you just do it. Hit the thumbs up. Hit the like button. That way other people can find this page, find this YouTube channel if they're looking for severe weather information. Looking at the latest Mesoanalysis. That's interesting. Continue to see high Cape values now nudging just a little bit further north. That cold front at this point kind of is running right about there. That warm front looks like it's in that vicinity. Actually, let's redraw this a little bit. And we've got so the cold front's a little bit further back, but I think what we have out ahead of this is just a little extra, another boundary that these storms are firing up on. Yeah, we've got another little, maybe perhaps an outflow boundary, and so we're going to continue to watch these areas in west central parts of Minnesota, and then down to the south as well. We've got temperatures climbing into the 80s, dew points climbing to the low to mid 70s in some areas, mid 70s, reaching down in the southern parts of Minnesota. Higher Cape values still further to the north, but these storms having a little harder time getting going. There's just a little bit of capping still remaining across northeastern parts of Minnesota, having a hard time tapping into some of that energy. There is some pretty good upper level flow that's pushing this along, so perhaps eventually these storms will get going and start to push eastward and start to gust out a little more. But the main thing, or the more concerning thing, is just a little bit further to the south. Now these stronger mid-level winds are now starting to get into west central parts of Minnesota, and so that's where some of these storms are now trying to fire and get going. And that's where we've got that tornado watch out for roughly this part of Minnesota. The low-level winds, as I said before, not overly impressive. They're starting to get up there, I guess, a little bit to 20, 25 knots. It looks like they do want to increase as the night goes along. So I guess it's going to bear continued watching as these storms move eastward through the overnight hours, as we're dealing with a large hail, damaging winds, and the possibility of a couple of tornadoes associated with these storms that are looking to try to fire. They're trying to get going, but nothing quite yet. Not yet, but it's close. Managa, I mean, is there going to be one? That's, boy, if I could tell you for sure that there was going to be a tornado, I'd be a rich man. That's for sure. I don't know. You're close. You're in that vicinity. So, I think the better chance is south of Managa. But it's not completely out of the question. We got to watch these storms as they develop just to the west of you, west of Wolf Lake, and see how these continue to develop. And over the next hour, maybe two, as these storms progress eastward, your chance out there in Managa, Wadena, those chances will diminish, obviously, as these storms are expected to move to the east. But it's not zero. Just be vigilant. Watch these storms as they develop here over the next hour. No severe weather for tomorrow. The dew points are really going to drop over the next couple of days. So you're in for some cool evenings after today. Maybe after tonight, especially down in eastern parts of Minnesota. Well, I shouldn't say especially. Western Dakotas, you're in for a cool night tonight already. Minnesota probably tomorrow night. So we're looking for, it's going to feel like fall after today. Severe thunderstorm warning now up here in Beltrami County. 60 mile per hour winds and quarter-sized hail. This is moving northeast at about 35 miles per hour. So it looks like if you're in that Keeler North home, eventually in the Big Falls area, just be mindful of this storm as it moves to the northeast. Got some, it looks like, definitely has a little bit of ramped up on the hail, just a little bit, around an inch or so. Wind gust to 60 miles per hour definitely looks, yeah, maybe even 70 miles per hour could be possible in with this, but I think probably more so 60. And they issued, look, I think this is Duluth now, issued their own. And this is right on the border of Grand Forks and Duluth. Looks like Beltrami is still Grand Forks' responsibility, and Couchiking is Duluth's. So you got two different ones out here, but 60 mile per hour wind and quarter-sized hail also issued for Couchiking County out of the Duluth National Weather Service. Eventually heading up to Big Falls. So just plotting this out just a little bit. So about 6:45, 7 o'clock, 7:15, and 7:30, roughly heading to Big Falls. So that just kind of gives you a rough idea of when to expect these storms running through your area up in the northern parts of Minnesota. Nope, and then the northern part of Minnesota, I mean, not too hairy. We'll see if perhaps once these southern storms get going, maybe it'll push these northern storms along a little bit more. I think the main threat, initially still is going to be some of that hail and the wind, and then turn more into just the threat of more of a wind event as the night goes along. We'll see how some of this gets rolling. It really is going to determine on how far ahead of this southern line some of these storms can get. But yeah, right now it doesn't look too bad. It's kind of a lot into open country at this point. Not a whole lot out there. Keeley-Her, I mean, this is you're getting out into an area in northern Minnesota. There's not a lot of towns, not a lot of people, but obviously they need some coverage too if they're looking for it. So if you're in Gemmel, Margee, Big Falls, if you're around this region, just beware that you've got some 60 mile per hour winds and 1 inch hail heading your direction. Maybe a little bit of small hail just around Bemidji perhaps. And then, yeah, we're continuing to watch these storms develop a little bit further to the south.
Let's see. Yeah, show 55. Yep, pretty much. Right. I think it's bad down in Alabama. It's horrible. They get so many bad tornadoes and half of them don't see on radar. It's bad. Yeah. Everywhere needs, we need more radar. We need a lot more coverage.
A lot more coverage, yeah, we do.
I know, it's beautiful. It's awesome. And it's moving just so slow. Right now,
The most stressful purchase of my life was buying my wife's engagement ring.
Got Wadena up here when we're looking at the Mayville radar.
I'm looking all around, and I don't see anything. And then literally once I got to the overpass, I got like out of an easy view out, and I could see it blowing up the west side of 94. I'm like, oh, okay.
No.
Satellite?
Ba-ba-ba. They're talking about within that severe thunderstorm watch, or the tornado watch rather, Discrete supercell development appears increasingly probable between the 7 and 9 p.m. time frame before storms consolidate. Large hail is going to be the primary initial hazard, though potential for a couple of tornadoes could increase before the risk of damaging wind gusts become more prominent this afternoon or later this evening. Strongest storms between 7 and 9 probably will become focused along into the cool side of the warm frontal zone, roughly near north of the Interstate 94, where discrete supercells are possible, before forcing for ascent associated with warm advection contributes to upscale a growing thunderstorm cluster. Low-level hodograph still relatively weak. Large hail will be the primary hazard. But still, the risk still involved with a tornado or two. Just reading off the Storms Prediction Center and what their latest thinking is here, in particular with the tornado watch. Appreciate everybody for tagging along here this evening and watching. Awesome. Glad to have you here. Glad to watch. Appreciate it. It's interesting Sunday, interesting way to spend your Sunday, but it's what we got to do. We got to keep ourselves safe and just be weather-wise here this evening as we just watch the possible development of some of these storms here this evening. But yeah, I do appreciate everybody coming along. Good having you. Something still trying to get going in that Alex area. All right, guys, just for a little bit, I got to step out, not for long, and then I will be right back.
You're listening to NOAA's National Weather Service radio station WXK42, operating at a frequency of 162.475 megahertz. Transmitting from tower facilities near Amenia, weather radio for the Fargo and Moorhead area. The current time is 6:38 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Here's your area weather outlook. Thunderstorms will continue in southeastern North Dakota over the next several hours. Additional thunderstorm development remains likely this afternoon, especially in northwest Minnesota. Severe thunderstorms are possible, with hail up to the size of hen eggs, 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, and the possibility of a few tornadoes. Quiet weather will return once these thunderstorms roll through this evening in Minnesota. The forecast for Fargo, Moorhead, and the surrounding area. Tonight, mostly clear. Low 60 to 65. West winds 5 to 15 miles per hour. Monday, mostly sunny. Highs in the mid-70s. Breezy. Northwest winds 15 to 25 miles per hour with gusts to around 35 miles per hour. Monday night, clear. Lows in the mid-50s. Northwest winds 5 to 15 miles per hour. Gusts up to 30 miles per hour in the evening. Tuesday, sunny. Highs 80 to 85. Tuesday night, clear. Lows in the mid-50s. Wednesday through Thursday, clear. Highs 80 to 85. Lows in the mid-50s. Thursday night through Saturday, mostly clear. Highs in the mid-80s. Lows 60 to 65. Saturday night and Sunday, partly cloudy. Highs 80 to 85. Lows 60 to 65. At 6 p.m. at Fargo's Hector Field, it was fair. The temperature was 74 degrees, the dew point 67, with a relative humidity of 78%. The wind was southwest at 8 miles an hour. The pressure was 29.55 inches and rising. At the Moorhead Airport, it was partly sunny. The temperature was 73 degrees, the dew point 70, with a relative humidity of 88%. The wind was southwest at 5 miles an hour. The pressure was 29.57 inches and rising. Elsewhere across North Dakota, it was 72 at Prosper, 73 at Pillsbury, 70 at Hillsboro, and 73 at Mayville. It was fair, with a temperature of 74 at Grand Forks, 78 at Jamestown, and 78 at Bismarck. In Minnesota, it was 70 at Pearly. It was cloudy, with a temperature of 72 at Park Rapids, and 78 at St. Cloud. At Minneapolis, it was fair, with a temperature of 80. At Detroit Lakes, rain and fog were reported, with a temperature of 68. Elsewhere over the region at Winnipeg, it was mostly sunny, with a temperature of 79. It was fair, with a temperature of 79 at Aberdeen, and 86 at Sioux Falls. Once again at 6 p.m. at Fargo, it was fair, and the temperature was 74. At Moorhead, it was partly sunny, and the temperature was 73. The Fargo, North Dakota climate summary as of 4 p.m. Sunday, August 28th. Today's high temperature was 70 and the low was 64. The normal high is 79 and the normal low is 55. The record high is 100, set in 1984. And the record low is 36, last set in 1965. 0.02 of an inch of rain fell today. The monthly total was 2.44 inches and the total precipitation for the year was 18.05 inches. The normal high temperature for Monday is 78 degrees and the normal low is 54. The record high for Monday is 99, which occurred in 1961. And the record low is 39, which occurred in 1915. The sun will set Sunday at 8:14 p.m. and will rise Monday at 6:43 a.m. You're listening to NOAA's National Weather Service radio station WXK-42, operating at a frequency of 162.475 megahertz, transmitting from tower facilities near Amenia, weather radio for the Fargo and Moorhead area. The current time is 6:43 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Here's your area weather outlook. Thunderstorms will continue in southeastern North Dakota over the next several hours. Additional thunderstorm development remains likely this afternoon, especially in northwest Minnesota. Severe thunderstorms are possible, with hail up to the size of hen eggs, 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, and the possibility of a few tornadoes. Quiet weather will return once these thunderstorms roll through this evening in Minnesota. Now here is the hazardous weather outlook for portions of eastern North Dakota and northwest Minnesota. For this afternoon and tonight, the probability for widespread hazardous weather is low. And now the extended outlook for the period Monday through Saturday, the probability for widespread hazardous weather is low. Spotter information statement. Spotter activation is not anticipated. The forecast for Fargo, Moorhead, and the surrounding area. Tonight, mostly clear. Low 60 to 65. West winds 5 to 15 miles per hour. Monday, mostly sunny. Highs in the mid-70s. Breezy. Northwest winds 15 to 25 miles per hour with gusts to around 35 miles per hour. Monday night, clear. Lows in the mid-50s. Northwest winds 5 to 15 miles per hour. gusts up to 30 miles per hour in the evening. Tuesday, sunny. Highs 80 to 85. Tuesday night, clear. Lows in the mid-50s. Wednesday through Thursday, clear. Highs 80 to 85. Lows in the mid-50s. Thursday night through Saturday, mostly clear. Highs in the mid-80s. Lows 60 to 65. Saturday night and Sunday, partly cloudy. Highs 80 to 85. Lows 60 to 65. At 6 p.m. at Fargo's Hector Field, it was fair. The temperature was 74 degrees, the dew point 67, with a relative humidity of 78%. The wind was southwest at 8 miles an hour. The pressure was 29.55 inches and rising. At the Moorhead Airport, it was partly sunny. The temperature was 73 degrees, the dew point 70, with a relative humidity of 88%. The wind was southwest at 5 miles an hour. The pressure was 29.57 inches and rising. Elsewhere across North Dakota, it was 72 at Prosper, 73 at Pillsbury, 70 at Hillsboro, and 73 at Mayville. It was fair, with a temperature of 74 at Grand Forks, 78 at Jamestown, and 78 at Bismarck. In Minnesota, it was 70 at Pearly. It was cloudy, with a temperature of 72 at Park Rapids, and 78 at St. Cloud. At Minneapolis, it was fair, with a temperature of 80. At Detroit Lakes, rain and fog were reported, with a temperature of 68. Elsewhere over the region at Winnipeg, it was mostly sunny, with a temperature of 79. It was fair, with a temperature of 79 at Aberdeen and 86 at Sioux Falls. Once again at 6 p.m. at Fargo, it was fair, and the temperature was 74. At Moorhead, it was partly sunny, and the temperature was 73. The Fargo, North Dakota climate summary as of 4 p.m. Sunday, August 28th. Today's high temperature was 70 and the low was 64. The normal high is 79 and the normal low is 55. The record high is 100, set in 1984. And the record low is 36, last set in 1965. 0.02 of an inch of rain fell today. The monthly total was 2.44 inches and the total precipitation for the year was 18.05 inches. The normal high temperature for Monday is 78 degrees and the normal low is 54. The record high for Monday is 99, which occurred in 1961. And the record low is 39, which occurred in 1915. The sun will set Sunday at 8:14 p.m. and will rise Monday at 6:43 a.m. You're listening to NOAA's National Weather Service radio station WXK42, operating at a frequency of 162.475 megahertz, transmitting from tower facilities near Amenia, weather radio for the Fargo and Moorhead area. The current time is 6:48 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Here's your area weather outlook. Thunderstorms will continue in southeastern North Dakota over the next several hours. Additional thunderstorm development remains likely this afternoon, especially in northwest Minnesota. Severe thunderstorms are possible, with hail up to the size of hen eggs, 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, and the possibility of a few tornadoes. Quiet weather will return once these thunderstorms roll through this evening in Minnesota. The forecast for Fargo, Moorhead, and the surrounding area. Tonight, mostly clear. Low 60 to 65. West winds 5 to 15 miles per hour. Monday, mostly sunny. Highs in the mid-70s. Breezy. Northwest winds 15 to 20.
I'm just taking a look over a couple things, see if there's anything worth noting or anything that's going to change my mind, I guess, at this point in the evening. But I guess at this point, not really. That's kind of why I'm letting the, for now, letting the National Weather Service letting NOAA weather radio kind of go for just a bit. Continuing to watch some of the storm chasers out there in that area just west of Alex. Continues to look a little interesting, I guess, but just not getting going, not yet. They're trying. There's that line starting to congeal a little bit more. It's just taking a little bit, and we'll see. We'll continue to see how this goes, but I think we do have that tornado watch out for kind of the southern third or so of Minnesota. As you can see up on the upper left-hand screen there, it kind of pops up in purple. We got the severe thunderstorm watch to the north, a tornado watch to the south. And you can see that line of storms developing and eventually moving eastward. So yes, Twin Cities area are expected to see some storms tonight, sometime after 10 p.m. Timing is a little up in the air at this point, but we're looking like it's going to be after 10 p.m. sometime. Large hail, damaging winds is possible. Can't completely rule out, obviously, the potential for a tornado. I think mainly by that point, the threat is going to be the damaging winds running through the Twin Cities area. And I think the hail threat's going to be a little bit earlier, the way it's looking like, and then kind of transition to more of a wind event. But like I said, can't completely rule out that possibility of just maybe an isolated tornado yet down in that Twin Cities area. The main threat, I think the main time frame for, when we're worried about the severe weather and such, is going to be this area that's just kind of developing right now in through west central parts of Minnesota. Right in through here is probably your best chance, just the immediate threat and just maybe your better chance regarding the potential for tornadic activity. So once it gets beyond that, it gets a little more murky once the night goes along. But it always makes me nervous once these storms just kind of start to fire and push a little bit eastward. So probably not quite to Minneapolis, but that's kind of the, in through here is kind of the areas that I guess I'd be most concerned about just when we're talking about the potential of tornadic activity. For sure within that area, you're also looking at the concern for some large hail in through those portions of Minnesota. Now, a little bit further north, there is a severe thunderstorm warning for this area way up in Couchiking County. Due to 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-size hail, so that's 1-inch hail. This continues to move to the northeast at about 35 to 40 miles per hour, heading towards International Falls, Big Falls, Little Fork as well. This little thing, this cell's just keeps on trucking along. It's had a history of producing, or at least issuing the severe thunderstorm warning all the last hour or so. And so I guess I would expect that to continue out into Canada as that moves along. And then, we're just continuing to watch this here close to Alex, New York Mills, Park, south of Park Rapids through Alex, Glenwood, Pope, or Glenwood, Benson. We'll see how these storms develop over the next hour or so. It's taken its time a little bit longer than I thought, but it's definitely, when you take a look at the satellite, we go over to that satellite feed. And it's always very interesting, little by little. I mean, but that line is developing. It's trying to get going. And we got the upper level winds now, mid and upper level winds now in, kind of nosing into that, helping getting that line going as well. We're looking at, take a look at some of the low level clouds here, and they're streaming northward. And meanwhile, some of these mid and upper level clouds are moving in a southwesterly direction. So that's where we're looking at that, the potential for some rotating storms running through central parts of Minnesota. This one really blew up. So this has got to be, I can't imagine, we've got to be seeing a severe thunderstorm warning here shortly. The way this is taken off. This is just north of Alex. It's unfortunately, again, I mean, Man, Alexandria, you're just in that hole. You're just in that hole. So, you know, we just got to keep a little vigilant eye on this. But when I take a look at this on this satellite, definitely a nice little storm that's developing there. I don't see much yet in the way of lightning strikes, I guess. Take a closer look or another look into something else I got here that helps might help me. Yeah, nothing much for lightning just yet. Brandon is very, very close to that, Brandon Kopic, when I look at his YouTube feed. Looks like Vince is getting closer. He's heading west. So I'm just watching a couple of live feeds from some storm chasers that are out there. I don't know, am I too bald? I don't think there is such a thing as being too bald. Are you calling me bald? I prefer to call myself chic. I don't know what you're talking about. What too bald? What do you mean too bald? I guess the lighting right now in my room is making me a little ghostly. See if I can't adjust that. A little better. A little bit better. Who you calling bald? Anyway. Like I said, I consider myself sophisticated. Man, they're taking their time though. They're sure taking their time getting going. That's for sure. This is the only bad thing. Sometimes you sit there and you just gotta wait, and you just feel like it's gotta happen. It's gonna happen. It's just man, it's taking their time. Wadena? Yep. That's what I got up there, Wadena, right? Wadena, Minnesota. Anywho. I'm trying to poke around and see if I can't find anything interesting out there. Just not taken off yet. If you haven't seen this, if you weren't on here earlier, this is apparently this was a video taken last night, Saturday night, taken from a plane landing at MSP of a possible tornado. So this would have been, potentially down in that Lakeville area. And essentially what you're seeing there is power flashes as these storms roll across. They did confirm that there was an EF0 tornado with 75 mile per hour winds that went through kind of up through South St. Paul, kind of Dakota County-ish, and Ramsey County. And so I guess if this is if this video is valid, that's quite interesting. But yeah, there's plenty of power flashes going on out there. Scary stuff, man. I can't imagine coming in on a plane and seeing that, and you got to be going, are we going to make it? What's going on here? As I said earlier, I came in years ago on a flight into Minneapolis, and we hit that gust front, man, and that wing just dipped, and I was looking straight down on the ground for about a second, and that was enough for the pilot. He diverted after that, but that'd be something to see there. That would have been that's a heck of a video. Come on. Right. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I don't doubt it, I guess. I mean, sure, the plane might have been landing. That might be an actual video. This day and age, it's just, you never know what people are able to put out there. Oh, here, I just saw this. 4 brief EF0 tornadoes occurred with this storm in Dakota County. So 4 of them. The majority of the damage was to trees or caused by trees falling onto structures. Max winds were 75 to 85. A survey team found a non-continuous damage path consistent with multiple brief EF0 tornadoes from Burnsville northwestward to West St. Paul. Burnsville, there were multiple trees snapped from the south side of Crystal Lake to near Crystal Beach. Apple Valley, tornado number 2, Apple Valley, several large trees uprooted near Cedar and 127th. I used to live kind of down in that area, so I know where that is. Cedar and 127th, yeah. Structure damage caused by falling trees. Egan concentrated, tornado number 3 in Egan, concentrated area of tree damage near Duckwood Drive in Lexington. And then number 4 was West St. Paul. Numerous large trees snapped or uprooted north of Thompson Avenue to the west side of Highway 52. So, yeah, probably more than likely it was just the same storm, and just occasionally dropped a little brief tornado with this. That was crazy. And boy, that was a big. I learned a hard lesson last night, and I'll just leave it at that. That was a frustrating night last night for me. Here somebody says, over here in West St. Paul, numerous large trees down. If you ever want to take a look at some of these videos yourself, there's 2 ways you can do it. I'm retweeting these at Region WX on my Twitter, Region WX. So you can just find me there. Otherwise, type in hashtag MNWX, and you can find all sorts of different weather events across Minnesota. There's got to be a better way. Somebody smarter than me, help. I'm old. I'm too old to figure out technology. Cheers. Stay hydrated, everybody. There's my Twitter feed. You can find me on there. Focus. And I think I'll pot up the weather radio here for just a bit.
It was fair, and the temperature was 74. At Moorhead, it was partly sunny, and the temperature was 73. The Fargo, North Dakota climate summary as of 4 p.m. Sunday, August 28th. Today's high temperature was 70 and the low was 64. The normal high is 79 and the normal low is 55. The record high is 100, set in 1984. And the record low is 36, last set in 1965. 200ths of an inch of rain fell today. The monthly total was 2.44 inches and the total precipitation for the year was 18.05 inches. The normal high temperature for Monday is 78 degrees and the normal low is 54. The record high for Monday is 99, which occurred in 1961. And the record low is 39, which occurred in 1915. The sun will set Sunday at 8:14 p.m. and will rise Monday at 6:43 a.m. You're listening to NOAA's National Weather Service radio station WXK-42, operating at a frequency of 162.475 megahertz, transmitting from tower facilities near Amenia, weather radio for the Fargo and Moorhead area. The current time is 7:08 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Here's your area weather outlook. Thunderstorms will continue in southeastern North Dakota over the next several hours. Additional thunderstorm development remains likely this afternoon, especially in northwest Minnesota. Severe thunderstorms are possible, with hail up to the size of hen eggs, 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, and the possibility of a few tornadoes. Quiet weather will return once these thunderstorms roll through this evening in Minnesota. The forecast for Fargo, Moorhead, and the surrounding area. Tonight, mostly clear. Low 60 to 65. West winds 5 to 15 miles per hour. Monday, mostly sunny. Highs in the mid-70s. Breezy. Northwest winds 15 to 25 miles per hour with gusts to around 35 miles per hour. Monday night, clear. Lows in the mid-50s. Northwest winds 5 to 15 miles per hour. Gusts up to 30 miles per hour in the evening. Tuesday, sunny. Highs 80 to 85. Tuesday night, clear. Lows in the mid-50s. Wednesday through Thursday, clear. Highs 80 to 85. Lows in the mid-50s. Thursday night through Saturday, mostly clear. Highs in the mid-80s. Low 60 to 65. Saturday night and Sunday, partly cloudy. Highs 80 to 85. Low 60 to 65. At 6 p.m. at Fargo's Hector Field, it was fair. The temperature was 74 degrees, the dew point 67, with a relative humidity of 78%. The wind was southwest at 8 miles an hour. The pressure was 29.55 inches and rising. At the Moorhead Airport, it was partly sunny. The temperature was 73 degrees, the dew point 70, with a relative humidity of 88%. The wind was southwest at 5 miles an hour. The pressure was 29.57 inches and rising. Elsewhere across North Dakota, it was 72 at Prosper, 73 at Pillsbury, 70 at Hillsboro, and 73 at Mayville. It was fair, with a temperature of 74 at Grand Forks, 78 at Jamestown and 78 at Bismarck. In Minnesota, it was 70 at Pearlie. It was cloudy, with a temperature of 72 at Park Rapids and 78 at St. Cloud. At Minneapolis, it was fair, with a temperature of 80. At Detroit Lake.
Yeah, don't blame you. Don't blame you, Mr. Jones. Hello. Kurt, appreciate it. Yeah, I wouldn't blame you if you want to pass on the whole thing. And just not have to deal with it, right? Some of this, yeah, it looks like it's trying to get going a little bit across Hubbard and Cass County. Definitely seeing a little bit, a few more red starting to show up in some of this. With that said, we're just taking a look at the hail tracker. Yeah, it's increasing a little bit, just ever so slightly. So yeah, there's a little bit of an uptick going on with some of these storms right now. Nothing severe other than this one up in Couchiking County. But man, we're watching this stuff a little bit further to the south. In fact, you can even just almost see it in a way just rotating, but it cannot get going. That cap is just holding things for now, which is, somewhat concerning. I mean, they're obviously developing, but not to their max potential. I mean, I'm hardly even looking at a couple things here, and I'm not even really seeing any lightning showing up. So it appears, at least for now, like that cap is just kind of just holding things into place for now. Some showers, but boy, if it gets going, it's gonna go quick once it's able to bust through completely. And so that's why, I don't know, rather than have you listen to me ramble all the time and saying the same stuff over and over, especially for those of you who have been on now for maybe watching for a little bit, I kind of turn it over to the weather service for periods of time. You can hear me kind of say the same stuff over and over. I mean, nothing's changed. I'm just continuing to monitor and see if there is any changing in the thinking. But like I said, as for now, I'm holding fast with, we just got to watch this line as it pushes eastward. Those of you in far western Minnesota, you're in the clear. So Clay, Wilkin, Traverse, Big Stone, Lacouille, Parley, Clay, Norman, all you guys out there, Becker probably at this point, Mahnomen, Clearwater, Red Lake, you guys are all in the clear. So it's just, it's pretty much this line on eastward that's going to be the concern for the remainder of the night. Grant, Stevens, yeah, you guys are out. You're in the clear at this point. Trying to get my camera to focus. Brandon, Kolpick, and Vince Welty, they're just driving around. They're just driving around out there. I mean, some structure, but nothing big. This area by Carlos looks a little more. It looks like Brandon's got a little something there going, maybe. So we'll watch this area north of Alex, around Carlos. And continue to watch to see if this is able to take off at all. Yeah, I'm sure. Cross your fingers, right? We'll see. I mean, there's an uptick going on right now, so yeah, I hope hopefully it does miss you there in Grand Rapids, north of Grand Rapids. No other severe thunderstorm warning. No shelter in sight. That's, I mean, yeah, I know I think about people who camp constantly and in situations like this. What do you do? That's always a tough one. I always think your vehicle's got to be safer than a camper, right? Oh yeah. We get, yeah, there's storms. Oh yeah, there's storms up in northern Minnesota. And they can be quite strong. Obviously. They're not as prevalent, you know, up in the far north. Typically it is more of a seems like if they do get severe weather up there, it's kind of wind damage in nature, you know, strong gusty winds. Up in the North Country up there. Just watching this area by Carlos, north of Alex. That's kind of one area. Seems to be the main area. Both radars kind of now picking that up. Perhaps a little bit one further south, southwest of Wilmer, near Clara City. Bears a little bit of watching. And see if that one can get going at all. Very, very latest model run has these storms up in the North Country, and then eventually, boy, this is 8 p.m., so this is about another 40 minutes before some of these really get going. And 9 and 10 and 11, and man, this latest model really doesn't have much going. But given the satellite and how the satellite looks at this point, I got to think something's has to develop out of this. This is 10, 11, midnight. So somewhere between 10 and 11, looks like storms will probably run through the Twin Cities area. And then after midnight, run into Wisconsin and into Duluth. 1 a.m., they're just kind of making its way up in the North Country, up and through the Arrowhead region. And then after 2 or so, the way it looks, most of the storms are going to be out of the state. And then that's it, folks. And then it cools off. Dew points drop. We're in for a comfortable couple days after that. But interesting. This model just doesn't develop things further south. But like I said, given how this satellite is looking, I don't know. And there are starting to see some lightning strikes in with this. So I definitely think the potential's there, and we just got to be patient for it. We just got to wait. It's coming. It's developing. Just taking a little bit. Duluth. Oh yeah, up there in Duluth. Yeah, and some of the stuff on that stuff, yeah, those northern storms are really starting to take off as well. So we're definitely seeing an uptick. So Grand Rapids, watch out. Bena, Federal Dam, Boy River, Longvista. These storms they're starting to they're starting to pick up now. Everything's starting to develop here, so it's could get busy. Could get busy here, guys. Coming into Itasca County, Cass County. Eventually coming up to Grand Rapids. I'll have to keep an eye on these storms. The cells themselves are moving to the northeast, but the line obviously is pushing eastward, more easterly. So, for instance, if you're in that Grand Rapids area, you're going to kind of want to watch down to your south and west and watch those storms, because those will be heading your way. All right. Dilute. Leech is getting a Leech, like Leech Lake. That's a nice area. Been there a couple times. That's a big old lake. You don't want to be caught in that lake, in the middle of that lake when these storms are coming, obviously. You never get off of it. Walker, Minnesota. Take a look. Try to listen in on Brandon here just a bit. Hold on. Get a feel for what he's seeing. Again, if you want, go ahead and, I mean, like I said, it wouldn't, yeah, after about 10 p.m. or so. Twin Cities is about the timing that we're expecting for them.
So make things 10 times easier. I know. Radio and a battery. I got to program mine on the channel 5 on there, but I'll yell at you. But in like a half mile, we're going to go left. That's going to be the fastest.
Yeah, after about 10 p.m. for the Twin Cities, and they could be severe. Large hail damaging winds. Can't completely rule out the possibility of a tornado, but I think strong winds will be the main threat.
All right, we can go. Looks like these cars are waiting for us to go. Okay, well, I'll let you go first.
And as always, if you got any questions, if you have a specific area that you want me to speak out against or speak against, talk about, language, English, hard. Let me know. Will there be, I love that question. Will there be a tornado? Like I've said before, if I knew for sure, I'd be a rich person. But yeah, there is there is a slight potential of the Twin Cities of that tornado threat. But yeah, I think the main thing's going to be some severe, the strong damaging winds is going to be the main thing. Prior Lake, about the same thing. Prior Lake, I believe you're just a little bit further to the south. Generally speaking, yeah, you're down on that southwestern part of the metro. Generally speaking, it's kind of the cities north is the best chance. But with that said, the way things are developing, yeah, you're in the same boat as the rest of the Twin Cities. I give a better chance north of you, but you're not out of it in Prior Lake. So just keep an eye on these storms as they develop out in the west. So same thing, large hail damaging winds. Can't rule out a tornado, but the main thing I think by that point will be the wind damage that we'll need to keep an eye on. So just make sure you got a place to take shelter, and you'll be just fine. So just make sure you got a good sturdy shelter to get into later tonight around the Twin Cities. Grand Marais, that'll be late tonight. That'll be very late. That'll be probably after 1 a.m. And you still got the possibility of some strong winds running through Grand Marais. So yeah, go to bed now, Ray, because you might want to wake up just a little bit later, because you might see some strong storms. Appreciate it, Geneva. Thanks, Mungie, Ray. Good seeing you, Mr. Jones. Yeah, sorry about Moya and sorry about last night. I kind of personally dropped the ball on a couple things, and that it absolutely upset me. So, but I'm on live tonight. I'm glad you found the channel last night. Sorry I was not on live myself, but that was definitely a learning thing for me. So appreciate it. Give hit the like button if you did. If you haven't done so already, that helps other people find this channel as well, just like you guys have. That helps the YouTube algorithm kind of post that out there for people who are looking for weather information. They're like, hey, people are liking this channel. I think I'm going to suggest it more. Obviously, the more people subscribe also helps. 936. I'm getting there, getting towards my goal of 1,000. I kind of want to, at some point, I think when I get to that 990-ish, I'm just going to have a watch party. And even if I have to stay up late all night long, it'd be kind of fun just to have a little watch party and try to get to 1,000. That's been my goal. Got to try to reach that 1,000 subscribers by the end of the year. So I'm going to be here for the Dakotas in Minnesota. This is the area that I watch exclusively, and I'm going to be watching you through the winter time as well. So if you're concerned about wintertime conditions and wondering what's going to happen, this is the place to be. So make sure you subscribe and hit the bell button so you know when I'm on live and you know when I've issued a forecast. So I plan on doing those things throughout the winter. So it's not just about the summer severe weather. For those of you who live around here, it's more than that. We've got another season that we got to deal with. And unfortunately, that's getting too close for my comfort. Well, good. I'm glad it was helpful. I'm glad at least that was helpful. That was, man, that it went from nothing to just all of a sudden just blew up southwest of the metro and just took off, unfortunately. I even had my daughter trying to help. That was interesting last night. Yeah, the old roof rake. I didn't have to use the roof rake last year. I'm up here in Grand Forks. Just because the snow was so fluffy and dry and we had so much wind. I don't know. It blew the snow off the roof. I should put the Twin Cities forecast on a loop. Twin Cities after 10 p.m. Large hail damaging winds. Can't rule out a tornado. Main threat will be the winds. But timing-wise, we're looking at after 10 p.m. Good seeing you, Superior Marsh. Thanks for coming along. When was the last time? Well, last night. They got one last night. Gosh, I don't remember when. It's a good question. I'm not 100% sure when the tornado before that occurred. I really don't know. I'm trying to think back through some of the storms. I mean, June was nuts. June was crazy. I'm trying to think of July. July was a little quieter. I don't remember if there was any tornadoes for July or not. I don't recall any, but maybe somebody else does. Yeah, Owatonna. I think the way things are looking for you, I think the upper levels are just a little too warm. I think things are going to have a hard time getting going. Like I said, somebody asked about Prior Lake, and I said they'll probably get it, but really it's going to be the Twin Cities northward is going to be the main threat. So I guess at this point I would think, if I got to make a call one way or another, I would say Owatonna's probably going to miss it the way things are looking right now. Yeah, EF0 hit the metro. Couple of touchdowns across the metro. Burnsville, Eagan, Apple Valley, South St. Paul. Just EF0, 75 to 85 mile per hour winds. Mainly just did some tree damage, knocked some trees down. That was the main thing. But yeah, the survey teams did confirm a couple of EF0 touchdowns from that storm last night that rolled across the Twin Cities and took out the fairgoers that were out there. How did the great Minnesota get together? Oh, I know what I gotta do. Thursday, Friday. Man, I'm getting old, or last name was Portugal. The Man in Manchester Orchestra with special guest Bad Bad Hats. Oh, tonight is Pitbull. Well, thankfully these storms are rolling through later that Pitbull can get on stage. With Iggy, very special guest, Iggy Azalea. Huh. Me and Pitbull, we've got things in common, let me tell you. I get mistaken for Pitbull all the time. Oh boy. Yeah. Me and memory, if you're asking me to remember stuff, that I'm just telling you right now, that's a big mistake. I'd have to look that up. Was there a big kill to live with that? Was back in the 70s? It sounds familiar. I'm not 100% sure. Oh, Baxter, big tent revival. Well, that's just it. I mean, there's more going on than just the Minnesota Fair. There's things like that. There's concerts that happen, obviously, throughout the area. So for those of you who are not familiar, Baxter is kind of Lakes Country, Brainerd, kind of right in between sort of Duluth and Fargo, just for a sort of a reference. So kind of in the crosshairs of some of these storms. Nine forty subscribers. Awesome. Thank you very much. Appreciate it, Ray Bebe, Robin, Brandon. Thank you for subscribing. Appreciate it. Thanks for coming along. Thanks for finding me. Thanks for subscribing. And hopefully we're here. Hopefully we'll be able to keep you safe. Hopefully things just don't, obviously there's the double-edged sword as just from a meteorologist standpoint. You want to be right. You don't want to be proven. You want to know what you're talking about, obviously. But situations like this, would it be the worst thing if it was wrong? Just because we don't really necessarily need the damage. This one's taking off now a little bit, southwest of Wilmer. So southwest of Wilmer, we got to watch this storm kind of around Clara City at this point. And I might need to 132 miles. Yeah, I got to switch. Time to switch radars the way it looks. Moving on over to the Minneapolis radar. See if that's got a different look. Yeah, Clara City. Probably a little bit of hail in with that. Probably some gusty winds. Need to be watching this storm at this point. Near Clara City, southwest of Wilmer. This is Ojai and Chippewa counties. So this storm now starting to take hold a little bit here. West of the cities, southwest of Wilmer, Chippewa, Ojai. We'll see if see what develops here over the next few minutes. But just be watching this if you're down in that area. And then further to the north, it's right in between that Mayville and Duluth radar as well. Mayville has a little bit better look down in the Wadena area, so we'll kind of continue to maybe keep it on the Mayville radar until it gets closer to Brainerd and switch it over to Duluth. But some of these storms have kind of been increasing in intensity as well. I know there is some advisories out there for 50-mile-per-hour winds and 3/4-inch hail for a lot of this stuff out there, so nothing severe just yet, but just borderline. Itasca County, Cass County, Kutchiking counties, all for 50-mile-per-hour winds and hail, nickel-sized hail. Oh, Jesus, that scared the living bejesus out of me. Yeah, that one down in the southwest of Wilmer is finally going. Again, these storms in the north taking off a little bit more. So they're packing a little bit of a punch. I can't believe some of these storms in the central part of Minnesota they're just not getting going, but I think give it time here. This one southwest of Wilmer, if that one's able to take off, that's probably going to let the rest ignite off a little more heavily. I don't know if we should, I think I'm going to switch over in the meantime. We'll see. Brandon the Oaf. Welcome. Brandon the Oaf. 9:45. So yeah, we're this area by Clara City, southwest of Wilmer. Just keep a little eye on that one. Looks like we got some hail building into that, for sure. Probably not big yet, but some small hail associated with that. There's the warning. There's the severe thunderstorm warning. All right. National Weather Service in Twin Cities issued a severe thunderstorm warning for east central Chippewa County, southwest Conde Ojai, and north central Renville until 8:30 Central Time. Severe thunderstorm located over Clara City, or 70 miles east of Montevideo, moving east at 25, 60 mile per hour winds and half dollar-sized hail. Radar indicated this will be near Raymond around 8. Other locations of the path include Princeburg. Also, a tornado watch remains in effect until midnight for central and west central Minnesota. So just remain alert for possible tornado. Tornadoes can develop quickly from severe thunderstorms. If you spot a tornado, go at once into the basement or a small central room in a sturdy structure. Oh, okay. That's what he's... Yeah. Sure. I could say I see him going south. I see what you're looking at. Looks like Brandon Kopic is hanging around. Oh, no, where is he? I don't know where he's at. Not sure where Brandon's at. I know he was further north. But he says it's falling apart. Okay. Well, I don't think I'd give up on it, but I'm sure when you see the stuff further south, you got to make a decision. You got to go, okay, what's the likelihood here? And, generally speaking, when you're looking at a storm chaser point of view, you want the most southern storm. That's always the best chance when you're looking for tornadic activity. So, yeah, I don't blame them for heading south. That storm is really blowing up fast. But with that said, I wouldn't put it out of the realm of possibility that that's going to help spark some of these other storms along the way here. So. Yeah, just moving eastward to Princeburg, Blomquist, Svea, Lake Lillian. Just be mindful of this storm as it moves east 25, 30 miles per hour. Got 1-inch hail and 60 mile per hour winds currently with this. But as it said, can't rule out the possibility of a tornado. And, of course, they can develop pretty quickly. You can kind of see just a little bit. I mean, you don't see it on the actual base velocity there, but you've got this storm kind of coming up to meet, and on the back side you've got a little bit of southerly components. So just you can kind of see a little bit of rotation showing up with that. So if you are in the Conde Ojai, eastern Chippewa counties, specifically Princeburg, Blomquist, Svea, Lake Lillian, just north of Sacred Heart, Renville, and Danube, just be on the lookout of this storm as we've got a severe storm heading east, 25 to 30 miles per hour. Fargo, Moorhead, nothing. There's a whole lot of nothing going on. I mean, it's nothing expected up in the Fargo Moorhead area. Western Minnesota, you're in the clear. So anybody west of this line, essentially, that's out there, you're in the clear for the night. Everything east of there, from Redwood Falls, just east of Alex, Wadena, Park Rapids, Bemidji, all you guys east of there, just to keep an eye on these storms as they continue to develop and push eastward here through the overnight hours. Lightning starting to pick up a little more, and that's the sell by Alex. So I don't know. You know, I get it. I get why you do it, but I think I don't know. You know, he's a more seasoned. What the hell? He's a more seasoned storm chaser than I am, Vince. But I guess I wouldn't have maybe gave up on it so quick. In that storm north of Alex. Something after a while, you get a lot of information that starts to come in, and you try to keep up with it, and you try to make sure you know the latest and what's expected here. The latest mesoanalysis, yeah, that's kind of why I said I don't know if I would have gave up on it, but whatever. You do have a decent area rotation in that Wilmer to Alex vicinity. And that area only continues to move eastward as we go into the night, and those storms continue to move east. So, yeah, I guess that's why I said I don't know. Interesting he did that, but that's, you know, he's real time. He's looking at this, and he probably sees the storm maybe just falling apart more than he wants. He's got that big one further to the south, so he's going to follow that one. The high Cape values continue to surge northward. That warm front now, yeah, essentially right in through here and up, and the cold front kind of extends like that. And you've got a couple other things. You got the high dew points nosing in. You got the high temperature, or higher temperatures nosing in. And there's that cell by Wilmer, and that's, I guess, again, a little more. Yeah, Alex, I wouldn't give up on it. I think there's still the possibility of seeing some pretty good storms there yet. Further to the south, very well capped. There is a cold front moving through, obviously, with this, as this continues to jam south and eastward. There is an associated cold front with this, but I think by that point, these areas to the south might be too late by the time that upper level cold front catches up. So we'll see, but north of this 12 degree Celsius line is probably the better areas for allowing storms to develop. And south of that, it just maybe just a little bit too capped. We'll see. I'll keep an eye on it, but that's the current thinking anyway. Yeah, eventually Woodbury will have to keep an eye on these storms out that are just west of you. Yeah, probably closer to 10 o'clock or so. Woodbury, large hail, damaging winds. Can't rule out a tornado as these storms continue to push eastward. If you're kind of in that Osakis area, just keep an eye on that storm. It continues to try to develop. Nothing warned at this point yet, but again, just I think it still has potential. Osakis, little sock round prairie, long prairie. Just keep an eye on these storms as they continue to move eastward. Up into that Maple Lake area. Kind of a favorite. Some good friends of ours have a cabin up and through there, so we do go up there on occasion. Get invited out there. That's always fun. So the other reason why I like watching this, just because this area just has a little place in my heart, so I just want to keep an eye on it. But there's our lone severe thunderstorm warning. Just south of Wilmer, approaching Princeburg, Blomquist via in east Chippewa County, coming into Kandiyohi counties. The DL, yeah. Keep it on the DL, down on the DL. Woodbury, yeah, later tonight after 10 o'clock, we'll be watching for severe weather possibly coming into Woodbury after 10, large hail damaging winds. Tell your friends, tell your neighbors. Watch out for storms. We've got this one west of you kind of by Wilmer, and so just note that that's kind of where the line currently is, or where that area of concern is. So we'll keep an eye on these storms. It might be a little later. And that's how far out there. Whoops, let's go the other way. 73 miles, so that's, yeah, that's about, shoot, that's still 3 hours away, 8, 9, 10, 11. So that's might be closer to 11. By the time these storms make it into the metro, if they continue on that 25 mile per hour speed, I guess, so I guess given the current speed might be closer to 11. Some of the miles are showing, pointing at the possibility of these storms reaching that West Metro, that Woodbury area, or running through the metro as early as 10 o'clock. If I time this out, it might be closer to 11. Yeah, I can't completely rule out the possibility of a tornado with it. You are on a tornado watch until midnight. So yes, the threat is there. I think the main threat will be the damaging winds and probably some hail along with it as well. That'll be the most likely scenario. But yeah, we can't rule out the possibility of tornadoes. So just keep an eye on these storms. They'll get to the metro area around 10, 11 o'clock tonight. So not too late. You won't have to stay up too late tonight. But just keep an eye on these storms as they roll through. Most of this will be, kind of the cities in north. It looks like we are getting one little cell popping a little bit further south down on Redwood Falls, east of Redwood Falls. So it's trying to move a little bit further to the south. But for the most part, the best chance will be more kind of the cities to Montevideo, Madison, Wilmer on northward is the best chance for some of these severe storms. But can't completely rule out some of this further to the south. And the only reason I say that, the main reason why the south doesn't have quite as good a chance, just because there is some warmer air that's nosed in at the mid levels, and that's we talk about that cap a lot of times in meteorology. So that's holding these storms or keeping these storms from developing, and so that's kind of what's going on, and why the potential further south isn't as good, even though the humidity is off the charts. So you've got 70-degree dew points, the high Cape values. So, I mean, if it is able to bust through, they're definitely going to be severe storms. But the way things are looking, at least for now, is that the warm temperatures are going to hold things at bay. So keep an eye on, if they do go, they're going to go crazy. But right now, it looks like it's mostly going to be here in northward. Oh yeah, near Cook, Minnesota. Sure. I was just in Duluth not too long ago. Ran through Cook. Very pretty area. Yeah, that was fun. Took the family on a surprise little trip to Duluth. Woke them up at 6 o'clock in the morning. Told them what to pack. Didn't tell them where I was going. Wife didn't even know. Well, she kind of had a clue, but she wasn't sure. And yeah, off we went. That was fun. They could be 70 mile per hour in through the Twin Cities. 70, 75. So, yep. I mean, you know what? You kind of have a feel for what happened last night when they were about the same strength, to where you had branches down and some trees down as well. Again, this is the potential. We'll see how exactly some of these things develop and track. We're still waiting for a lot of this to get going a little more. They're just finally starting to get hold or take hold. But the forecast, the feeling is that, yeah, you've got the potential for 70 to maybe 80 mile per hour winds running through the cities later tonight after 10 p.m. Well, that one north of Alex it keeps trying. There's some weak rotation in with it when you take a look at it when you watch the loop, but it just is not blowing up very fast. You know what? No, don't. The main thing with this, I mean, okay, you got to hedge your bets a little bit. I mean, am I going to say there's no possibility of tornado? No, you know, I'm not going to say the chance is zero. It's small, but I can't say it's zero. If you're in a good sturdy place, you're going to be fine tonight. I mean, it's just the way it is. Be in the lower part of a building, keep away from windows, and you're going to be fine. I mean, you had some branches and some trees fall down last night. You didn't have any houses blow away, so if you're in a building, you're going to be just fine. So nothing to be nervous about. I think a lot of beds are right by the window. I grew up on a farm. My window or my bedroom was upstairs. My bed was by a window. But there are lower parts in the building. There are parts in a building away from a window. And let me tell you, if there's no large trees around you, you probably got nothing to worry about. Yeah. It'll be fine. You're fine. You'll be fine. It's fine. We're going to watch it for you. We're going to keep an eye on it. And we'll let you know as the night goes along. We'll let you know if there's anything to worry about. Yeah, they really are, Grace. They're trying so hard. They're trying. Like I said, there's another severe thunderstorm warning further to the north. Yeah, like I was saying a little bit earlier, I guess, as a meteorologist, I hope I'm right. I hope these things develop the way I've been thinking, just because I don't want to be wrong. But at the same point, I hope I'm wrong because I don't, people's livelihoods, people are nervous, people get scared. So for you guys, taking myself out of the equation, I hope I'm wrong. But we're not out of it yet, that's for sure. I know it's taken a little bit, but that the upper levels, the warm air at the upper levels are really, really playing havoc on a lot of this stuff. So, it's having a hard time getting going. And that's the line, man. That's the thin line. I mean, it's just right there. So is it going to, is it going to be enough to punch through that cap? And days like today, it's not, I said at the beginning of the broadcast, it's not completely cut and dry. It's not 100%, but, and that's the hard part, continues to be a hard part about meteorology. So you take what you know, you forecast it, you go with it. Appreciate it, Robin. Thank you. But ultimately, there's just these little things that can happen. We were so cloudy all day. Had we maybe been a little more sunny and the temperatures could have soared more, maybe these storms would have been able to take off a little quicker, a little harder. I always say, I think if I walked away, if I said I'm walking away, about that time, that's usually when a tornado warning comes out. So I'll keep sitting here, and when I go storm chasing, I'm usually in the right place. But I don't know. I feel like sometimes at times I'm the kiss of death, especially when it's borderline. We did have some events in June when I was just kind of starting out, so not a lot of people knew about me. Still not a lot of people know about me, but even less people knew about me. Back in June, we had all those storms run through Minnesota. Those were just events that it was just going to happen. You just knew it. So there, my luck had nothing to do with it. So days like today, yeah, it's just hard time getting going. So I don't know. Do you guys want me to walk away and see what happens? Oh, we've got something going here. Tornado warning. All right, we got a tornado warning. For this storm here. All right, tornado warning for southwest Cuyahoga County in central Minnesota, north central Renville County in central Minnesota, 8:45 until 8:45. 8:03, a confirmed tornado was located over Princeburg, 60 miles southwest of Wilmer, moving east at 20. Damaging tornado and $50 size hail. Weather spotters confirmed tornado associated with this. So this is just probably north of Princeburg at this point. It said over Princeburg is what the tornado warning says. Flying debris will be dangerous to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be damaged or destroyed. Damage to roofs, windows, and vehicles will occur. Tree damage is likely. A tornado will be near Princeburg at about now 8:10. Repeat: a tornado is on the ground. Take cover now. Move to a basement or interior. Yeah, I can see it. If you guys have me on one video, but go over to Vince Welty, his YouTube page. And I think he's got it there. I think he might have it off in the distance. I believe that's Vince. But anyway, tornado is on the ground. Take cover now. Move to a basement or interior room on the lowest floor of a sturdy building. Avoid windows if you're outdoors or in a mobile home or in a vehicle. Move to the closest substantial shelter and protect yourself from flying debris. So again, tornado on the ground. Radar or a confirmed tornado on the ground. Moving east at about 20 miles per hour, not moving real fast at all. Not picking it up on the radar very well. But somewhere in that Princeburg area here, you take a look and you got a little bit of an inflow notch going on in through here. So it looks like somewhere within that vicinity, somewhere in that Prindsburg area, is where it's looking like. I would say maybe, at least according to the latest scan here, maybe just to the northeast of Prindsburg at this time. So if you're in that Blomquist V area, Lake Lillian, make sure you're taking shelter. This thing's moving east at about 20 miles per hour. Soda Storm Chaser. Okay, why don't I have him up? Excuse me. I don't see Soda Storm Chaser for some reason. Not if you're in Woodbury. No, not yet. No, not yet. This is way out there. This is 75 miles west of Woodbury. You're fine. Let me zoom out. This is how far out it is. This is way out there. This is south of Wilmer. And this is up by Prindsburg. If you're in Bloomquist V or Lake Lillian, you guys need to be taking cover. North of Renville, north of Danube. This is moving east at 20 miles per hour. This is a confirmed tornado on the ground. Spotters confirmed this tornado. Brandon Kopic might also have it up there. It's hard to tell. But again, radar, a confirmed tornado. This is south of Wilmer, moving east to 25 miles per hour. So make sure you're taking shelter. There is a severe thunderstorm warning further north in Cass County, moving east at about 45 miles per hour for ping pong ball sized hail and 60 mile per hour winds. So if you're in Walker, Whippold, Boy River, Federal Dam, Bena, just be mindful this storm's heading towards your direction with some large hail associated with it and some gusty winds. So again, confirmed tornado on the ground. Storm chasers are out there. They have this in sight. You do see them on some of the storm chasers that I can see. There's definitely a lowering out there. In fact, as I was listening to one guy, he was waiting for the warning to come out, and then he goes, "Oh, yep, there it is." So make sure you're taking shelter, and we're watching these line of storms now are starting to get a little bigger, a little stronger here. So this might not be the only area of concern, but definitely obviously the area that is of most concern at this point. We do have a confirmed tornado was on the ground. Not really hard showing up on the velocities at this point. It's still maybe just a little bit outside of the range of Minneapolis, just a bit. Hard to see on the correlation coefficient. It might be up and through here. There might be just a little bit of reduction, but we can't quite say for certain. I would say it does kind of line up maybe where this inflow notch would be, and you've got that rear flank downdraft, your forward flanking line, and so maybe right in through here would be about where I would expect to see it. Given on the reflectivity, the CC correlation coefficient sort of matches that a little bit. But again, when you take a look at the velocities, the blaze velocities, it's really, really hard to pull that out. Maybe once you go up a little bit, you see a little more rotation in with that. But I'm watching a couple of storm chasers here. I don't see anything on the feed. I don't know. Hopefully, I would assume they're in the right spot. If this is indeed the same area. But if this is, if they're, And I think they're heading in. I mean, I think this is it, but I'm not 100% certain. But if this is the case, I don't see anything on the ground on this feed. But there, at the very least, there was something there for certain. Northeast of Princeburg, heading towards via Bloomquist, not moving real fast, moving east at about 20 miles per hour. Train spotter reported tornado on the ground. One northwest of Princeburg at 8:03, so about 9 minutes ago. So there you go. There it pops up now there on the radar. This is about the location of where that tornado warning was. So there you kind of get a time frame of where the cell was on the radar about the time when that was reported. And so if you carry that eastward, it's probably just northeast of Princeburg right now. Going to be kind of close to that Svea and Bloomquist area. So if you're anywhere in the vicinity of that, make sure you're taking shelter. It looks like good bit of a lot of farmland out there, a lot of farms out there. The way it's looking like, a lot of farms out there. So make sure if you're out there, you're taking shelter now as this storm continues to move off to the east. Bloomquist, Svea, you guys are in the path of this particular storm. Moving east roughly about 20 miles per hour is what they're saying. Further to the north, there's that storm by Walker, Minnesota. Severe thunderstorm warned with 1 inch, might be 1.5 inch hail at this point. And some gusty winds, 60 mile per hour winds heading towards Boy River, Tobik, Federal Dam, Bena. And so that area continues to move off to the northeast. So just make sure if you're watching this storm a little bit down to the southwest, if you're in that Deer River area, we've got some large hail heading your direction. We also have this area a little bit further to the south. Just can't quite keep going. Can't quite get going. Some heavy rains continue, but otherwise, boy, these storms just aren't getting going. They're just not taking off. The only one we have, the main one right now, is this one to the south, south of Wilmer. And let's see here. Sorry. Yeah, probably just northeast of Princeburg at this time, just west of Bloomquist, heading east at about 20 miles per hour. Again, just taking a look at a couple of feeds that I've got. I don't see anything on their feed that was show anything on the ground. I would assume that this one guy is in the right spot. He's parked. He's got his camera pointing that way. Must be a chicken farm or a turkey farm or pig farm, something like that. Let's see. It looks like we got an update now. Severe thunderstorm capable of reducing, located over Princeburg, 50 miles south of Wilmer, moving east at 20. Earlier, weather spotters reported a funnel cloud. This storm has already produced a tornado. So they're saying it's a funnel cloud now. Previously produced a tornado. Moving east at 20 miles per hour. Tornadic thunderstorm will remain over mainly rural areas of southwestern Candy, Ojai, and north central Renville counties, including Svea and Bloomquist. So if you're in that area, make sure you move to a basement, interior room, and lowest floor of a sturdy building. Avoid windows, and if you're outdoors in a mobile home or in a vehicle, move to the closest substantial shelter and protect yourself from flying debris. We're not going to see any F5s. I would highly doubt that. But obviously we have the potential for seeing some tornadoes out there. So we've got this area just west of Bloomquist in Kandiyohi County, moving east at about 20 miles per hour. Looks like we've got a cell a little bit further to the south. It's trying to get going. Not quite severe yet, but increasing nevertheless. Maybe another area bears some watching. North of Fairfax. And it's continuing to develop here slowly. But I would say even this little cell here that we were watching honestly doesn't even look maybe doesn't look quite as intense as it did just a few minutes ago. But we still have just that little something going on where we've got the inflow notch. We've got the RFD. We've got your forward flanking line, obviously. So somewhere in here is possibly some rotation going on that bears watching in kind of in between Bloomquist and Svi. This is still a ways out there. Still a long way west of the Twin Cities. This is 65 miles west of the Twin Cities. So it's out there a ways. James Pickle, you're right in the path. Well, after you get out of your shelter, let me know what you heard. And we'll continue to we'll have the radar on here for you. So if you got any questions, let me know. But just to kind of give you an idea, this is roughly about where we're thinking if there's any kind of rotation, this is about roughly where we're looking here. So there was a tornado on the ground. They're saying there's a funnel cloud. Most definitely some rotation. Some of the feeds I'm looking at, some guys that are in the area. Man, I wonder how fast they went to get down there. They got there quick. But I don't see anything on their feed that would be concerning at this point. But just make sure if you're out in the path of this, just get to a lowest, get to the basement. Move to a basement and interior room, the lowest floor of a sturdy building. Avoid the windows, and if you're outdoors in a mobile home or in a vehicle, just make sure you move to a close substantial shelter and protect yourself from flying debris. So just kind of reporting what I'm seeing out there. Just some of the feeds, I don't see anything. I mean, that's imminent, but I would say if you're out here in this Bloomquist V area, Lake Lillian, just do the right thing. Take shelter, get to a basement, stay away from windows, get indoors. Don't take your chances. You never know when this thing's going to spin up quickly. That's definitely a possibility. It's preseason. It's preseason for the Vikings. Go Kirk. Go Kirk Cousins. Who asked Lake Elmo? I should know where Lake Elmo is. Yeah, so the Twin Cities area, we're, metro. We'll just call everything metro from New Prague on northward, west to east, through Woodbury. After 10 p.m., maybe the way things are tracking right now, after or closer to 11 p.m. by the time these storms get there, main threat's going to be damaging winds of 70 mile per hour, up to 70, maybe 80. And then some 1-inch hail also possible with these storms as they move into the metro area. They're having a hard time getting going. This isn't 100%. This is still very much remains a forecast. Just because at this point, man, these storms they're having a hard time busting through some of this upper level warm air. So that's the potential. As it looks right now, it doesn't look very threatening. This is the only threatening area, is this area just northwest of Bloomquist, in between Bloomquist and Sve. Okay, here we got another severe thunderstorm warning. We've got the, so it's kind of starting to come together, but so like I said, it's not 100%, but there's a good chance that some of these storms are going to run through the Twin Cities area. Slight chance of a tornado, slight, I can't say zero. But the main threat's going to be the wind, very likely, and some hail along with it. So that's my metro area forecast. That includes Brooklyn Park, Shakopee, Prior Lake, Bloomington, Minneapolis, St. Paul, Woodbury, all you guys, Lionel Lakes, South St. Paul, Inver Grove Heights, Egan, that's about the timing. Somewhere 10, maybe 11 o'clock, strong winds up to 70 miles per hour, and hail up to an inch. So we'll continue to watch these storms. There's still a ways out there. These storms are still 60 miles out west of the cities. They're moving east 20 to 25 miles per hour. They're not moving fast. So that's why I say at this point, given the tracking, the models earlier were showing maybe 10. The way these things are tracking right now, I'd say it's probably going to be closer to 11 by the time it starts to reach to the metro area. So we're in for a little bit of a late night. It's going to take a bit. All right, severe thunderstorm warning now. I guess I never touched on this too much. Northwest Sibley County, Southwest McLeod, Southeast Renville counties. A 20 severe thunderstorm located near Fairfax, or 19 miles east of Redwood Falls, moving east at 20. 60 mile per hour wind gusts and quarter-sized hail. Hail damage to vehicles is expected. Expect wind damage to roof sidings and trees. Locations include Stewart. Also, a tornado watch remains in effect until midnight for central Minnesota. So make sure you remain alert for possible tornado. Tornadoes can develop quickly for severe thunderstorms. If you spot one, go into a basement or a small central room in a sturdy structure. So right now, we've got some hail and some wind associated with this particular storm. So if you're in that Fernando area, Brownton, Stewart, just be mindful of this storm heading eastward. I've got some 1-inch hail and some 60 mile per hour winds possible as this continues to track east. When we take a look at this storm, the tornado warning storm, again, maybe just south of Sve. I hope I'm saying that right. Is anybody from down there? Is it Sve or Sva or Sva, Sve, Svu, or what? How do you say it? I'm not sure. Hopefully I'm saying it right. Again, really difficult to pick it out. It's somewhere in this location is probably where that rotation is going on. It's looking less and less threatening, I guess. You don't quite have that inflow notch that was there before. So it's looking less likely, and as I said, as I'm watching some of these storm chasers, it's not looking quite as impressive either, so that's a good thing. Yes, I am staying live late into the night. So we will cover this until we know for sure everybody is safe. Yeah, it'll be a long night. So, but we'll be here. We will be here. So make sure, if you haven't done so, hit the thumbs up button, hit the like button, because you found this page. Awesome. Glad you found it. Welcome. But others may not. And by hitting the like button, hitting the thumbs up button helps the YouTube algorithm. And so if anybody else is looking for weather information, that YouTube is more likely to suggest it. Obviously, if you subscribe, thank you, Schmidt, the COD player, for subscribing. Appreciate you having you along here. You subscribe, you know when I'm on live. You hit the bell button, it'll let you know when I'm on live. We'll cover severe weather. It'll also let you know when I've issued a forecast. I put together videos, especially through the weekday. I'll put that out, not tonight. One, because I'm going to be up late doing this, and two, because there's nothing going on after tonight. So there's really nothing to forecast. So you don't want to see a boring forecast that tells you nothing. You've got a weather app. I shouldn't tell you that, but yeah. But otherwise, I do issue forecasts throughout the week. So I'll be here through the winter months as well, as I've said before. So if you're looking for weather information beyond just this, and you all know we have 2 different seasons around here, and I'll be here for that as well. So glad to have everybody aboard. Thanks for watching. And this storm just continues to look less and less impressive within this tornado warned area. There is just a little bit of rotation going on still. But it doesn't seem to be as pronounced as earlier. So keep an eye on it. I mean, we if you're in Lake Lillian, Rosendale, Cosmo, just note this storm previously did drop a tornado briefly. So if you're southeast of Wilmer, watch this storm. Might not be done yet. You never know. And it looks like it's back building just a little bit. So you never know if some of the southern edge, south of Bloomquist, who knows? Might not be completely out of it as well. I mean, in fact, you almost got just a little bit of a notch going in through here. So who knows? Just be mindful of these storms. You just never know when this area doesn't look quite as impressive, and then all of a sudden it'll pop up, or something will develop a little bit further to the further back. Twin Cities, 60 mile per hour, we'll call it 70 mile per hour winds possible, 1 inch hail, as these storms continue to increase and move eastward after 10, probably closer to 11 o'clock tonight. I think I'm just going to pin this up. I think we got another warning. Nope. Not sure what that was. Twin Cities forecast 70 mile per hour winds. We're going to pin that message to the top. So if anybody else comes along and asks about the Twin Cities, 49 away from 1,000. Thank you, everybody, for subscribing. Awesome. Glad to have you with. Welcome, Sace222. Good having you aboard. Thanks for all the likes. Keep them coming. Hello, Krista, by the way, anyway. Robert, Robin, Corey. Not right now. There's not. I don't know what do you call near, I guess. This is way out. This is 60 miles west of the Twin Cities. This is a ways out there. So it's quite a ways out there. There was a tornado on the ground about 75 miles west of the Twin Cities. Doesn't look quite as interesting now. Here's what I always say. If I could say for sure that there was going to be a tornado, I'd be a rich person. Yes, the chance is there, but it's a small chance. More than likely, it's going to be damaging winds. That's most likely what it's going to be. I can't say for certain whether there will be one or not. The ingredients are there that it's not a 0% chance. It's like a 20% chance. So at best. So better chance is just the hail and the wind. But yeah, if I could tell you for sure if there's going to be a tornado, I well, I wouldn't have to sit here because, you know, I'd have plenty of money. Hope that's a good way of explaining that, but that's the best I can do, I guess. All right, I'm gonna take a look around here. Just hold on. Leech Lake, you're out of it. If you're wondering about Leech Lake, at this point, the storms are east of there. There's some pretty hefty storm heading towards Federal Dam, Boy River. It's taken its old time, though, that's for darn sure. But still, a strong thunderstorm heading towards Boy River, Tobique, Federal Dam. Eventually coming up northwest of Reamer, possibly Ball Club, Deer River. Keep an eye on this storm as it continues to track off to the north and east. Yeah, probably not, you know. But then, you know, and that's why I said it doesn't pay to worry about it. Just watch the storms come in. We'll keep on it. We're going to keep a close eye on these storms tonight. Last night was just a weird thing, and if you it was a frustrating night for me last night, and to not be able to be on live in person like this was frustrating. So but that won't be tonight. I'm going to keep up on it. So we're going to be here late, and more than likely it's going to be some wind and some hail, some heavy rains. Definitely some heavy rains. That's probably the very most likely thing, is that heavy rains. But yeah, if anything really crazy develops, we're going to be here to watch it. Thanks everybody who subscribed. Not everybody pops up on the feed, so I can't say thanks to everybody, unfortunately. But thank you to those of you who have done so. Appreciate you having coming along. Correct. Yep, Ray. Just watch the feed. Just watch the feed, and you'll be fine. Where is he at? Copic is kind of buried into this storm here. Looks like some pretty good lightning showing up, at the very least. A little bit of rotation still. Just not as impressive as earlier. Oh, shoot. Yeah, that overall storm structure, you got some good tops to it, but just taking a look at a 3D, and it's not looking that great. So I guess in a way I'd be surprised if they reissue a warning here. Yeah, they went down to just saying radar indicated rotation now for this, and valid until 8:45. So another 9 minutes, and we'll see what they do. But I think they're more than likely they're going to let this go, I would suspect. And then we've got this other severe thunderstorm warning further to the south for Fernando and Stewart. Where they're saying 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-sized hail associated with this storm as it moves east at about 20 miles per hour. How many cats? Is that a... Are you just... what do you call it? Not a euphemism, but is that what I'm looking for? I don't know. Do you really have a lot of cats? That's what I want to ask. Do you really have a lot of cats, Mr. Jones? What's your best advice? Oh, sorry, Krista, I just saw this. What's your best advice for people with weather anxiety? We all watch because we are anxious. I understand that, and I try not to overhype it because I know 2 cats. Well, that's not too bad. I know that's why a lot of people watch anxiety. Honestly, that's why I got into meteorology. Just because, as I said earlier, lived out on the farm. We didn't. You had to look out the window and it got dark, and all of a sudden there was lightning to be crazy and it was hailing, and you didn't. Radar was just becoming a thing in the 80s, and yeah, it got a little nervy, and that honestly why I got into meteorology, because I wanted to know what to watch, what to look for, and that was my driving force, was the storms. We had a couple of bad storms run through our farm, and ultimately that's what led me down this path, I guess. But if you've watched before, I mean, there's a lot of videos. There's so much information out there, and that's maybe the best thing I'd say is become knowledgeable in a way. Watch places like this. More and more. There are more and more people out there like me, in a way. Don't go anywhere else. I'm the only one that covers the Dakotas in Minnesota. There's not a lot of people out there. The big guys aren't even covering it. I think the biggest guy isn't even on tonight. But I exclusively cover Minnesota and North Dakota. So, just subscribe, because you'll know I'll be watching this, and most likely. The other thing, the chance of a tornado happening, I mean, let's face it, is small. In a particular location, especially up here. If you're in a building, if you're in a basement, you're most likely going to be fine. The greatest hazards around here are trees falling, right? And outsheds. A lot of times you see outsheds, meaning Quonsets, garages, detached garages, sometimes even attached garages if they're old enough. Those buildings, not great. But if you're in a house, if you're in the lowest part of the house, if you're in a basement in particular, 99% of the time you're going to be fine. So, like I said, the other thing is just be knowledgeable. Take a look at videos. There's so much information out there. And then that way you can have a radar app, download a radar app, and you know what to look for. My wife, just from listening and watching me, she's gotten to the point to where she's, there's been times I've gone out storm chasing and she's like, is this what I'm seeing? And yep, she's right. Just because, you follow along enough and you get used to it. I'm looking here and I'm looking at this storm, and we talk about an inflow notch. And what we're talking about is we've got some southeasterly winds possibly pushing into this storm, and making, then you've got some upper level winds flowing down and pushing, this part of the storm outward. And essentially what you've got then is now you've got southeasterly winds at the surface, high level winds coming down and pushing this out. Well, of course, that that's what causes your rotation in through here, right? You've got your rear flank downdraft, your forward flanking line. So just a couple of cues you can pick up on. So, if I'm looking at this and I'm going, well, if there was a tornado in here, if they're going to reissue it, if I'm going to point it out, it's probably real close to Lake Lillian if there's any kind of rotation going on. Sometimes we're looking at the velocities here. Doesn't always show up very well, right? We're going through the different levels. Maybe a little bit, some rotation high up, but you don't want to see. I mean, when you're talking about tornadoes, you don't want to see it high up. It's not really where the tornado lives, right? Obviously, the tornado is down at the surface. So sometimes it just doesn't show up well. So when you're looking at these things, you oftentimes talk about a hook, and that's that's just where we're looking. But with all that said, the storm itself just doesn't look as impressive anymore as it did earlier. So I don't think it looks. I don't think they're going to reissue this. We've got a couple minutes before it expires completely, but I fully expect they'll let this tornado warning go. We've got the severe thunderstorm warning further to the south and heading up towards Stewart and Fernando and Brownton. Continue to have storms trying to get going. They're becoming a little more organized, and I think as the night goes along, as these congeal more into the line, we're going to be probably looking at more of a wind threat as the night moves along. It looks like we're going to wind up developing a line more and more. We might pull out some rotation out of this just yet. We're not completely out of the woods. Round Prairie, Gray Eagle, just keep an eye on these storms. There's some just gray hints, nothing severe yet. But just keep an eye on these storms as they move east over the next hour. And then I think beyond that, they're probably going to congeal more into a line and push eastward, and then they're going to become more of just a wind damage event. Further to the north, you're looking at Cass. Let's switch over to the Duluth radar. So, Boy River, Tobique, Federal Dam. Yep, oh boy, yeah, still looking at 1.5 inch hail associated with this coming up to Boy River and Tobique. Heading towards Grand Rapids at this point. Actually got a little bit of rotation in with that. And there's something that's coming out here, I think. Severe thunderstorm warning, including Cohasset, Minnesota, Deer River, and Reamer, Minnesota. So there's another severe thunderstorm warning coming out for this. I'll make sure and retweet it on the old Twitter machine. Region WX is my Twitter, if anybody wants to follow me along there. Until 9:30 p.m. Central Time, 60-mile-per-hour winds and 2-inch hail possible. Yeah, there you go. There's the new warning out, and some rotation in with this south of Boy River to Beak. Just keep an eye on it. Okay, this latest scan looks better, so that's not quite as concerning as just a little bit ago. But we've got 2-inch hail possible with this heading towards Deer River, Cohasset, Grand Rapids, Ball Club, and we'll see if I can get a Grand Rapids webcam up. There we go. Eventually, Forest Lake, yep, it kind of included, you see the pinned Twin Cities forecast up above on the chat. That's all included. So, just, timing wise, when we're talking about the Twin Cities, yeah, probably after 10, probably closer to 11 p.m., 60 mile, maybe 70 mile per hour winds, 1 inch hail running through the Twin Cities. And yes, that would include that Forest Lake, vicinity of Forest Lake. Well, I hope you're right, Grace. And if you are, consider yourself becoming a meteorologist. That would be good. A little bit of rotation still, not great still. Probably some wind gusts heading towards Tobik, Longville, Reamer, possibly up to Grand Rapids. Definitely some large hail associated with that, heading towards Deer River, Coasset, and Grand Rapids as well. Again, this is moving northeast at about 35 miles per hour, 2 inch hail and 60 mile per hour winds. This will be around Boy River around 8:50. Other locations include High Landing, Deer River, Zemple, and Pokegama Dam. So make sure you move to an interior room and lowest floor of a building. Just get inside, get indoors, stay away from this. You don't want to be caught outside with this storm. It looks like a decent storm just north of there even. Maybe maybe up to an inch. A little bit of rotation there too. Some areas getting a little rotation in with that. A lot of times what you can expect at the very least out of that is some hail. So it looks like that's starting to pick up a little bit. So that is what Itasca, kind of in the northeastern parts of Itasca, kind of ahead of this other area north of Grand Rapids. Moving to the northeast, probably about the same speed, about 35 miles per hour or so. So if you're in that Orr, Cook, Virginia area, just be watching these storms as they now move to the northeast. Look like they got some hail associated with them. And they did indeed drop that tornado warning here. So that's decreased. We've got just the one now a little bit further to the south by Stewart. Looks like that's moving off to the north and east. We've got another storm kind of behind that, closer to the line. That's gonna bear some watching here over the next few minutes. Yeah, and they're starting to congeal here, so I think we're going to wind up with the line of storms. Probably some damaging winds as they approach the eastern parts of the state here. I think that's probably most likely what we're going to transition to is the damaging wind type of event. A lot of these storms are going to start to build up and just pumping out tons and tons of rain, and out ahead of that, it's going to be, just because it's going to be dumping off so much moisture, we're probably going to be moving into more of a wind event. Appreciate it, Dan, Jackie. St. Francis. About the same. St. Francis. 70 mile per hour winds, 1 inch hail possible. Somewhere probably close to 11 p.m. So, I mean, you take a look at this storm in particular down here, and these tick marks are about every 15 minutes. So, and this is just kind of picking out the leading edge of some of the heavier part of that storm. So we're still looking at an hour. So closer to, almost 10, what is it tonight? Oh, closer to 10 o'clock by the time it hits Northwood, Young America, Lester Prairie at this point. And then you're probably looking at about another hour beyond that. So that's why I said it's probably going to be closer to 11 by the time these storms get there. And really, this storm here is out ahead of the main line. The main line is just a little bit further back. Now, this is moving north. Keep an eye on it. If this congeals or if this meets up with the main line further back, obviously we could get some rotation in with that. So that would be a concern. I don't think, the tornadic threat is not done. So we got to just be mindful of some of these storms yet here throughout the next hour or so. But really, the main line ultimately, even though we have this one out here, we could get a few storms that pop out ahead of the main line. But the main line really is just a little bit further back. So more than likely, we are looking at 11 o'clock, and it is going to be the Twin Cities and northward. Let's hope some of these storms kind of move off in this direction and miss most of the Twin Cities area. Nothing. It's going to be real hard to pop anything further south. So really, we're looking at this point, anything in through there is probably the best chance for seeing some strong to severe weather through the remainder of the night. Yeah, probably right in through here. We'll include the rest of this. That's about your best shot for seeing probably some strong damaging winds tonight. Some reports up with this northern storm. 1/4 inch hail. That's not big. 3/4 inch hail a little bit earlier. I'm back by Walker. But really, according off of the Duluth radar, still looking at an inch in diameter hail, so around a quarter size in hail size of quarters around that Tabeek area. Boy River heading northeast towards Deer River in Grand Rapids. Moving northeast at about 35 miles per hour. So we got about 15 minutes from now, roughly, 9:10 would be about in through there. So including ball club, a half hour from now, so about 9:25, Deer River. In between that 9:25, 9:35 time frame, probably include Grand Rapids, and then an hour from now, it'll be out by Coleraine and Marble if this particular storm continues on its intensity and path. Tiffany, appreciate you following along. Glad to have you. Good to have you subscribed here. If I've missed anybody, sorry about that. Not everybody shows up on here. Thanks for all the likes. Keep them coming. That helps my YouTube channel get discovered at the very least. It helps people find the severe weather or severe weather coverage. $9.55, 45 away from my goal of 1,000. Thanks, everybody. Appreciate it so very, very much. That's awesome. That makes me so pleased. Each and every one of you, I appreciate it. 3 minutes ago. Spotter 4 miles west of Cosmo, Minnesota. Rotating wall cloud, 3/4 mile to my north. Cosmo. So that continues to be that storm out by Lake Lillian. So that continues to be this storm out here by Cosmo. Spotter network says 4 miles west of Cosmo, so that's about in through here. Probably right about in through here. Rotating wall cloud. So probably continues to be something, a little something in through here. Probably right in through here, just west of Cosmo. Heading east roughly about 20 miles per hour. So if you're in that Cosmo area, just be watching out there. They do say there's spotters out there say that they see some rotation still associated with this storm. So be mindful of this as you know, for those of you out by Cosmo, be on the lookout for the storm. There's nothing, I don't see anything issued just yet. Let's see, maybe there is now. Severe thunderstorm. Severe thunderstorm warning, including Little Falls and Swanville. Flensburg until 9:45. Hail, $half size hail, 60 mile per hour winds. Falls. Why am I not seeing this? Oh, it's up there. I gotcha. Up here. North of Sauk Center, northeast of Sauk Center, heading towards Swanville, Flensburg, Little Falls. Now they've issued a severe thunderstorm warning. $half size hail, 60 mile per hour winds. And some rotation in with that. Just keep an eye on this storm as well. Mainly dealing with some hail and some gusty winds. Some broad rotation, nothing imminent at this point. But for those of you by that Flensburg, Sabinski, Little Falls area, there is a severe thunderstorm warning out for you guys as this storm moves east at about 25 miles per hour. This will be around Swanville at 9, Flensburg at around 9:10. Other locations include Little Falls. A reminder, tornado watch remains in effect until midnight Central Time for central Minnesota. So remain alert for possible tornadoes. They can develop quickly from severe thunderstorms. And if you spot one, go at once into a basement or small central room in a sturdy structure. So radar indicated rotation, radar indicated 1 1/4 inch hail and 60 mile per hour winds associated with that storm. Wouldn't be surprised if you see some hail out of this a little bit further to the south by Paynesville, coming up to Roscoe and Richmond as well. And probably some gustier winds, but yeah, if you're watching this up by Paynesville, probably see some hail associated with this storm. And then continue to watch some of these a little bit further to the south. Somebody was saying there was a report, a spotter report to west of Cosmo, so rotating wall cloud. I still don't see anything issued from the Weather Service there yet. Oh, shoot. But I guess if you're in that Cosmo area, just make sure you're watching this storm as it continues to progress eastward. Looks like there could be just a little bit of rotation still showing up in with that. Also have some rotation with the severe thunderstorm warning west of Flensburg, north of Swanville. So at the very least, you got some 60-mile-per-hour winds and 1-inch hail possible coming into Flensburg, Little Falls as well. So just make sure you're taking cover with these storms. Just take the precaution. Make sure you go to a lower, into a sturdy structure in the lowest part of the building and away from windows. Now, come on. Whoa, what was that? I think, who is this? I wonder if that report didn't come from Vince Welty. Yeah, if you, again, you can have me up on one video, but if you want, check out Vince Welty. He's got a live feed, Storm Chaser. It's dark out there. It's hard to see, but in between the lightning flashes, there might be some lowering out there. Severe thunderstorm warning including Cold Spring, Minnesota, Paynesville, Minnesota, and Richmond for quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. So there you go. They issued out a warning out for that that particular storm that we were talking about a little bit earlier. Vince is off in this storm. Yeah, so they're still a little concerned about that. They're still going to continue to chase this one. So just this other severe thunderstorm warning that's valid until 9:15. So we got about another 11 minutes before they decide to see what they decide to do with this one down here. And then we've got this severe thunderstorm warning heading towards Grand Rapids. Looks like there still continues to be 1-inch hail associated with that. Maybe just a little bit of rotation, probably some strong gusty winds associated with that as well, possibly 60-mile-per-hour winds heading to the northeast at about 35 miles per hour. And that's about the only one to the north at this point. It looks like the south end is now finally starting to kick into gear here. Might rob some of the energy further to the north. We'll see how exactly some of this develops as the night goes along. As these storms continue to increase further to the south, might rob some of that energy further to the north. And so some of you guys out in St. Louis and Lake counties, we'll see what happens. You might get out of the woods. We'll see how this progresses, depending on how this continues to develop further to the south across the central parts of Minnesota. Okay, they did let this one go further to the south. And it looks like we got some small hail and some stronger winds associated with this storm down here by Cold Spring, St. Nicholas. Heading towards Cold Spring, St. Nicholas, St. Augusta, and eventually into St. Cloud. Up and through here, Little Falls, Flensburg, Sabinski, coming up to Freedom. Rotation doesn't look quite as A little bit of something there, but not great. Yeah, a bit of rain. You just want a bit of rain. Yeah, right. Just give me the rain. That's all you want. Yeah, I could. Man, I tell you what, I could use some here. We've had some, but not a lot. All right, guys. If you don't mind. Let's see here. 1 second. I wouldn't say Carver County, no. We still have these storms that are tracking to the north and east. Dakota County, maybe, yeah. Provided nothing develops further to the south, which it doesn't at this point. I guess at this point I don't have a reason to believe it will. So if you know, I guess if you follow this further southern storm, it's going to run through Carver, Hennepin, maybe far northern Scott County, maybe clip northern Dakota County. So at this point, as long as nothing develops further to the south of this current area, yeah, some of you in southern Scott, southern Dakota County might be out of it. So I had I don't remember who it was from Prior Lake. Looking up for you, looking less likely for you at this point. Look at this storm though. Watch this. Can you kind of watch it just a little bit at the end? Just got a little bit of rotation to it. You can just see it just even on the reflectivity. Just a little bit. Okay, guys. That's not Aberdeen. Okay, let's switch that. One more thing. Sorry. Too many things. Okay, I'm going to put it over to the weather radio out of Minneapolis just for a bit. I got to step out. Probably a good time to do it before it runs through the Twin Cities area. I just need a quick little break here, and then I will be back.
Remember, a tornado watch means the conditions are favorable for the development of severe weather, including tornadoes, large hail and damaging winds, in and close to the watch area. While severe weather may not be imminent, persons should remain alert for rapidly changing weather conditions and listen for later statements and possible warnings. Stay tuned to NOAA weather radio, commercial radio and television outlets, or internet sources for the latest severe weather information. Now here is the hazardous weather outlook for portions of central and southern Minnesota and west central Wisconsin. For tonight, a cold front will move across the area later today. This will result in another round of thunderstorms this evening into tonight. Scattered severe thunderstorms are possible across central and southern Minnesota into western Wisconsin. Large hail, damaging winds, and locally heavy rainfall look to be the primary threats, though a tornado or two can't be ruled out. And now the extended outlook for the period Monday through Saturday. No hazardous weather is expected. Spotter information statement: Skywarn spotter activation may be needed this evening. Now the forecast for the Twin Cities metropolitan area. Tonight, mostly cloudy this evening and overnight, then becoming partly cloudy. Slight chance of thunderstorms early in the evening, then thunderstorms late in the evening. Chance of thunderstorms overnight. Some thunderstorms may be severe with damaging winds and large hail. Lows in the mid-60s. South winds 5 to 10 miles an hour shifting to the southwest overnight. Chance of thunderstorms 90%. Monday, mostly sunny. Highs in the upper 70s. West winds 5 to 15 miles an hour with gusts to around 30 miles an hour. Monday night, mostly clear. Lows in the upper 50s. West winds 5 to 10 miles an hour. Gusts up to 25 miles an hour in the evening. Tuesday, sunny. Highs in the upper 70s. Northwest winds 5 to 15 miles an hour. Tuesday night, clear. Lows in the upper 50s. Northwest winds up to 10 miles an hour. Wednesday and Wednesday night, clear. Highs in the upper 70s. Thursday and Thursday night, mostly clear. Highs around 80. Lows in the lower 60s. Friday and Friday night, mostly clear. Highs in the mid-80s. Lows in the lower 60s. Saturday and Saturday night, mostly clear. Highs in the lower 80s. Lows in the lower 60s. Sunday and Sunday night, mostly clear. Highs in the lower 80s. Lows in the lower 60s. Again, the forecast for the Twin Cities metropolitan area for tonight. Mostly cloudy this evening and overnight, then becoming partly cloudy. Slight chance of thunderstorms early in the evening, then thunderstorms late in the evening. Chance of thunderstorms overnight. Some thunderstorms may be severe with damaging winds and large hail. Lows in the mid-60s. South winds 5 to 10 miles an hour shifting to the southwest overnight. Chance of thunderstorms 90%.
And this is why I can't step away, it appears. We've got a tornado warning out of include Eden Valley, Minnesota, Watkins, Minnesota, Kimball until 10 p.m. Radar indicated rotation, quarter-sized hail possible associated with this particular storm. Just Golden Valley, St. Nicholas, Watkins. Yeah, there you go. There's the rotation right there. Nothing definitive when we're talking about a correlation coefficient for certain. ZDR is what I want. Yeah, there you've got the rotation going just southwest to St. Nicholas. So if you're in that St. Nicholas area, boy, it looks like it just maybe crossed just north of Eden Valley. Take a couple steps back and see whether there's anything developing. If you're in that St. Nicholas area on eastward, possibly including St. Augusta, Watkins, Kimball, South Haven, kind of includes all of you regarding this warning. It looks like the most likely area right now is coming up to St. Nicholas, just southwest of there is where your best rotation continues to be, just west of St. Nicholas. Let's see, moving east at about 25 miles per hour. So located near Richmond. Near Richmond, or 18 miles southwest of St. Cloud, moving east at 25. Tornado and quarter-sized hail. This dangerous storm will be near Watkins around 9:25. Let's see here. Other locations include Kimball, so make sure you're taking cover now if you're in that St. Nicholas, Watkins, Kimball, St. Augusta area. Especially if you're in St. Nicholas, you better be in your basement. Move to a basement, into your room on the lowest floor of a sturdy building. Avoid windows, and if you are outdoors in a mobile home or in a vehicle, move to a close, substantial shelter and protect yourself from flying debris. Radar indicated rotation, hail to 1 inch. This is kind of northwest of the Minneapolis area, just south of St. Cloud. Just south of St. Cloud, moving east, about 20 miles per hour. Hopefully everybody's taken shelter there at this point. Looks like we've got a rotating storm going on. Definitely some decent rotation showing up in there. Might be a little broad. It's not super, super tight. But at any rate, oh yeah, that's some good normalized rotation though. Whew, okay, yeah, that's still gate to gate to shear there. That's looking really, really good. So if you're in that St. Nicholas area, make sure you're taking shelter. Head to a basement. Into your room. Make sure you're in a sturdy building. Stay away from the windows. If you're outdoors, mobile home, in a vehicle, get to a shelter. Make sure you get to a substantial shelter and protect yourself from flying debris as this storm moves eastward. Kind of getting now close to I-94 at this point, some of these storms. Doggone it. Texas. What the hell? So again, tornado warning southwest of St. Cloud. There becomes a little more pronounced. Kind of your inflow that we always talk about. There's your rear flank and your outflow and your rear flank downdraft, forward flanking line. And right in through here would be probably your best chance for seeing some rotation. We take a look at the actual base velocity. Lines up pretty close to that. Yeah, just, yep, right there, just southwest of St. Nicholas. So if you're St. Nicholas, Watkins, be watching now. Make sure you're in your shelter as this storm moves eastward. Kimball, you're not completely out of it. And then eventually South Haven, St. Augusta as well. A tornado warning associated with this storm. At this point, it says a tornado, radar indicated tornado. Hello, Minx. Good to hear from you once again. Oh, gate-to-gate shear. That means, hold on one second. Gate-to-gate shear meaning on this side of the storm, that's going away from the radar. We've got, let's see. We've got probably about 40 mile per hour, maybe 50 mile per hour wind gusts. On the other side of it, yeah, we'll call it 40. On the other side of it is close to 70 miles per hour. Just a little bit on the other side. So gate to gate, meaning this, the red being one gate, the other green being the other gate. So you've got roughly, just adding them together, you've got roughly 60 miles per hour or 100 mile per hour difference in between there. So when we take a look at this, it's showing some decent normalized rotation in through there. When you see that green, that's some pretty good gate to gate shear, some rotation going on. That's what we talk about. So this being one gate being away, green being towards. So I've got it on my GR2 analyst. If you have that, I mean, you can take a look at it by your base velocity and your storm relative velocity. The other thing to look at is the NROT is what it stands for, normalized rotation. And that also kind of zones in on some of the strongest shear, gate-to-gate shear is what I guess what we call it. Here it is just south of St. Nicholas. Some strong winds. Strong, boy. Yeah, we've got at the very least, we've got some strong downdraft winds pushing out and through here. You've got, again, here's your inflow notch. There's your forward flanking line out through here. So right about there, that's normally where you would see the rotation, the wall cloud, the funnel cloud, just south of that St. Nicholas area. But some strong winds pushing out of this. At the very, very least, you're going to be seeing some damaging winds run through that Watkins area, St. Nicholas. But very, very likely you've got some rotation going in there. At the very least, you've got some rotation going in there because you've got these strong winds punching downward and outward. So you're going to be seeing some damaging winds. And then within this, you might see just a brief little spin up, a brief little tornado that's could happen within this. So that's why we got to be watching this particular area. Nothing, when we take a look at the correlation coefficient, the correlation coefficient, it sends out two different waves in the vertical and the horizontal, and it compares them. And if there's a lot of differences in them, there's a drop. There's a correlation drop. The correlation isn't there, right? The correlation isn't as high. So we look for a drop in the correlation, meaning that instead of being a round a sphere, a hail or rain, it's a different, something else. It's picking up something else. And so there's a correlation coefficient a lot of times. When there is a tornado on the ground, you'll see a little yellow and dark blue area that kind of pops up in through here. That shows that there's debris being lofted up in the air. So at the very least, we're not seeing anything definite there. But yeah, we're definitely seeing a good surge of strong winds heading towards Watkins. At the very least, yeah, that's a good surge of air pushing eastward. Definitely some strong rotation showing up in there. So you're going to be seeing some damaging winds at the very least out of this. So just make sure you're taking caution. But boy, wouldn't be surprised if just even briefly you might see something drop out of the sky there. Thanks, Manx. Manx has been around from the beginning. She's call her a founding member, I guess. Appreciate it. Little bit of maybe some heavy rains and maybe a little bit of hail just west of Glencoe, but it's got just a little hook showing up in there, but nothing really showing up in the rotation. So maybe just something to keep in mind, be mindful of here over the next few minutes to make sure nothing develops out of that. It looks like the storm further to the north by Little Falls has diminished, so I wouldn't. Looks like that severe storm we're not really concerned with as much there. So it's just this area near St. Cloud that kind of is moving east-northeast here through time. But definitely, if you're in that Watkins, Kimball, St. Nicholas area, be mindful of this storm. Make sure you're taking shelter as this storm continues to push eastward. Definitely some good rotation showing up. A good push of downward motion, rear flanking downdraft pushing in through here. For the Twin Cities area, I think we're going to be mainly concerned with some damaging winds running through there. It's still just a little ways out. These storms continue to push east at about 25 miles per hour, roughly. 20 to 25, so they're still a ways out there. They're a good 40 miles west of the metro. So we're still, good Lord, I mean, it might be closer to 11:30 by the time some of these storms actually get to the western metro. But yeah, damaging winds is probably going to be the main threat. Maybe some 1-inch hail. We'll monitor if the we'll monitor the threat of tornadoes. It's not zero. There's a slight chance, but as these storms continue to kind of grow and congeal, the most likely thing is going to be heavy rain. So if you're out driving through this, it's not going to be a great thing. But with the heavy rains are also going to be the threat of some strong damaging winds along with it as well. So we'll see exactly how some of this develops. Man, it's been a tough night though as far as forecasting goes. It just hasn't. It seems to be one of those days where it's too warm aloft and too much moisture down below. That instead of just exploding into a bunch of severe storms, what we're getting is just a bunch of heavy rain out of this. And then you've got this area here that we've got some areas that show some rotation in with these storms. So that obviously is not done. So we just be mindful of these storms as they approach the Twin Cities area. You probably got another hour or two, hour and a half or two by the time they reach the West Metro. So looks like north of Watkins, east of St. Nicholas, looks like Kimball. You're in the path of this particular rotating storm. So make sure you're taking shelter at this point. Past that, beyond that, Eden Valley, you're in the clear. Looks like that storm is past you, at least the strongest part of the storm. But otherwise, if you're Kimball, maybe South Haven, perhaps south of St. Augusta. St. Augusta, you're not completely out of it, but it looks like right now it's mainly south of you. But make sure you're taking cover. Move to a basement, into your room, lowest floor of a building. Avoid windows. And if you're outdoors or in a mobile home or in a vehicle, move to the closest substantial shelter. Protect yourself from flying debris. I've got the one above me is Grand Rapids, just because I know we've got storms approaching up there. So just watching some of the lightning pop up on that. Unfortunately, does anybody know of any live stream out of St. Cloud? Any webcams? I don't always like, I don't like using the 511, but I can see what's out there. A lot of lightning, that's for sure. St. Cloud Airport, do they have one? They've got a webcam. Yeah, I've searched. It's so frustrating. St. Cloud. Oh. Maybe. The Atmospheric Sciences has got one. Has got a camera. But it's one of those that updates like every 3 seconds, so it's not continuous. It's not a great one. Especially not at night. That doesn't work as well. It continues to be this area concern northwest of Kimball, moving eastward now. Continues to move eastward. At 9:33, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Kimball, or 14 miles southwest of St. Cloud, moving east at 30. Radar indicated rotation and 2-inch hail possible. Flying debris would be dangerous to those caught without shelter. This tornadic thunderstorms remain mainly over rural areas of southeastern Stearns County, including Fairhaven. So if you're north of Kimball, make sure you take cover now, move to a basement or interior room. The lowest floor of a sturdy building, avoid windows, and if you're outdoors or in a mobile home or in a vehicle, move to a close substantial shelter, protect yourself from flying debris. So they basically shaved it down just a little bit to not include St. Augusta. Looks like it's moving just a tad bit of north of east, maybe. So if you're north of Kimball, if you're out on I-94 near Clearwater, Clearwater truck stop, a good place to stop if you're on the road on I-94. Maybe not today, but it is a nice little area. But yeah, Clearwater, make sure you're watching. If you're traveling that direction towards Clearwater, we've got a nasty thunderstorm heading your way with some rotation going on. So make sure you're mindful of this storm here. That's heading your way. We've got a severe thunderstorm warning here for 2-inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds for south central Stearns County, moving east at about 20. Some pretty decent sized hail, probably an inch, maybe an inch and a half in there. So I should look at Clearwater-ish. No, wow. Oh, well, that might be a decent camera. Oh, we'll see how this works. I'm sure this isn't going to work the way I want it to. Nope, why would it? Right, that's Clearwater. That's 511. That's one of the traffic cams just southeast of Clearwater on 994 up above me. You can see just a little bit of lowering out there, actually. Interestingly enough. It is, yeah, it's losing some of its luster here. Yeah, yeah, this is gusting out now, looking a little more like just a kind of a strong wind event at this point. So I think looking more and more like the tornado threat is diminishing. The rotation just isn't there anymore. Yeah, our normalized rotation is going down to blue, down to 77.77. A lot of heavy rains in with this. At the very least, some good lightning showing up on this, obviously. This thing just, it looks like it's got a little hook, but boy, there's just no good rotation showing up with that, that's for sure. Wouldn't be surprised if we see a severe thunderstorm warning out for this, for 1-inch hail. West of Glencoe, kind of Glencoe, Lester Prairie, Plato, Northwood. Way west of Shakopee. Shakopee. The crazy days in Shakopee. Got another one? What do I got? Severe thunderstorm warning continues for Cold Spring, Minnesota and St. Nicholas until 9:45. Storm will contain 2-inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. So we'll see. I wouldn't be surprised if we get a severe thunderstorm warning out for this area out here in McLeod County. And possibly coming up to Carver County. It looks like that storm is pretty robust. We've got, yeah, they just blew up and just said, here's a severe thunderstorm warning. And I think that's pretty much going to replace the tornado warning. I forget how long that's valid until 10 p.m. We'll see if they cancel it, see if they get rid of it any earlier than that. Twin Cities. But it very much is looking more like a wind event at this point. So 60 mile per hour wind and $50 sized hail, I guess they're saying, with this storm. Northwest Wright County, Sherburne, Northwest Sherburne, and Southeast Stearns. Moving east at 30. Hail damage to vehicles is expected. Expect wind damage to roof sidings and trees. Severe thunderstorm will be near St. Cloud at 9:55. Other locations include Clear Lake, Annandale, Clearwater, and Becker. So basically, from St. Augusta down to, well, we'll just call it Monticello eventually. These storms are going to be running through. So if you're traveling in that vicinity, make sure just, I don't know, let this storm pass. Maybe it's going to be really, really hard to see. It looks like we definitely had some rotation in there. I'd be interesting if we ever hear of anything hitting the ground or not. But at this point, haven't heard anything. But at the very least, looks like we've got some decent hail, some strong winds associated with this. So it's going to be hard to see when you're driving through these storms. That is for certain. Thunderstorm rotating at all. You know, it has the look on the reflectivity regarding rotation, but boy, when you look at the velocities, there's just nothing. There's just nothing to it. In fact, that looks even less worrisome when it comes to rotation. But still showing some hail up to an inch possible associated with that storm. So at the very least, looks like maybe if you're in that Leicester Prairie, New Germany, Meyer, you're going to be having some heavy rain, maybe some hail associated with this heading your direction. And then we've got this strong storm heading towards I-94, St. Augusta, Clearwater, Hasty, Monticello. Some strong gusty winds associated with that. $6.5 sized hail as well. And that's about it right now. Everything else to the north. Probably we got 50 mile per hour winds and 3/4 inch hail further to the north, up near the Grand Rapids area. Boy, actually, I don't know. Wouldn't be surprised if there's there's Grand Rapids. Wouldn't be surprised if we're seeing some hail just south of Grand Rapids, up to an inch, inch and a half. Doesn't appear impressive on radar anymore. I think we've got looks like we got a flood warning down with that storm further to the south. At any rate, yeah, you might, I don't know, man. Looking like some hail out of this, so we'll see if they issue a severe thunderstorm warning for Grand Rapids, Blackberry. See how this is tracking. Coleraine, Blackberry, Marble, Pengilly, Goodland. Maybe a little bit of gusty winds out of that, so we'll see. For some reason they let it go, but man, it looks like you look at that Grand Rapids. It's pouring up there. Obviously, it is coming down. No problem, Mary. Thanks for coming along. Appreciate you. Appreciate it. I don't know, that area further to the north, while we have this one kind of running through Grand Rapids, it looks, that's, I don't know. We'll see if it's able to make it into Duluth or not, but maybe, but boy, a lot of these storms just aren't looking all that impressive. This is about the most impressive one south of Grand Rapids. I swear I thought, God. All right. Saying 40 mile per hour winds and 3/4 inch hail with this stuff down and through here, so they haven't issued a warning. Just some heavy, heavy, heavy rains. Well, guys, man, it's just looking like one of those nights. It had potential. but there's just so much moisture out there. Yeah. Oh my lord. Oh my lord. Dew points are in the low 70s out in southeastern Minnesota. Precipitable waters over 1.5 inches. That's what happens. That's what happens with these storms. It's sometimes there's just too much moisture, and what you get out of it is just a lot of rain. I mean, okay, we've had a couple of tornado warnings. Good, that's panned out. Good in the sense that forecasted, but I'm being selfish. I'm being selfish because it was forecasted, right? So you want to be right, like I said before. You want to be right. For the good of the people, I want to be wrong, but for myself, selfishly, I want to be right. But ultimately, this is, thankfully, for the good of the public, I guess, it's just, there's so much moisture out there. There's just a lot of rain. There still has the potential, just because there is that amount of rain. Eventually these storms got to sort of collapse and wash out. So the wind threat is still there. We're not completely done worrying about tornadoes yet. But I guess my point being, it's just, we're not looking at anything widespread damage occurring. So that's good, I guess. Starting to come together, coming into the Twin Cities, so we'll see what the next hour or so develops. Let's see, we're about, we've got this area just kind of trying to make its way into the far western parts of Hennepin County. We're still about 33 miles out. It's moving roughly 25. 9:45 or 9:49, 10. Yeah. Still looking close to 11, roughly, by the time it hits West Metro. For sure, beyond 11 by the time it reaches the Eastern Metro. It's looking more and more likely, at least at this point. Southern Dakota County, you're going to be out of this. Perhaps even, we'll see if anything, as long as nothing else develops further to the south. I mean, that's not completely out of the realm of possibility yet, but as long as nothing develops too far to the south, you guys down in Scott and Dakota County might be sitting okay for the remainder of the night. I mean, if you follow basically, if you take a look at what's out there now and follow the southern edge of these storms here, and they're just they're moving off in this type of direction. We do have a little bit trying to develop further south, so that's obviously that's always a little kink in the old plan there, as if we have a little something down here by St. Peter as well. So not completely out of it, man. It's trying. All right. We've got a couple of storms developing. If they maintain, if they hold on, it would kind of that its current trajectory at this point would run roughly through there. But right now, the bulk of the storms is going to be sort of, in through here. And that's where we're going to be looking at heavy rains and the possibility of maybe some 1-inch hail. More than likely, we're going to be dealing with some strong winds associated with these. I think we've got another something coming out here. Shoot, where that is. Yeah, I think Glencoe. You're close. You're close to being out of the woods. I got just a little bit yet. It looks like something trying to develop yet down by New Auburn. Just keep an eye on that. Did you see anything in Glencoe? Anything interesting? What? Tell me. Let me know what ran through you. Grand Forks says less humid and windy on Monday with northwest winds 35 miles per hour. Clouds and a few showers in far northeast North Dakota. So we're looking for a windy day across northeast North Dakota, northwest Minnesota. Perhaps some scattered showers across the far north. They did issue that severe thunderstorm warning around that Hibbing Grand Rapids area like I was talking about a little bit ago. So moving east at about 35 miles per hour, 60 mile per hour winds and quarter-sized hail. This will be around Taconite at 10:05. Other locations include Pengili, Kiwatin, and Nashwauk. So that was the area I was kind of concerned with as far as the large hail or some larger hail and some winds as well, heading towards Blackberry, probably just south of Coleraine Marble. Is where the strongest stuff looks like right now, but it'll be close. Marble, Nashwauk, Kiwatin, Hibbing. For you guys in southward in through this location, looks like there's some a stronger storm heading your way. Grand Rapids looks like it's a lot better there than it was earlier. And the picture above me continues to be that just southeast of Clearwater on I-94. Yeah, especially up in the north, man. There are some tough ones. There are some tough names to pronounce up in northern, up in the North Country. Oh my Lord. Oh my lord. All right, what else we got going on here? What else? What else? What else? Good, good winds. Looks like heading towards Annandale, Maple Lake, maybe eventually Monticello. Let's see which way this is heading. Yeah, Maple Lake, Buffalo. We're gonna have to watch out. Just a little concerning thing because we have this storm moving north and this one moving east. Let's just keep a little eye on here. Might be some rotation going on just around that Annandale area. So if you're around that Annandale, Silver Creek, Maple Lake. Yeah, let's just keep an eye on, make sure nothing crazy happens out of this. Got maybe just a little bit of rotation going on. This is south of Clearwater, southwest of Monticello, northwest of the Twin Cities area. Essentially, we have this storm moving north, and these storms moving east, so kind of creating its own little area of rotation here. Still pretty broad, but nevertheless, at this point, let's just keep an eye on it. Annandale, Silver Creek, Maple Lake. Just be taking cover. You got some strong winds at the very least heading towards you. Some strong damaging winds, 60 miles per hour possible. So just make sure you're taking cover. Possibly some areas, spotty areas of some small hail associated with this down in Maple Lake and west of Silver Creek. And then, like I said, just see what happens here. We got, I don't like when these two things collide. Dave and John, I know it's been a while, but thanks for subscribing. Everybody else who's been on tonight that I haven't seen the names for, appreciate it. And the one thing we've been lacking tonight, and that's a good thing, but is storm reports. Just have not seen a lot of storm reports come out of these. Obviously, that's a good thing. So this is closer to Monticello now. And that video up above us. Yeah, that area just east of, maybe just northeast of Annandale, Silver Creek. Just continue to keep an eye on that to make sure nothing crazy comes out of that. We've got some strong winds running through South Haven, Avondale, Maple Lake, Silver Creek. Probably some 1-inch hail, Maple Lake, Silver Creek as well. Yeah, nothing significant there, but just a little rotation. But thankfully, as of now anyway, nothing imminent. But just I guess something to watch here over the next few minutes. Just there is some, but nothing too strong, nothing crazy at this point. If you haven't heard, they did confirm a few EF0 tornadoes that went through kind of the South Metro last night. South St. Cloud, Burnsville, Egan, Apple Valley, 75 to 85 mile per hour winds. So it sounded like it just kind of briefly touched down as it went along. Mostly caused some tree damage, but there was a few tornadoes that touched down briefly. I don't know if anybody saw anything out there last night. Were you at the fair? Anybody down in Minneapolis that kind of watched these storms roll through at all? Just a lot of lightning. Oh, okay. Good. Well. Yeah, I think Glencoe, you're out of the woods now at this point. Keep an eye on this area down here, St. Peter, Le Sueur. I mean, again, with 70-degree dew points, and we'll take a look at the Mesoanalysis. We haven't shown you that for a little while. But we still have some high Cape values. Obviously, 3,500 joules per kilogram. That's quite high. That's a lot of gunpowder still remaining in that keg. So if anything is able to develop down there, it still has the potential of being severe. So we got to watch these storms as they run to the north and east. We got some okay low-level winds, 25 knots. They've picked up a little bit since earlier tonight. Some stronger mid-level winds, they're okay. I mean, that's why some of these storms are rotating, just because we have some 45 knot winds that are just kind of nudging these storms eastward at this point in the night. Plenty of decent bulk shear. That's keeping these storms going as well. Ultimately, I mean, the best upper level support is further to the north. So we'll see if some of that stuff to the north can maintain itself. But gosh, it just further south just doesn't want to quite get going. There continues to be just a bit of a cap south of the Twin Cities area. So it looks like maybe some of these storms are just going to be able to fire to the south and run through the Twin Cities. But man, I don't think they're going to make it much further south than Scott or Dakota County. At least that's my feeling for now. Okay. Well, good. Mr. User. USSR. User, USSR. I don't know why you want to be called there. Whew, yeah, I'm just kind of all over the place here. Sorry. This is the stuff up in northern parts of Minnesota, east of Grand Rapids. Some stronger winds gusting out there north of Goodland. Looks like some 1 inch hail roughly. 60-mile-per-hour winds and 1 inch hail running just kind of in between Goodland and Marble, heading to the northeast at about 30 miles per hour. 35. East-northeast at about 35. Yeah, not a lot of, geez, there just hasn't been a lot of reports here tonight. Let's see, what do we got out here? What do we got? 97 people roughly. Well, no, there was 97. Now we're down to 68. 68 people. Hey, where's everybody watching from tonight? What's the furthest away? Are people watching not from Minnesota? Do people just like watching storms happen and see what's going on and looking for death and destruction? Or is everybody from Minnesota? Usually that's not the case. Yeah, this area down to the south doesn't look like anything impressive. Some storms, but yeah, they're trying, but it's just, I think it's just still too warm down there. They just can't quite get going. Chanhassen, Owatonna, St. Michael. Awesome, thank you. Welcome, 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 Monticello. From the Fergus, welcome, Jasmine. Ely, welcome among the pines. Robin, Shoreview. Appreciate it. Hello, Ariana, as always. Oh, you want me to quit? I don't think you want me to quit. No, I'm not going to quit. I'm just watching. I'm just trying to kill time because I know everybody's just kind of curious as to what's going to happen as this runs through Twin Cities. Just because I had a lot of questions on there. Yeah, it definitely is following I-94, isn't it? Running to Elk River. Hard to see. This is right above me is Monticello, roughly. So plenty of rain falling there. West Fargo, hello, B-Berg. Good having you. Cold Spring, Mary, hello. Yeah, you're out of it there in Cold Spring. You're done. Yeah. You're about done there. I think at this point we just, you know, we keep an eye on any storms that might begin to gust out here. We'll have to keep an eye on Duluth, I think, the way these storms are starting to kind of come together a little bit as well. Let's actually check in on the Duluth cam, or the Duluth radar. Take a look at the Duluth radar and see what that says. Put that back into motion. We'll probably have to switch over to Duluth, some kind of a Duluth cam. Of course, most of the cams kind of sit down in, or they all do, I think, down in the, down on the lake. So they don't always catch the best views, these cameras out in Duluth. Might catch some lightning. So everybody's from Minnesota, is that right? So far, that's checked in. Appreciate it, Barbie. Glad to have you here, Champlin. Yeah, it's picking up. It is picking up a little bit here. It's picking up a little steam, or a little speed, I should say. So now we've got a lot of rain, essentially. It just doesn't, just not much for hail out there. Taking a look at the winds. You might have a little bit here just coming up to Elk River. Maybe some gustier stuff there. I mean, there continues to be just areas of just some weak rotation, but nothing ever concrete. But boy, we're down to there's no warnings out there. There's this one here, but that one almost doesn't count. That was just for some storms that were out there earlier that have moved beyond that warning. But boy, there's just nothing imminent at this point that looks like that's severe. So that's good. You're right there. Oriana, you're right there. You're right there. You're fine. Here's the radar. I'm showing you. Yeah, let me know what you're seeing out there. Once again, I'll put out. That is my Twitter handle, so go ahead and follow me on there, and if you got any cool pictures or video, let me know. Go ahead and tag me on there, and I'll be sure to show them. Severe thunderstorm continues for Hibbing and Chisholm in Keewatin, Minnesota until 10:30 Central Time. Hudson, okay. Not, well, let's see here. Hudson for work? Is that what's going on, or just because, or family, or? Hudson's a nice area. I mean, essentially you're right there. Yeah, there's a, that's one thing I really haven't taken a look at in quite some time is the lightning. Weather, lightning. Let's see if this pulls up here. Hold on. This should be real-time lightning. So there you can see just kind of a real time how these lightning strikes are occurring kind of around St. Michael, Buffalo. Basically from Sauk Rapids southeastward to about St. Michael's, where most of them have occurred lately along I-94. Now these are ground. These are ones that are hitting the ground. They don't catch the ones up at the that are cloud to cloud. So you probably are seeing a lot more lightning than what is actually showing up on this particular thing. There's a satellite that has the lightning kind of overlaid over the top. I actually see some of these clouds just sort of rotating, but they're not. They're rotating a little bit, but it doesn't have a tight spin to it. And again, that's a product of not having that strong low-level jet, that strong low-level winds associated with these storms. They were some 20, maybe some 25 mile per hour or 20 knot winds, but just not enough to really get the low level spinning real hard. Boy, that's it. There's no other warnings out there at this point, guys. How about that? Well, other than one way up north. Other than this guy. Just south of Hibbing. Well, cool. Glad to have everybody here. I appreciate it very much. 27 away. 27 away from 1,000. Whew. Wow. Amazing, amazing, amazing. That's awesome. I appreciate everybody for subscribing. Thanks for following along. If I haven't mentioned your names, not everybody pops up on here. Unfortunately, I don't see everybody's names. But thank you for following. I appreciate it very, very much. Means a lot. Idaho. That's Barbie. That's pretty. I've only been out there once, but man, that was pretty. Coeur d'Alene. I was in Coeur d'Alene. That is a beautiful area out there. Flew out, that was many years ago. So when I worked for Northwest Airlines, doing meteorology, you know, of course we had free passes. And one of my wife's aunts has timeshare, so she decided to do something out in Coeur d'Alene. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, you're right. Oriana. Yep. I kind of warned her earlier. Yeah, Oriana, just kind of chill out. Otherwise, I'm gonna have to put you in a timeout for a while. But yeah, I agree, Will. Yep. Just chill out. We know you're here. If you're looking for people to chat with, yeah, I mean, you can chat weather here. You can chat a little bit. But it's not like a chat room. You don't just keep spewing stuff and talking and typing just to get noticed. But anyway, worked for Northwest, went out to Coeur d'Alene years ago, and that was very pretty. Wish we could have spent a little more time out there. It was really just, I think it was just for a night. I think we were there for a couple of days. And that was about it. Yeah, let's keep the political stuff off of this too. This is also not a place for that. This is weather. We're not dealing. Yep. I hate politics. Let's keep politics out of it. Yeah, and I mean, whatever. I don't really care. I mean, yep, there's people on both aisles. But whatever. Go talk about that some other place. Not here. We talk so much of that stuff. You see so much of that just everywhere. I mean, I get tired. I don't know how people do it. I don't know how people just... Yeah. With the weather, just letting you know, starting to officially become a storm here. Okay. Sure, yeah, Champlin. Nothing severe out there though, guys. Just nothing. Just absolutely, it's just heavy rain. I'm sure you're all happy with that. I'm sure everybody just wants rain. If I step away, I think a tornado would just spin up instantly because it just seems like that's just how things go. So I'll continue to sit here and watch. In fact, my little break I took a little while ago, I stepped away. I was gone for 2 minutes and a tornado warning came out. So I probably should sit here. Oh my God. All right. Well, we'll do that. Some people. All right, anyway. Boat launch. That's not there. Yeah, thankful for that. Yeah, I'm sure. Like I said, yep. Potential, all kinds of potential out there, but just too warm at the upper levels and just too much moisture at the low levels. Not enough, and not enough, really not enough wind at the low levels as well to help really get things stirred up. So we'll continue to watch this for just a little bit longer here now. Just running through the metro. What are we at? 10:30. So yeah, it was pretty close. We were saying 10, 11. Just depended on the timing. And if these storms would pick up any speed. Just a couple of special weather statements out there. That's about it. Let's see. Brandon Kopic looks like he stopped in Monticello. He's at a holiday station. Vince Welty looks like he's in Brooklyn Park at a quick trip. That's about it. And yeah, we got one other guy out there covering some of this. But otherwise, I'm the only guy. Thunder starting to roll into Chanhassen. Appreciate it, Will. Yeah. Someday, maybe, hopefully someday I'll get a chance to go back out there. Clear, Bubba, who was asking? No, Lester Prairie. Oh, it's right there. I do believe. You believe. Young America. Yeah. Lester Prairie, yeah. Looks like you're out of the woods in Lester Prairie. Everything's off to the east now at this point. So you're good to go. You're good to go in Lester Prairie. McLeod County, Wright County, you're almost out of it. Sibley, Nicollet, you're out of the woods. What county is that? Meeker, Stearns, Benton, Morrison, Mille Lacs, Sherburne, Crow Wing, Itasca, Cass. You're all out of the woods for the rest of the night. You can go to bed. We'll just kind of continue to monitor. There's nothing severe out there. Boy, at this point, I don't know if there ever will be, the way things are looking. But we'll just monitor, because I don't want to step away and then have something blow up. Lake Charles, Louisiana. Hi, welcome to the channel. This is Region Weather Live. We cover your online YouTube source for weather across the Dakotas and Minnesota. I'm meteorologist Brad Warner. If you've been around long enough, you've heard me say that plenty of times on my forecast videos. Your online YouTube source for weather across the Dakotas and Minnesota. Lake Charles. You know, I know somebody down Lake Charles. Actually, as crazy as you say that, I don't know why that just hit me. Now you've got me looking. Now you got me thinking here. Yeah, Moss Bluff. Yeah, I actually know somebody that's in Moss Bluff. That's kind of funny. That's where you ask about. I don't know many people outside of here, but I know people. I know one person. I know a family down there in Moss Bluff. Looks like you got some storms coming ashore in the morning down there in Louisiana. I know there's concern. I really haven't taken a look out there, but I know there's concern way out in the Atlantic regarding a potential storm developing. But personally, haven't taken a deep look into that. Is that right? That's pretty cool. Of all people, yep, down in Moss Bluff. Yeah, I know somebody down there. You guys got hit a few years ago with a lot of storms, and I know the people down there. They, boy, it's like as soon as they got something patched, another storm came through. So I'm sure you guys don't need any more garbage like that down there. Hopefully you can stay safe. Let's keep the hurricanes away. Yeah, they're military. They're a military family, but originally from down there. So that's how we got to know them. They were stationed up here in Grand Forks for a number of years. Oh man, all right. Guys, it's not looking interesting. Just nothing. Just a whole fat nothing. Bum, bum, bum. Okay, so... It was very windy. I assume it was very windy in Managa. No damage though, I would assume, right? The storms just never really took off up there. I mean, there were some storms, but never mind. Okay, never mind. Not minding. $25 to go. Oh, whew. So close to 1,000. Creepily slowly, yeah. Well, and that's, I mean, these storms are out there and they're moving to the northeast while the line is slowly moving east. So I'm sure you're hearing this stuff and you're seeing this stuff. But it's just not getting there. It's picking up a little steam, but speed-wise anyway. But it's just not impressive. Just not impressive. Doesn't look like it's going to amount to much. So I don't know, guys. What do you think? You want me to stick around? Should I put it over to NOAA Weather Radio? And let you listen to that? You want to hear me drone on about nothing? I can. Do. You're all real quiet on the chat. Oh, hey, there's something. Something to share. This is What is it? So this is a Stormfront Freaks podcast. Stormfront Freak at Stormfront Freak. I should probably follow those guys. I retweeted it, and but this is Monticello as the storm approached. So I appreciate those guys. Go ahead and give them some love. Give them a heart and a retweet. Oh, hey, we haven't had bots all night. Hello, bots. Should I make them moderators? Probably better not do that. I'm surprised it took this long for the bots to show up. I know. That's about what would happen. It would just I'd leave and then yeah. What was I looking at? This. Okay. What else? Oh, here's the one I was looking at. So this is Jordan Hall WX. Good guy to follow. I don't know why I'm not, but I am. I've seen him quite a bit. A couple of clips, a confirmed tornado near Princeburg, Minnesota earlier. Funnel never really fully condensed, but ground circulation was confirmed. A very tricky forecast, but it paid off for him apparently. So I appreciate Jordan Hall sharing that. So make sure this is exclusively from him, and so give him some love out there. He's a smart guy to put a watermark over it. There's a lot of people that claim stuff to be their own nowadays. This was from Anna Jones earlier. One neat girl. I'll retweet that as well. A storm's currently moving through Buffalo, Minnesota. Plenty of lightning. Some low clouds running through there. Yes, I heard it quite a bit earlier. That's about it. Well, that's all. That's quiet. Not sure where Soda Storm Chasers were. But a little bit of rotations. It says here you go, National Weather Service. This is right around 8 p.m. I don't know if that was that Princeburg area. A little bit of rotation in with that. Let's see here. Boy River, Minnesota says about 20 minutes. So this was roughly about 8:50 p.m. tonight. 1 inch hail, possibly bigger. Some looked up to golf ball. I don't know if you can kind of tell what's going on there or not. Really hard to see. Mostly you're just seeing lightning. So, no, not really, I don't think, the way it's looking down in Jordan. Let's take a look here. Yeah, it doesn't appear so. I mean, there's some, some stronger storms south of you. That's got some heavy rain, but the way they're tracking, yeah, I think Jordan's pretty much out of that. I'll just keep an eye and make sure none of these storms that are able to just get a brief little fire up here as they roll through, heading towards Lakeville, Bloomington, and through the Twin Cities. But right now there doesn't appear to be anything concerning. Somebody was asking about Owatonna. They're trying to get going, but I don't know. I think like everything else tonight, probably won't amount to much. You know, you're talking about there is such a thing obviously as, we talk about cold fronts at the surface. There are such things as cold fronts at the upper levels as well. And you can, kind of pick it out through here. Again, oftentimes we talk about that 10-degree sea line kind of being the impetus of, potential capping type of, holding the lid down of some severe weather. 12 degrees gets a little warmer, holds things a little more. So that's why I think most of the stuff just, is having a hard time taking off. Now, with that said, because you do have this cold front sweeping to the east, maybe if some of these cooler temperatures can kind of work in here quick enough, maybe it allows some of these storms to develop a little more, but that's really playing a hoping game, I think, at this point. That's more or less saying, if things develop more, this is why. But it at this point, I don't see that happening. I'm sure you're getting some rain there, Oriana, and some thunder, but nothing bad. Nothing bad. Yeah, it's sure nice to have these storm chasers out there. Brandon Kopic continues. Looks like he's in Monticello. I'm just kind of hanging out. Well, like I said, these guys are out there. They're burning their fuel, their gas. So here, let's do this. Again, I always hate to direct people away, but I really do appreciate these guys being out there. So here's Vince Welty's page. If you ever feel the need or you know, just give them a couple bucks. I mean, it sure is helpful from my standpoint, and I think everybody else's, just to get some ground truth. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if Vince was one of the guys out there earlier that got one of the tornadoes warnings going. And then here's Brandon. He's also been out there tonight. So, you know, you can just give him a couple bucks on YouTube, just as a way to say thanks and for being out there. Oh, what's going on? Funky clouds. Won't you take me to the funky clouds? Oh, I don't know why that didn't show up earlier. Weird. Special weather statement been issued for Virginia and Evelyn and White Lakes for 40-mile-per-hour winds and pea-sized hail. For White Lakes, Mackinac, Meadowlands, Shaw, Culver, Mahnomen. I never realized there was two Mahnomens. Why does Minnesota have two Mahnomens? No. Not another wave tonight. This is it. This is all that's out there. What you see is what you get currently. Which isn't much. Yeah, there's just Just nothing going on. Just a little bit of couple areas that have some small hail and some gusty winds right now. Looks like a decent little front outflow heading towards Meadowlands, Kelsey, Payne, Prosit. Maybe 55-mile-per-hour winds, but still looks like below severe levels at this point. And yeah, everything's just probably some lightning and some heavy rains. Further to the south, not much going on there. All right, yeah, I got to do this. All right, guys. Well, man, 23 to go for 1,000. I think eventually here, we'll see how many more subscribers I can get. Usually I don't get a whole lot when I issue out my forecasts, and there's not really much to talk about. But if we get to 990 at some point, we'll do a watch party for 1,000. So close. That's makes me so happy. I really do appreciate it. So, you haven't done so, just hit the like button. That's for now. Now just thunder. Okay, well, maybe rain for 2 minutes. Okay, that's about it. Just hit the like button if you haven't already. That just helps my channel get to recognized by YouTube and helps other people find this page. And that's kind of the main thing, I guess, is just helping people find this so that, in case they're looking for severe weather information or looking for weather information across the Dakotas and Minnesota, they can find meteorologist Brad Warner here on Region Weather Live. Hey, nice old commercial up in the corner. Wish I'd get paid for that, but I don't. What are you going to do? What are you going to do? Looks like a little bit of hail, just a little hail core up here north of Shaw. This is St. Louis County, north of Duluth. So probably some hail. Let's see. Let's get the direction out of this. Moving quickly to the north and east. Obviously not much out there. But northeast of Mellerude, south of Hoyt Lakes, probably some hail going on in through there. I'm starting to see this actually bow and gust out a little bit. I have to keep an eye maybe on these storms heading towards Cotton, Mellerude, Shaw, Canyon. Duluth, yeah, picking up a little bit of wind speed here. In the North Country, these are starting to kind of gust out. Also have a little bit of rotation in with that too, but nothing significant, but a little bit of rotation. Yep, yeah, that's not what I wanted. So, probably a decent storm. Let's see, kind of moving up just south of Hoyt Lakes. Looks like we've got Some gusty winds starting to occur west of Duluth. Would help if I have the radar up. That would be fantastic. Not much hail on the east side of the storm yet. Well, that's good. From Ham Lake, Minnesota. Lots of lightning. Yeah, it did. It took its time moving east, that's for sure. Oh, I think I got Duluth up there. Connors Point, this, yeah, that's Duluth. Duluth, Superior. Is that video I've got up top, or the sky cam. A little bit of lightning showing up in there. Yeah, it just, these storms really took its time. And it looks like most of what we're getting out of this is just some heavy rains. Oh my lord. Oh my lord. Nope.
Thursday and Thursday night, mostly clear. Highs around 80. Lows in the lower 60s. Friday and Friday night, mostly clear. Highs in the mid-80s. Lows in the lower 60s. Saturday and Saturday night, mostly clear. Highs in the lower 80s. Lows in the lower 60s. Sunday and Sunday night, mostly clear. Highs in the lower 80s. Lows in the lower 60s. Again, the forecast for the Twin Cities metropolitan area for tonight. Mostly cloudy this evening and overnight, then becoming partly cloudy. Slight chance of thunderstorms early in the evening, then thunderstorms late in the evening. Chance of thunderstorms overnight. Some thunderstorms may be severe with damaging winds and large hail. Lows in the mid-60s. South winds 5 to 10 miles an hour, shifting to the southwest overnight. Chance of thunderstorms 90%. This is weather radio station KEC 65 Minneapolis, St. Paul. On a frequency of 162.550 megahertz. Serving listeners throughout much of east central Minnesota and west central Wisconsin. We broadcast from the National Weather Service Forecast Office in Chanhassen, Minnesota. And transmit from the KSTP Eyewitness News Television Tower in St. Paul. The current time is 11:06 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Tornado Watch number 526 remains in effect until midnight Monday for the following counties in Minnesota: Anoka, Carver, Chisago, Dakota, Goodhue, Hennepin, Ramsey, Rice, Scott, Washington, and Wright. Remember, a tornado watch means the conditions are favorable for the development of severe weather, including tornadoes, large hail, and damaging winds in and close to the watch area. While severe weather may not be imminent, persons should remain alert for rapidly changing weather conditions and listen for later statements and possible warnings. Stay tuned to NOAA Weather Radio, commercial radio and television outlets, or internet sources for the latest severe weather information. Now the forecast for the Twin Cities metropolitan area. Tonight, mostly cloudy this evening and overnight, then becoming partly cloudy. Slight chance of thunderstorms early in the evening, then thunderstorms late in the evening. Chance of thunderstorms overnight. Some thunderstorms may be severe with damaging winds and large hail. Lows in the mid-60s. South winds 5 to 10 miles an hour, shifting to the southwest overnight. Chance of thunderstorms 90%. Monday, mostly sunny. Highs in the upper 70s. West winds 5 to 15 miles an hour with gusts to around 30 miles an hour. Monday night, mostly clear. Lows in the upper 50s. West winds 5 to 10 miles an hour. Gusts up to 25 miles an hour in the evening. Tuesday, sunny. Highs in the upper 70s. Northwest winds 5 to 15 miles an hour. Tuesday night, clear. Lows in the upper 50s. Northwest winds up to 10 miles an hour. Wednesday and Wednesday night, clear. Highs in the upper 70s. Thursday and Thursday night, mostly clear. Highs around 80. Lows in the lower 60s. Friday and Friday night, mostly clear. Highs in the mid-80s. Lows in the lower 60s. Saturday and Saturday night, mostly clear. Highs in the lower 80s. Lows in the lower 60s. Sunday and Sunday night, mostly clear. Highs in the lower 80s. Lows in the lower 60s. Again, the forecast for the Twin Cities metropolitan area for tonight. Mostly cloudy this evening and overnight, then becoming partly cloudy. Slight chance of thunderstorms early in the evening, then thunderstorms late in the evening. Chance of thunderstorms overnight. Some thunderstorms may be severe with damaging winds and large hail. Lows in the mid-60s. South winds 5 to 10 miles an hour, shifting to the southwest overnight. Chance of thunderstorms 90%. This is weather radio station KEC 65 Minneapolis, St. Paul. On a frequency of 162.550 megahertz. Serving listeners throughout much of east central Minnesota and west central Wisconsin. We broadcast from the National Weather Service Forecast Office in Chanhassen, Minnesota. And transmit from the KSTP Eyewitness News Television Tower in St. Paul. The current time is 11:10 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Tornado Watch number 526 remains in effect until midnight Monday for the following counties in Minnesota: Anoka, Carver, Chisago, Dakota, Goodhue, Hennepin, Ramsey, Rice, Scott, Washington, and Wright. Remember, a tornado watch means the conditions are favorable for the development of severe weather, including tornadoes, large hail, and damaging winds, in and close to the watch area. While severe weather may not be imminent, persons should remain alert for rapidly changing weather conditions and listen for later statements and possible warnings. Stay tuned to NOAA Weather Radio, commercial radio and television outlets, or internet sources for the latest severe weather information. A strong thunderstorm will impact portions of southwestern Hennepin, south central Wright, and northern Carver counties through 11:45 p.m. At 11:08 p.m., Doppler radar was tracking a strong thunderstorm over Watertown, or 16 miles south of Buffalo, moving east at 30 miles per hour. Expected hazards include winds in excess of 40 miles per hour and nickel-size hail. This is a radar-indicated threat. The following impacts are expected. Gusty winds could knock down tree limbs and blow around unsecured objects. Minor damage to outdoor objects is possible. The strong thunderstorm will be near Delano around 11:20 p.m. St. Bonifacius around 11:25 p.m. Other locations in the path of the storm include Chanhassen, Mound, Victoria, Minnetrista, Independence, Orono, Excelsior, Minnetonka, Medina, and Wayzata. This includes U.S. Highway 12 between mile markers 139 and 140. If outdoors, consider seeking shelter inside a building. A tornado watch remains in effect until midnight for central and east central Minnesota. Now the forecast for the Twin Cities metropolitan area. Tonight, mostly cloudy this evening and overnight, then becoming partly cloudy. Slight chance of thunderstorms.
New severe thunderstorm warning out for this area northwest of Duluth here. As again, kind of picking up steam towards Payne, Canyon, Cotton, Mellerude in St. Louis counties. 60 mile per hour winds and nickel-sized hail. Moving east about 20 miles per hour. So if you're out there north of Duluth and St. Louis County, we've got some winds that are really starting to pick up and blast your direction. Probably going to pick up a little bit of speed. It says east at 20. I would guess that's going to pick up here over the next few minutes or the half hour or so. So just be watching these storms, Mellerude, Cotton, Shaw, eventually out into Rollins, and just keep an eye as these storms continue to move in your direction.
And Wednesday night, clear. Highs in the upper 70s. Thursday and Thursday night, mostly clear. Highs around 80. Lows in the lower 60s. Friday and Friday night, mostly clear. Highs in the mid-80s. Lows in the lower 60s. Saturday and Saturday night, mostly clear. Highs in the lower 80s. Lows in the lower 60s. Sunday and Sunday night, mostly clear. Highs in the lower 80s. Lows in the lower 60s. Again, the forecast for the Twin Cities metropolitan area for tonight. Mostly cloudy this evening and overnight, then becoming partly cloudy. Slight chance of thunderstorms early in the evening, then thunderstorms late in the evening. Chance of thunderstorms overnight. Some thunderstorms may be severe with damaging winds and large hail. Lows in the mid-60s. South winds 5 to 10 miles an hour shifting to the southwest overnight. Chance of thunderstorms 90%. At 11 p.m. in the Twin Cities, it was mostly cloudy. It was 78 degrees. The dew point was 71. The relative humidity was 79%. The wind was south at 14 miles an hour, gusting to 25. The pressure was 29.57 inches and falling. Around the metro, at Crystal, a thunderstorm was reported with a temperature of 78. At Eden Prairie, thunder was reported with a temperature of 79. It was mostly cloudy, with a temperature of 77 at St. Paul, 76 at South St. Paul, 79 at Blaine, 75 at Lakeville, and 73 at Lake Elmo. Around the state, at Hibbing, a thunderstorm was reported with a temperature of 67. At Alexandria, it was clear, with a temperature of 69. It was partly cloudy, with a temperature of 73 at Rochester, and 71 at Marshall. It was mostly cloudy, with a temperature of 77 at Mankato, 70 at St. Cloud, 61 at Bemidji, and 62 at International Falls. It was cloudy, with a temperature of 73 at Brainerd, and 68 at Duluth. Around Wisconsin, it was 71 at Rice Lake. It was clear, with a temperature of 72 at Madison, and 74 at La Crosse. It was partly cloudy, with a temperature of 74 at Eau Claire, and 73 at Milwaukee. It was mostly cloudy, with a temperature of 77 at Osceola, 75 at Bay City, 69 at Wausau, and 72 at Green Bay. Across the Dakotas, skies ranged from clear to partly cloudy. It was 62 at Fargo, and 69 at Sioux Falls. In Iowa, skies ranged from clear to partly cloudy. It was 77 at Des Moines, 75 at Sioux City, and 73 at Mason City. Once again at 11 p.m. in the Twin Cities, it was 78 degrees. Under mostly cloudy skies. This is weather radio station KEC 65 Minneapolis, St. Paul. on a frequency of 162.550 megahertz. Serving listeners throughout much of east central Minnesota and west central Wisconsin. We broadcast from the National Weather Service Forecast Office in Chanhassen, Minnesota, and transmit from the KSTP Eyewitness News Television Tower in St. Paul. The current time is 11:18 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Tornado Watch number 526 remains in effect until midnight Monday for the following counties in Minnesota: Anoka, Carver, Chisago, Dakota, Goodhue, Hennepin, Ramsey, Rice, Scott, Washington, and Wright. Remember, a tornado watch means the conditions are favorable for the development of severe weather, including tornadoes, large hail, and damaging winds in and close to the watch area. While severe weather may not be imminent, persons should remain alert for rapidly changing weather conditions and listen for later statements and possible warnings. Stay tuned to NOAA weather radio, commercial radio and television outlets, or internet sources for the latest severe weather information. A strong thunderstorm will impact portions of southwestern Hennepin, south central Wright, and northern Carver counties through 11:45 p.m. At 11:08 p.m., Doppler radar was tracking a strong thunderstorm over Watertown, or 16 miles south of Buffalo, moving east at 30 miles per hour. Expected hazards include winds in excess of 40 miles per hour and nickel-size hail. This is a radar-indicated threat. The following impacts are expected. Gusty winds could knock down tree limbs and blow around unsecured objects. Minor damage to outdoor objects is possible. The strong thunderstorm will be near Delton around 11:20 p.m. St. Bonifacius around 11:25 p.m. Other locations in the path of the storm include Chanhassen, Mound, Victoria, Minnetrista, Independence, Orono, Excelsior, Minnetonka, Medina, and Wayzata. This includes U.S. Highway 12 between mile markers 139 and 140. If outdoors, consider seeking shelter inside a building. A tornado watch remains in effect until midnight for central and east central Minnesota. Now the forecast for the Twin Cities metropolitan area. Tonight, mostly cloudy this evening and overnight, then becoming partly cloudy. Slight chance of thunderstorms early in the evening, then thunderstorms late in the evening. Chance of thunderstorms overnight. Some thunderstorms may be severe with damaging winds and large hail. Lows in the mid-60s. South winds 5 to 10 miles an hour, shifting to the southwest overnight. Chance of thunderstorms.
Jaden, yeah, there was a couple touchdowns. They were EF zeros, and they were saying 75 to 85 mile per hour wind gusts. That were winds that were associated with the tornado. So there was just sounded like some brief touchdowns as they moved northeasterly through the kind of the southern suburbs of Minneapolis. Mostly trees down. That's the main thing that happened last night. Like I said, 75 to 85 mile per hour winds. Most of the damage was trees down. And of course, as the trees went down, landed on some buildings, and that caused some damage on top of it. But yeah, that was the extent of it, I guess. So kind of one of those crazy things that really just absolutely exploded just southwest of the metro and just beelined across, and dropped a couple of tornadoes along with it. It took off so quickly, and that's what happens. You get those storms that they punch out, and you get these brief little spin ups that occur. Just one of those deals. Wasn't expecting it. There was the threat. We said there was the possibility. There was the slight chance last night, given that we knew there were going to be some strong winds that could run through. But still surprising, I guess. Still was surprising.
chance of thunderstorms 90%. At 11 p.m., in the Twin Cities, it was mostly cloudy. It was 78 degrees. The dew point was 71. The relative humidity was 79%. The wind was south at 14 miles an hour, gusting to 25. The pressure was 29.57 inches and falling. Around the metro, at Crystal, a thunderstorm was reported with a temperature of 78. At Eden Prairie, thunder was reported with a temperature of 79.
Yeah, Lakeville, what did I see? No, Burnsville. I'm trying to remember. It was Burnsville, Appa Valley, Egan, and South St. Paul were kind of the four areas.
Temperature of 73 at Rochester and 71 at Marshall. It was mostly cloudy with a temperature of 77 at Mankato, 70 at St. Cloud, 61 at Bemidji, and 62 at International Falls. It was cloudy with a temperature of 73 at Brainerd and 68 at Duluth. Around Wisconsin, it was 71 at Rice Lake. It was clear with a temperature of 72 at Madison and 74 at La Crosse. It was partly cloudy with a temperature of 74 at Eau Claire.
So that they did finally issue a warning now for that storm north of kind of between Two Harbors and White Lakes. And they're saying ping pong ball sized hail and 60 mile per hour winds. Unfortunately, I think it was a little bit bigger a little while ago. So, but nevertheless, they did issue a severe thunderstorm warning now for this storm as it moves northeast at about 35 miles per hour. Locations include Fairbanks, Wolf Lake, Whiteface Reservoir, Greenwood Lake, Seven Bear Lake, Markham, Bassett Lake, and Skibo. And then this area a little bit further back that was had severe thunderstorm warning had pretty good gusts associated with, but I would say doesn't look as impressive. We'll keep an eye on this little area right and around Cotton. Make sure that doesn't spin up anything here. But otherwise, it's looking. That area is looking a little bit less impressive here the last couple of scans. No, no, you're good in the cities. There's nothing. It's just heavy rain. I don't even know. Are you getting some and a lot of lightning? Are you getting any wind gusts out there? For those of you in Minneapolis, you might be seeing some small hail. The way it looks. What are you doing? But yeah, you might have some small hail around St. Anthony, Columbia Heights, running through Arden Hills, New Brighton, Shoreview, Vadnais Heights, Little Canada. Let's see how this is tracking. Yeah, but otherwise, there's not much else out there. Trees are swaying. Oh no, not the trees. The trees are swaying. Good rains running through, that's for sure. That is for sure. A lot of good heavy rains. There might be some, yeah, it could be some gusts in there. Tornado watch cancel for Benton, Brown, Meeker, Morrison, Watonwan counties. Sly Cat. Thank you for subscribing. Oh, okay. Around 1 a.m. Vadnais is pouring in Vadnais Heights. Yeah, I'm sure it is. Yeah. Let me know if you got any hail. Maybe the hail's not quite there, but yeah, you might get a little bit. Might get some small hail yet in Vadnais Heights. Don't be sorry. Don't be sorry. Just don't leave. Just don't unsubscribe. How about that? So, just a little interesting thing here. I'm listening to, so I've talked to you guys a few times tonight about Brandon Kopic and Vince Welty, and they're out there storm chasing. And I said, go ahead. I even gave them a little link. If you see, scroll up on the chat, there's a link that I gave you guys to go over there and just maybe leave them just a couple bucks even. But he was complaining that apparently somebody was using his stream on probably something like what I'm doing, and he was obviously upset with that, and he should be. I mean, you don't have, other people don't have permission to use his stuff. He's out there trying to make a living. He wants people to go watch his page, right? And so that's why I said, oh, sorry for the caps. No problem. But yeah, and I know I've heard Vince Welty complain about the same kind of stuff. They're very protective about it, these storm chasers. I mean, they're out there. They need to make money. They're spending a lot of money, and I like having them out there. So I don't want to tick them off. No, there's no tornadoes located on the north end. Nothing that I'm worried about. Nothing that I'm aware of. But no, there's nothing out there. There's nothing severe. The only thing at this point might be a little bit of hail, but that's about it. But yeah, they want people to go visit their page and subscribe to them and give them some cash because they need it. They're spending all their fuel, and like I said, I want them out there so I can just keep an eye on things from here. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's one thing, I don't want to, obviously I don't want to turn people away from my channel, but I get it. It's fun and exciting, and they're cool to watch. And go ahead and watch them and check them out. And I left them a couple bucks. Just, yeah, it's nice to have them out there. And these guys, Vince and Brandon, they do a nice job. They're all over the place. They're all over the place. Oh my God. Oh, no. I have 14. Can we make 1,000 tonight? Do I want to try and sit here that long? $980. Do I want to? Oh my Lord. This is going to turn into a watch party here. Mary Pennington. Weren't you just on my... Yeah, you were. Good. Glad you're over there, Mary. Glad you're watching them. I think I see you saying going toward Friday. Is that the same Mary? I think Vince is done. Vince Welty, he dropped his, but I know Brandon likes to keep his on. Well, Vince does too sometimes. These guys like to chat as they drive. I don't know how they do it. I don't know if somebody else is, I don't know how they do it. Not going to ask that question. E-Dog, thank you for subscribing. Appreciate it. Appreciate it, Jaden. Appreciate you coming along and subscribing as well. That's awesome. Nice having you here. Wow, look at that St. Paul cam. Holy buckets. You can't see it. Oh, wow. You can't see anything. Is that stalled? Oh, I think it might be stalled. We should be seeing lightning on that. I think, yeah, yes I am. Wow, look at that. That went to zero visibility there. Appreciate it, Robin. Yeah, yep. Well, I mean, they're out there. They're out there chasing, and they don't. They're just watching their one spot. So I'm able to scan the radar and everything like that, and just continue to give information based off of what I see in front of the computer. So I storm chase from the computer. It's cheaper. No, I don't. Doesn't appear to be anything, any rotation in there with these storms. Nothing, nothing of concern that I'm seeing out there. Might have just a little stronger sail around Roseville, Vadnais Heights. Yeah. Penny-sized hail. Yep. Yeah. So a little bit of hail, a little small, some small hail out there. Don't feed the trolls. Yeah. Woo, look at that. It disappeared. It's gone. Wow. That is some heavy rain running through St. Paul. Wow. Whew. Yeah. Cathedral is gone. Holy cow. That, yep, there's some heavy rains running through there. Yep, that's a good idea. Yeah. I adjust my settings. I got a couple of different setups. But yeah, I kind of found a neat way to watch these guys. But they're nice to have. I was wondering too about flood warnings. Yep. No, I mean I haven't seen anything. So, strong thunderstorm will impact portions of southwest Hennepin, south central Wright, and northern Carver counties. 40-mile-per-hour winds and 3/4 inch hail. But they haven't said anything. There is nothing out there regarding flooding, but I would very much guess there's probably some urban flooding going on, especially in the northern metro. There's been some areas now, Minneapolis here, Shoreview. You've been getting rain, some heavy rains here for the last number of minutes. Yeah, rain wrapped. Yeah, no kidding. Starting to lighten up. You can start to see the top of the cathedral once again. But wow, that was crazy. It was gone. It was gone. There's actually another band back behind it. We'll see if it happens again yet. They're not completely out of it. Let me take a look at this band in through here. We'll see if the top of the cathedral disappears one more time. Fair flooded again? Wouldn't doubt it. What time is it? 11:40? What time does it close? Doesn't it close at 11? Isn't that what time? I'm not sure. Oops. Yeah. Yeah, rain wrapped cathedral. Getting sewer pipes in area don't get flooding. Don't forget we have these last couple of severe thunderstorm warnings up here. Looks like starting to get some outflow here just a little bit further south, kind of heading more towards Duluth and Two Harbors now. Looks like that's probably the main area that's kind of concerned or semi-concerned. It's not nothing too much, but still we're looking at probably some gustier winds running towards Duluth and Two Harbors at this point. Still quite a bit of rain down out there in St. Paul. I mean, you can see the cathedral, but you can't see much else. You should be able to see some lights behind it. Yeah, I'm curious. I'll see. I've got a different way to take a look and just see how much rain's been falling down there. Yeah. Some areas around Columbia Heights looks like about 1.5 inches. That's fallen roughly. So, so kind of in through here. We've had about 1.5 inches of rain as these storms rolled through over the last hour or so. Half hour. The heaviest area I'm seeing looks like somewhere around 0.6 an hour, 0.6, so a little over a 1/2 inch an hour. You know, maybe 3/4 inch. Some of this is training, yeah. Oops, I don't know what's going on there. Yeah, this area here. Yeah. You've got some training going on across the northwest, north metro, because you had this earlier stuff kind of run through, and then you watch this stuff a little bit further down in the southwest now, kind of rotated down and around, and is moving through that same area. I'm just about out though. I'm just about into Wisconsin. Some heavier rains up to the north. Maybe a little bit of hail up there as well. Just east of Sandstone. Sounds good, Jaden. Talk to you later. I'm not going to be on for a whole lot longer either. This is my part-time gig. This is not my full-time gig. And I do have to work in the morning. And I've got to be somebody. I haven't seen my family much today. They're all in bed already. Well, there went the cathedral again. Yep, there's that secondary. There's that other batch that's going through. $9.89. Wow. What do you think? Do I hit 1,000? Do I hit 1,000 subscribers? No wind? Okay, good. Good to know. Thanks, Mary. Do I hit 1,000 tonight? 11 to go. 11 subscribers to go. If we hit 1,000, I will dance a jig and I will wake my daughter up below me, and she's going to be ticked. I'm going to piss her off. I'm not joking around. She's going to be pissed because she's got to get up early in the morning. But I'm going to dance, and she's going to be mad and wondering what the heck I'm doing. But yeah, I will get up and dance a jig. If not, we'll just hold a watch party for some other night. Exactly, Mary. Amen, Mary. Yeah, Cottage Grove, just some heavy rains. Looks like it's starting to light up now in St. Paul there. But yeah, it's just heavy rains. There continues to be some little bit of hail. Just brief stuff in there. Right around Lake Elmo, Pine Springs, kind of heading towards Stillwater, Grant. But other than that, it's just a lot of heavy rain. Storms are heading east. I mean, the cells themselves kind of run northeast, northeast, and then the line itself is moving east at about 20 miles per hour. No. The tornado threat's gone. Tornado threat is gone. We're not worried about. Yeah, they're just. There's nothing severe out there. Yeah, there's not much out there. Just heavy rains. Maybe a little hail, but that's about it. Yeah, I'm sure most people would rather get hail than a tornado. It's been a while since I've seen a tornado, actually. Seen them, but it's been a while. I've storm chased. Been in the right. I've been in the right spot multiple times. I kind of stick around up north here, so obviously they're just few and far between. Yeah, they're I don't know. I'm sure they're not going to extend this tornado watch. Well, I know they aren't, because that's basically what they said. They've got this little hatched outline area here, and I was reading what they were talking about. They're not reissuing this. They're not gonna do another watch. What do we got here? 70 mile per hour wind gusts and penny-sized hail. Kingsdale, Cloverton, Markville. Radar indicated moving east at about 40 miles per hour, so just starting to move into Wisconsin. I got a 70 mile per hour wind gust possible. And then after that, guys, once this exits out, I am going to exit as well. 9? 10, Caitlin. Count them, 10. How do you get to 9? I only see 10. 10, Caitlin. Caitlin's my daughter, everybody. Are you studying, kiddo? Yeah. Do I have copyrights on your channel? Well, technically, yes. Now it's 9. Thanks as time flies by. Skywatcher 777, appreciate it. Willow Roundtree. It's not updating. It's not updating. It says 9. Ooh, 5 more. Are you kidding me? What did you see, Caitlin, that I didn't? Are you kidding me? Wow. Yeah, that finally updated. Wow. Wow. Awesome. I guess you can count, Caitlin. 5 more. Actually, I would like 10 more because I know about 4 people are going to unsubscribe tomorrow. But I'll take 5 more for now. Yeah, as I understand it, just being on YouTube, clicking, yeah, I've got copyrights clicked on there. Obviously, I've got my logo popping up on the bottom. So, yep, 5 more, kiddo. I was going to say, math was never her strong point. Hello, Angelica. Nice having you on here. Appreciate it. One little severe thunderstorm warning south of Duluth. 1 north of Duluth. 3 now. All right. Wow. Okay. I didn't expect that. Glad you do someone going around this. Yeah, well, right. Are you talking about Brandon, Mary? I know Brandon was talking about that. I thought I saw you up there earlier talking on his chat. It says I've got 2. Okay, I've got 2. 2 more to go. Ella is going to be ticked, Caitlin, because I'm about to dance. And I know I'm pretty sure she's sleeping downstairs. Oh, you're done studying? Oh yeah, you're done this. Were you done this week? I'm forgetting. I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm about to tick your sister off, Caitlin, if I get those last 2 subs. And then you're going to see me do a really ugly dance. All right. All right. Sorry, Ella. Come on, update, dude. Bobby, appreciate you coming on. Thornton, appreciate the subscribe. Anybody else I missed? Did I say Willow Roundtree? I don't remember if I did. Are you serious? Are you serious, Clark? Are you serious, Clark? Night, Mary. Appreciate you coming along. Thanks for following tonight. Good night, Mary. God bless. Oh, and it's midnight. Oh, 999. Come on, update, man. I did? Are you sure? I'm hitting refresh. Hey! Woohoo! All right. I said I was going to do it. I'm going to do it. This is my 1,000 dance. Thank you. This is an ugly dance. This is what you get for giving me 1,000 subscribers, is an ugly dance. Woohoo! Awesome, awesome, awesome. Awesome. Love it. I'm just going to keep dancing here until I hear Ella crying downstairs. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, everybody, so much. Wow. Wow. Didn't think that was going to happen tonight. Really didn't. But I appreciate it. You guys were there for it. You witnessed it. You guys got to see my ugly butt dance. That's what you get. That's what you get. That was all your guys' reward, was you get to see my ugly butt dance. I hope it was worth it. Yeah, awesome. Thank you. Grayson, I don't know where you're from. But There's no tornado warnings out there, so I don't know what this guy. I don't see any tornado warnings out there. None. Zero zilch. Anywhere across the U.S., I don't see any. Thank you. Appreciate it so much. That's awesome. Thank you. No, not even in Texas. There's nothing. I don't see any tornado warning. Thank you so much, guys. I appreciate it. 1001 made it. Fan flippin-tastic. Wow. Thank you. I can't say it enough. Thank you. That's amazing. You guys are great. You guys are awesome. I'm so happy that you guys are starting to catch on and believe in me, and we'll be here for a while, and we've got the winter to get through too. It's going to be quiet here the next few days, and I'll be around for the winter as well. And so we're going to be dealing with all the fun stuff this winter with the snow and the wind. And we got through today. There's nothing going on. We've got our one little warning with this area that is exiting out in through Wisconsin. So now this is kind of where my shift ends, obviously. Just we just watch the Dakotas and Minnesota. That's the areas I stick to, is the Dakotas and Minnesota exclusively. No, I'm telling you, I will even take a second look, but I don't see any other warnings out there. Yeah, there's not one tornado warning out there. So go to bed. Good night. See you later. But yeah, this is about it. There's nothing else going on out there, guys. And there I'm even focused in on Texas. There's no warnings out there. And they dropped that tornado watch. It's midnight. That's gone. We hit over 1,000 folks. I appreciate it. So I can't say it enough. I don't know what else to say, but thank you. It's because of you guys, and I continue to do it, and I appreciate the nice words that people share with me and tell me. So that's why I want to do it. That's why I want to continue to do it. So thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thanks, Slayton. Appreciate it, Savannah. Jasmine. Yeah, I know they're trying to work me up. They're taking away from my time. This is my time. Their time is done. No, yeah, don't take away from my time. I'm excited. Let me be excited. Right? I'm working my butt off. I deserve a little something, right? $1,000. Thank you, guys. Awesome. Appreciate it so much. And you got to see me make an ugly dance. Slay Cat. Appreciate it once again, Grayson. Hello, Scott. Jasmine, you went behind the... Oh, you, Maplewood went downstairs for that little cell behind the main line. Yeah, there's just nothing out there. It's, you know, it's dead. It's quiet. Just some rain. And that's about it. And we hit 1,000. $102. Like I said, 105 because I know about 4 people are going to unsubscribe tomorrow. And I need to stay above 1,000 for a few days so that YouTube can recognize me. And then we advance. And then hopefully that means bigger and better things in the future. That would be awesome. Appreciate it, Jackson. Awesome. All right. And that's it. And wow, Two Harbors is going crazy. Let's switch over to that. Nope. Hello, hello, hello. Two Harbors. Two Harbors. Come on. Pull it up. You can do it. I was on my recommend. Good. That means that helps. You know, beyond subscribing, liking helps. Hitting the thumbs up button gets the channel recognized. So it's catching on little by little, and that's awesome. Hello, Blaze. Welcome from New Ulm. Oh man, really? I've switched to Two Harbors and I lose Two Harbors. The lightning was going crazy out there. Wow, I'm just in awe. Really, I really am. Thank you. I'm just gonna keep saying thank you. All right. Anyway, on the chat, let's move on. Let's move on. The only thing I ask, guys, just, you know, this isn't just a chat room sake. Just don't be, you know. After a while, I have to put people in timeout if they just keep talking and chatting just because it gets to be too much. So I don't mind talking about weather on here if you want to talk about the weather and just chat about certain things like that, or if I'm talking about something else. But yeah, just we're just here to just keep an eye on things, and that's it. We hit over 1,000. This other thing says 102, 103. Perfect. Yeah, ecstatic. This is great. I don't want to leave, but I'm getting tired. Yep. I did. Thanks, Savannah. Glad everybody found me here tonight. If you're new tonight, welcome. I'm meteorologist Brad Warner, and you are watching Region Weather Live, your YouTube source for weather across the Dakotas and Minnesota. So we do live streams for the Dakotas in Minnesota exclusively, and we watch severe weather. We're going to keep an eye on the winter stuff as that comes along here. And I issue out forecasts as well. So when you do subscribe and hit the bell button, you'll know when I've issued a forecast, and you can take a look at that. Usually the videos are somewhere between 4 minutes, 10 minutes long. Just depends on what I've all got to say. But it helps get the word out to maybe places that, especially to places that, outside of the urban areas. I know a lot of those people appreciate seeing these forecasts as well. So, and then we'll just continue on. I've got other ideas as we continue to grow. Hopefully, eventually, this can turn into a full-time gig. Obviously, is the goal. And yeah, there's many things running through my mind, and on top of this right now, I balance this, and I balance my home life and work, and so just to be hit 1,000 is great. So we'll continue working, and I'll let you guys know when I am online as much as I can. There might be times on occasion I can't be in front of the camera live, but I'll try to make sure I at least got the weather radio up for you guys. Appreciate it, Robin. Yes, JM, I did. Woohoo! Hit the goal. I hit the goal. I'm a little over now, 103, 1003. I don't know why this is taking so long to... Yep, but if you go back, if you look down, I've got the timestamp down below. If you go back to about midnight, you can see my ugly butt dance. I don't know if you want to see my ugly butt dance, but you can. Yeah, a lot of lightning in Twin Harbors. Yep. Or Two Harbors. Is it Twin Harbors or Two Harbors? Now you got me questioning. It's Two Harbors, right? Yeah, two, not twin. Oh, you had me second guessing myself. Wow, enhanced for Chicago tomorrow. Mainly due to winds. Oh, good. The bots are back. The bots found me too. All right, let's okay, so here's one of the latest models. There's the storms that roll through us, through the overnight, through now, basically. And that's about it. It's going to be quiet. Some showers maybe down in the southern parts of Minnesota, southeast to South Dakota tomorrow. Maybe some in the far north as well. Across the north throughout the afternoon, and then it looks like that's about it. I think the only other thing is going to be the wind gusts tomorrow. You can see some stronger winds, 35 miles per hour across the Dakotas, western Minnesota, and then possibly across the north later in the night, Monday night into Tuesday, where we're looking at gusts of 30 miles per hour. And then eventually those do move off Tuesday night. That's the only thing I don't like. We're starting to talk about wind gusts and strong winds, and yeah, that's the change of season starting to happen here. But nevertheless, yeah, we're looking at some pretty strong gusty winds for Monday across, especially across central and eastern parts of the Dakotas. Taking a look at dew points, just showing everybody the dew points and how these are going to drop off. Especially more so tomorrow for Minnesota. 40s and 50s for the next couple of days. So cool nights ahead. These are forecasted temperatures, and you can see kind of warms up a little bit to maybe some mid-80s down to the far southern parts of South Dakota for Monday. Cools down. We get to the 50s across much of the area. Monday night, Tuesday morning. Warm back up to the mid to upper 80s across the Dakotas and 70s in Minnesota. But then, of course, with the low dew points, we're going to cool back down into the 50s and 60s overnight. So that's kind of what it looks like here over the next couple of days. We'll take a look at the long-range forecast and see if there's anything popping up on this. Unfortunately, it's the GFS, which hasn't been super reliable lately. High pressure, boy, just not much through the remainder of the week. Maybe just a little bit here and there, a few weak disturbances maybe. Yeah, maybe other than a few weak disturbances, possibly across South Dakota on Wednesday, maybe a little bit on Thursday across North Dakota. But certainly nothing significant at all. Very, very little in the way of precip over the next, probably over the course of the next week. Temperatures, well, this is GFS. We can't believe that. They've been off. GFS has been so off on temperatures all summer. It's ridiculous. I don't know what's going on. We'll take a look at the European model. Wednesday, 80s, 70s, 80s, mostly 80s. Thursday, 80s and 90s. Friday, more 80s and 90s. Maybe some 70s are starting to move down from the north into Minnesota, into Saturday and Sunday. So yeah, it'll be rebound. It'll be warm during the daytime. Dew points throughout the remainder of the week. Get a little bit of 60s back by midweek. But then it looks like maybe potentially by the end of the week a few more mid-60s degree dew points. We'll take a look at what the precipitation outlook is for this particular model. Once we get kind of later in that midweek, and just nothing. Maybe a few storms of, what is this, Thursday night into Friday across northern Minnesota. But boy, the week looks dry and hot and warm. And then, in case you're curious, here we go, down in the Atlantic. Some of the models are starting to come to agreement that something's going to form out here in the Atlantic. So that's out quite a ways. We'll see if it actually happens. But for your weather enthusiasts, some things are starting to come together for the potential of a hurricane out there. All right. Yeah, Tiffany, yep, and that's why more and more people are ditching cable. And this is another way to find it, obviously, is on YouTube and online, and more people are turning this way. So 105, perfect. 1005. I don't know why my little subscriber thing is not updating. A little bizarre. Maybe I need to reboot it. I don't know. Yeah, North Dakota has been really quiet. It has been. Yep. It's been real quiet in North Dakota. It was crazy in June, though. Yeah, like you said, for eastern South Dakota and parts of Minnesota, June was nuts. Okay, I'll let this run out. Thank you once again. Appreciate it so much. Love you guys. God bless. Have a good night. Everybody's safe for the remainder of the night, the way it's looking. And that's about it. We'll wrap it up. Thanks, guys. Good night. Take care.
Was reported with a temperature of 68. At Bemidji, fog was reported with a temperature of 59. At Rochester, it was clear with a temperature of 72. It was partly cloudy with a temperature of 69 at St. Cloud, 66 at Alexandria, and 66 at Marshall. At Brainerd, it was mostly cloudy with a temperature of 73. It was cloudy with a temperature of 77 at Mankato, 63 at Hibbing, and 64 at International Falls. Around Wisconsin, it was 72 at Rice Lake. It was clear with a temperature of 71 at Madison, 71 at Green Bay, and 73 at La Crosse. At Milwaukee, it was partly cloudy with a temperature of 74. It was mostly cloudy with a temperature of 73 at Eau Claire, 76 at Osceola, 77 at Bay City, and 71 at Wausau. Across the Dakotas, at Fargo, it was clear with a temperature of 64. At Sioux Falls, it was mostly cloudy with a temperature of 68. In Iowa, it was partly cloudy. It was 76 at Des Moines, 71 at Sioux City, and 73 at Mason City. Once again at midnight, in the Twin Cities, it was 76 degrees. Under cloudy skies. This is weather radio station KEC 65 Minneapolis, St. Paul. On a frequency of 162.550 megahertz. Serving listeners throughout much of east central Minnesota and west central Wisconsin. We broadcast from the National Weather Service Forecast Office in Chanhassen, Minnesota. And transmit from the KSTP Eyewitness News Television Tower in St. Paul. The current time is 12:26 a.m. Central Daylight Time. Tornado Watch number 526 has been allowed to expire for the following counties in Minnesota: Anoka, Carver, Chisago, Dakota, Goodhue, Hennepin, Ramsey, Rice, Scott, Washington, and Wright. Now the forecast for the Twin Cities metropolitan area. Tonight, mostly cloudy this evening and overnight, then becoming partly cloudy. Slight chance of thunderstorms early in the evening, then thunderstorms late in the evening. Chance of thunderstorms overnight. Some thunderstorms may be severe with damaging winds and large hail. Lows in the mid-60s. South winds 5 to 10 miles an hour shifting to the southwest overnight. Chance of thunderstorms 90%. Monday, mostly sunny. Highs in the upper 70s. West winds 5 to 15 miles an hour with gusts to around 30 miles an hour. Monday night, mostly clear. Lows in the upper 50s. West winds 5 to 10 miles an hour. Gusts up to 25 miles an hour in the evening. Tuesday, sunny. Highs in the upper 70s. Northwest winds 5 to 15 miles an hour. Tuesday night, clear. Lows in the upper 50s. Northwest winds up to 10 miles an hour. Wednesday and Wednesday night, clear. Highs in the upper 70s. Thursday and Thursday night, mostly clear. Highs around 80. Lows in the lower 60s. Friday and Friday night, mostly clear. Highs in the mid-80s. Lows in the lower 60s. Saturday and Saturday night, mostly clear. Highs in the lower 80s. Lows in the lower 60s. Sunday and Sunday night, mostly clear. Highs in the lower 80s. Lows in the lower 60s. Again, the forecast for the Twin Cities metropolitan area for tonight, mostly cloudy this evening and overnight, then becoming partly cloudy. Slight chance of thunderstorms early in the evening, then thunderstorms late in the evening. Chance of thunderstorms overnight. Some thunderstorms may be severe with damaging winds and large hail. Lows in the mid-60s. South winds 5 to 10 miles an hour shifting to the southwest overnight. Chance of thunderstorms 90%. At midnight, in the Twin Cities, it was cloudy. It was 76 degrees. The dew point was 71. The relative humidity was 85%. The wind was west at 12 miles an hour, gusting to 21. The pressure was 29.60 inches and rising. Around the metro, a thunderstorm was reported with a temperature of 75 at St. Paul and 73 at Lake Elmo. Rain was falling with a temperature of 71 at Crystal, 73 at Lane, and 75 at Lakeville. At Eden Prairie, it was mostly cloudy with a temperature of 75. At South St. Paul, it was cloudy with a temperature of 77. Around the state, at Duluth, a thunderstorm was reported with a temperature of 68. At Bemidji, fog was reported with a temperature of 59. At Rochester, it was clear with a temperature of 72. It was partly cloudy with a temperature of 69 at St. Cloud, 66 at Alexandria, and 66 at Marshall. At Brainerd, it was mostly cloudy with a temperature of 73. It was cloudy with a temperature of 77 at Mankato, 63 at Hibbing, and 64 at International Falls. Around Wisconsin, it was 72 at Rice Lake. It was clear with a temperature of 71 at Madison, 71 at Green Bay, and 73 at La Crosse. At Milwaukee, it was partly cloudy with a temperature of 74. It was mostly cloudy with a temperature of 73 at Eau Claire, 76 at Osceola, 77 at Bay City, and 71 at Wausau. Across the Dakotas, at Fargo, it was clear with a temperature of 64. At Sioux Falls, it was mostly cloudy with a temperature of 68. In Iowa, it was partly cloudy. It was 76 at Des Moines, 71 at Sioux City, and 73 at Mason City. Once again at midnight, in the Twin Cities, it was 76 degrees. Under cloudy skies. This is weather radio station KEC 65 Minneapolis, St. Paul. On a frequency of 162.550 megahertz. Serving listeners throughout much of east central Minnesota and west central Wisconsin. We broadcast from the National Weather Service Forecast Office in Chanhassen, Minnesota, and transmit from the KSTP Eyewitness News Television Tower in St. Paul. The current time is 12:32 a.m. Central Daylight Time. Tornado Watch number 526 has been allowed to expire for the following counties in Minnesota: Anoka, Carver, Chisago, Dakota, Goodhue, Hennepin, Ramsey, Rice, Scott, Washington, and Wright. A strong thunderstorm will impact portions of northern Dunn, northeastern St. Croix, southwestern Barron, and southeastern Polk counties through 1:15 a.m. At 12:30 a.m., Doppler radar was tracking a strong thunderstorm near Clear Lake, or 25 miles northwest of Menominee, moving east at 50 miles per hour. Expected hazards include winds in excess of 40 miles per hour. This is a radar-indicated threat. The following impacts are expected. Gusty winds could knock down tree limbs and blow around unsecured objects. The strong thunderstorm will be near Prairie Farm around 12:45 a.m. Ridgeland around 12:50 a.m. Other locations in the path of the storm include Dallas and Barron. If outdoors, consider seeking shelter inside a building. Torrential rainfall is also occurring with this storm and may lead to localized flooding. Do not drive your vehicle through flooded roadways. Now the forecast for the Twin Cities metropolitan area. Tonight, mostly cloudy this evening and overnight, then becoming partly cloudy. Slight chance of thunderstorms early in the evening, then thunderstorms late in the evening. Chance of thunderstorms overnight. Some thunderstorms may be severe with damaging winds and large hail. Lows in the mid-60s. South winds 5 to 10 miles an hour shifting to the southwest overnight. Chance of thunderstorms 90%. Monday, mostly sunny. Highs in the upper 70s. West winds 5 to 15 miles an hour with gusts to around 30 miles an hour. Monday night, mostly clear. Lows in the upper 50s. West winds 5 to 10 miles an hour. Gusts up to 25 miles an hour in the evening. Tuesday, sunny. Highs in the upper 70s. Northwest winds 5 to 15 miles an hour. Tuesday night, clear. Lows in the upper 50s. Northwest winds up to 10 miles an hour. Wednesday and Wednesday night, clear. Highs in the upper 70s. Thursday and Thursday night, mostly clear. Highs around 80. Lows in the lower 60s. Friday and Friday night, mostly clear. Highs in the mid-80s. Lows in the lower 60s. Saturday and Saturday night, mostly clear. Highs in the lower 80s. Lows in the lower 60s. Sunday and Sunday night, mostly clear. Highs in the lower 80s. Lows in the lower 60s. Again, the forecast for the Twin Cities metropolitan area for tonight. Mostly cloudy this evening and overnight, then becoming partly cloudy. Slight chance of thunderstorms early in the evening, then thunderstorms late in the evening. Chance of thunderstorms overnight. Some thunderstorms may be severe with damaging winds and large hail. Lows in the mid-60s. South winds 5 to 10 miles an hour shifting to the southwest overnight. Chance of thunderstorms 90%. At midnight, in the Twin Cities, it was cloudy. It was 76 degrees. The dew point was 71. The relative humidity was 85%. The wind was west at 12 miles an hour, gusting to 21. The pressure was 29.60 inches and rising. Around the metro, a thunderstorm was reported with a temperature of 75 at St. Paul and 73 at Lake Elmo. Rain was falling with a temperature of 71 at Crystal, 73 at Lane, and 75 at Lakeville. At Eden Prairie, it was mostly cloudy with a temperature of 75. At South St. Paul, it was cloudy with a temperature of 77. Around the state, at Duluth, a thunderstorm was reported with a temperature of 68. At Bemidji, fog was reported with a temperature of 59. At Rochester, it was clear with a temperature of 72. It was partly cloudy with a temperature of 69 at St. Cloud, 66 at Alexandria, and 66 at Marshall. At Brainerd, it was mostly cloudy with a temperature of 73. It was cloudy with a temperature of 77 at Mankato, 63 at Hibbing, and 64 at International Falls. Around Wisconsin, it was 72 at Rice Lake. It was clear with a temperature of 71 at Madison, 71 at Green Bay, and 73 at La Crosse. At Milwaukee, it was partly cloudy with a temperature of 74. It was mostly cloudy with a temperature of 73 at Eau Claire, 76 at Osceola, 77 at Bay City, and 71 at Wausau. Across the Dakotas, at Fargo, it was clear with a temperature of 64. At Sioux Falls, it was mostly cloudy with a temperature of 68. In Iowa, it was partly cloudy. It was 76 at Des Moines, 71 at Sioux City, and 73 at Mason City. Once again at midnight, in the Twin Cities, it was 76 degrees. Under cloud cloudy skies. This is weather radio station KEC 65 Minneapolis, St. Paul, on a frequency of 162.550 megahertz, serving listeners throughout much of east central Minnesota and west central Wisconsin. We broadcast from the National Weather Service Forecast Office in Chanhassen, Minnesota, and transmit from the KSTP Eyewitness News Television Tower in St. Paul. The current time is 12:39 a.m. Central Daylight Time. Tornado watch number 526 has been allowed to expire for the